Hello, everyone, and welcome to the sixth season of Nasl, and particularly Launchpad 1, the first of the tournaments leading into the Nasl circuit. I am joined this time by P-Flare. How's it going, man?
It's going real good. First time anybody seeing my handsome face, so hello to all of you out there, and I am very excited for this launchpad.
Yeah, I mean, overall, our first matchup today is a pretty close one, right? Frickin' Esports versus Codex. Codex actually a duo of Dragon and Eddie Cam picking up Zenith going into this Launchpad season. Dragon actually a player who hit Pro League in Southeast Asia and then now has moved over here to NA. And on the other side, frickin' Esports, kind of a motley crew of people in the Corpse Control friend group, Andy, frickin' Chris, and Saro. Saro breaking off from Spark of Friendship, or sorry, Power of Friendship last season, and Andy kind of breaking off from that Corpse Control group. I'm interested to see how both of these teams will fare on Atlas Lab.
Yeah, it's Atlas Lab. We kind of know it. We love it. It's a good general test of unit cohesion, of making sure that whatever your game plan generally is for your team, that is solid. So yeah, that plus these particular sparks, these particular like opening awakenings, that's gonna make things real fun, real fast. Let's use that term.
Yeah, and on the topic of, I guess, Sparks, right, we have this whole draft that is shaken out. It looks like we're having Makokai Rasmus for the side of Codex. Estelle, I believe, likely picked away from Zenith, which is one of his big comfort picks, and that's also why they had to flex this Kai away from Dragon to Zenith, because Dragon is also known for the Kai, and lo and behold, Andy gets his signature Luna. It looks like the Juno was what was banned against frickin' Esports.
Yeah, this one's going to be very fast off of rip. Just like taking a look at it, we see a good number of sparks of agility out here. Kai, of course, Rasmus, of course, Stell, of course, and you got the twin drives on who you'd expect as well. So let's kick this off. Initial volley goes to freaking esports, but it is already rough for them. Already getting one barrier taken. They are already trying to make a quick defense, transition to a quick offense, which they do. Saro's already looking a little bit down, been getting deep into it, and that cost him a little bit. Barrier goes in. Andy goes out. Core goes in. First goal already. Wow.
Yeah, unfortunate series of events for frickin' Esports, right? As they find
Yeah.
that offense from the Twin Drive Luna, but then it just gets that Sad Boys angle right at the start of the game. I think that was two of them that we saw, one from each side. And then after the kill, such great striking out by Eddie Cam and Zenith as well. And now we see frickin' Esports looking for a play. Andy is erased off the map, and now in a 2v3, this is not looking good for frickin' Esports.
No, and with that kind of like core control, that ability to transition, like for Codex, that quickly from defense to offense, just because of like the speed that they have available to them through Zenith and through Dragon, means that it's proving kind of hard for friggin' esports to actually be able to keep the core on the opposite side of the field. And you can already see this going out as they try and anything to push it. Andy threw out a crater maker just to try and get some space, but that didn't last very long. And they're trying to find some way, any way at all, to break free of this. Flip goes out, but immediately countered with a flip of their own. They do manage to get the barrier. Andy boost out, trying to make a play. Still no dice. Zenith and Edicam very, very, very forward, very aggressive. Second barrier goes out for freaking esports. Eddie Cam with a very nice pull, but no dice. They are trying to push for that goal. They want this goal to end real fast.
Yeah, and the bull rush backwards makes it not that great for frickin' Esports, but now frickin' Esports has this opportunity to flip melee range right around the barrage. That's exactly what you're supposed to do against the Kai who's barraging. Well played out by frickin' Esports.
Yeah, right now it is even, and both of these teams are already kind of you can already kind of see what the game plan is going for with freaking esports, just trying to kind of get an aggressive attacking comp going. Meanwhile, you've got Codex basically passing the core as best they can, and they get rewarded for it very as both sides open. Zenith trying to make a play, trying to find Eddie Cam, who's already looking very low, but Eddie Cam with the hero. He says, health is a resource. I still have a little bit left. Clears out Andy, and once again, just clears out the gold. The puck goes in. I gotta say, it's looking very hard for Andy to even play the game. That seems to be that seems to be kind of like the goal here for Codex. Just do not let the goalie play.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really just Andy, because if we take a look at these comps for just a second, you'll see Estelle, X, Luna, all characters that kind of struggle to deal with the speed, the fast-moving cores and stuff, which we haven't really seen much yet, but the speed is something that we see from the side of Codex. Mako, Kai, Rasmus, all really fast characters, and especially when your Mako also has Twin Drive, it's just kind of a speed dynasty for Codex, and Eddie Cam is rewarded likely with something like the Big Fish or Built Diff, or maybe just opts for the Chrono Boost for even more speed.
Yeah, we are about to see here. Just goes for the Big Fish, more size, more stagger. Rasmus loves that. Makes sense. X does get the build different though. You can't really contest that in this kind of situation. Extra special for Kai though. Glass cannon for Luna. Kind of scary there.
Yeah, the thing is the Chrono Boost not being picked up for Kai is a little interesting, but it's an extra special deny, right? Don't want to give that to Andy, who is known for being very good at his offensive plays and his KO attempts. Now, that does mean that this Chrono Boost does end up falling to Dragon, and that's even more speed the Mako will offer, but the speed may not matter if Eddie Cam is down. That's one barrier, perhaps a second to fall soon.
Yeah, right now, Cerro trying to impose their will. Andy providing fire support from the backline. They do manage to get the core out, do Codex. So Eddie Cam trying to make something happen. Gets one barrier. Zenith moving up as well. Black Hole pops them. And so much for that 2-on play, but a weird boost goes out. Well, not really a weird boost, but it does miss, and that does allow Eddie Cam to get the second one. And Cerro just completely wrecks Dragon. So that is a goalie out. They are trying to keep that away from the goal. No dice. Another kill, another flip, another goal, and that is freaking esports with the lead.
Cerro, I may feel like that flip is a little unnecessary, but hey, it gets the job done, right? And now we'll see if that does come back to bite freaking esports, as that is one less flip they have on this offense. Andy looking to boost in to make any sort of play. They do lose that one barrier and try to answer back for it. It's some really good passes I am seeing out of freaking esports, and that's really what, combined with the KOs, is what's taking them through this first point. But it's not looking good, as now Andy is faced with an open net situation as a Luna without a flip.
Yeah, with the passing game that Codex has shown, you know that we've seen that they can get it past him, but that's not going to matter if Cerro is just continually imposing their will. Got both of those barriers down, very quick order. Eddie Cam trying to make a hero play, snatch it for Zero, but no dice. Zero moving in and with freaking Chris on the side. They have basically all the momentum in the world. Another flip. I don't think that one extraneous flip is gonna worry him too much.
I mean, hey, he already has slip almost back up, but on the other side, the energy is looking pretty good for Codex, but they still have 2 goals worth to make it through, and that's one barrier already taken. A second maybe falling if they can keep this core in the corner, but it's not looking to be that way, as Chris takes so much damage and is absolutely assassinated thanks to that black hole and barrage.
Yeah, Andy coming in to try and make it like a quick united front, but no dice. Eddie Cam trying to do their best to just trying to take control of the core very decisively, but it's hard to keep control of it. Cerro still in the front, just kind of menacing around the midfield. Andy with a very nice boost, trying to push it back up. It does get taken back though. Zenith and Eddie Cam moving up together, trying to make something happen, get this second barrier down, but no dice. Cerro with just a nice shot between Dragon and Zenith. can't get to it, and they just get the set. Real nice. 3 out.
Yeah, Sarah rewarded for it, perhaps opting for something like the Stagger Swagger or the Stacks, or just grabbing the Rezo, right? That second Spark, and if I recall correctly, no other Sparks have shown up. So he is in prime position to scale, because even if frickin' Esports loses another set, they still have one more set of leeway. But on the opposite side, a Stagger Swagger picked up onto Eddicam is pretty bad with how the damage has been kind of getting dumped onto Codex. And while a Missile Prop is picked up and the Among Titans goes for Chris, there is a lot more speed now on the opposite side.
Yeah, I think this could be a turning point, and we are about to find out. Early Giga Blast by Zenith, but no avail. First barrier goes down. Crater Maker goes out. Second barrier goes down. Cero and Chris trying to make something happen in this point real fast, but Zenith, Eddicam do manage to get it out of their backfield, but only for a few moments. Never mind, Eddicam actually manages. Eddicam's been doing a very good job with controlling this core, trying to make something happen with it. Gets both barriers down, but loses the core. Cero picks it up, and Andy comes in for the guarantee.
Yeah, one thing I really like about what Eddicam has been doing is he's been so consistent with a lot of these strikes, and that's also what ended up pushing him to, I believe, one of those wins in a recent ACU or TPT alongside members of Rose Petals, which, considering the competition that was in that tourney, it was a little more unexpected, and I hope to see more of these great strikes out by Eddicam.
Well, looking to do that right now, just as he gets the core again, gets one barrier down, second one missed by inches. Cero manages to take the core, tries to push up, no dice, not quite. Chris coming in to try and support, does manage to get a little bit of an offense going, gets Eddicam down low, sniped by Andy, destroyed. Eddie destroyed him, and now it is a very scary power play. But Zenith doing their best to try and keep the core away from that second barrier. And Dragon with the flip just barely manages to do so. Power play is over. Eddicam trying to take over again. Zenith with the support, trying to fight their way between Cero and Andy. This is very intense, very back and forth. They do manage to get that second barrier, but also they get Codex's own barrier, and now it is open goals on both sides. Eddicam moves to Zenith, flips by Chris, gets it out of there. Crater Maker from downtown kills, what was that, Zenith? Yes, Zenith is down, and now power play for frickin' Esports. Frickin' Chris trying to put this one away. No dice, core going around the world, left, right, up, and down. Zenith manages to intercept a clear, puts it right back in, and he can't get to it. Tied up.
Yeah, I think that's really like the problem with Estelle that we see in this sort of position. As I mentioned earlier, struggles with the speed, struggles with the core speed. You could kind of see that the only times Chris would ever get anything there was when he was just coincidentally in the right position, because the core was rotating so fast that Eddicam and Zenith got to really do with it whatever they wanted on the offense.
Yeah, and Eddicam trying to do a little bit more with it, trying to get the second barrier down, but Flip prevents that. Gets it up to 0 for a few moments, but still no dice. Course being traded around the field a little bit, back and forth here. Meanwhile, Eddicam and freaking Chris trying to duel a little bit. Zenith trying to get him off the boy. Still no dice. Zenith and Dragon desperately trying to get this thing away from Zero, who has been imposing their will all day long. Right now, core flying around, very scary set poise near angle, and no dice still for friggin' Esports. Zero with the bell ringer. That is a power play for friggin' Esports. They are trying to make the most of it. Second barrier goes down, flip by Chris, boom, splits the difference. 2-1.
Yeah, very well played by frickin' Esports, finding a lot of these angles between them. Honestly, really great look there by Sarah, right? Recognize that Eddicam is more willing to just hold that flip and wait for some sort of offensive play, especially in that 1-1 even position to kind of take that lead. and seeing, yeah, I'm an X, I can do the, I can kind of kill there, and then looks for the play.
Yeah, and definitely been trying to do that recently. Tried to look for the kill there to Cero and Eddie Cam, but Eddie Cam manages to escape for now. Zenith not looking quite so lucky, very low on health. Freaking Chris has the puck, moves it up, Cero's trying to clear the way for that second barrier. They do get it. Cratermaker comes out, forces the tax from Zenith and Dragon. No flips for you. Gets it down to Cero, knocks it in. Dragon can't get to it. That is another set in the books for friggin' esports.
Yeah, I'm really liking a lot of these angles by Chris, right? Finding these passes to Cero, finding the shots himself sometimes, and Andy maybe getting a Deadeye to his name, and that's a little dangerous, though the Kai will still get something like this prime time, or just a spark of focus to deny it, make sure that Cero doesn't get it later on, and yeah, that's what it is. Rapid fire go over to stealth, perfect form, denied away from X. Probably a recovery drone pickup here for Cero, most likely. And Rasmus isn't left with particularly much. Yeah, just the aerials for speed.
Sure. Which, you know, fair enough. I'm always a big fan of Luna, so I immediately want to declare, oh, they got Deadeye Luna. It's game over. It's not, though. But it was a very, very good draft for friggin' esports, in my opinion. So we are seeing how they make the use of that, and they make very quick use of that. Edicam barely hanging on, but Zenith was not. Rocket to the face, and goodbye. So now we have a power play. Friggin' esports, very, very dangerous already. Andy with the second one. This is already starting to get out of hand very fast. Passing up, making sure they get that second barrier, but no Sad Boys angle. Too bad.
Yeah, we know Andy is a little bit of that KO savant, and wow, another Sad Boys there. But as I was saying, right, Andy being a KO savant, this Luna build is a little disturbing. Deadeye, Missile Prop, Last Cannon, Twin Drive. He can offer so much reinforcement whenever he wants. And that primer already sending it at red core, that secondary red core as well. It's not just KO, right? It's also core control, as the red core is something it's pretty just difficult to react to in general.
Yeah, very scary Luna, but you saw they could overcome that with the right amount of luck, and aiming. Thank you, Edicam. So right now we are in the next round, and it is Cero trying to cause something bad to happen to Zenith. Nearly does damage. But like you said, also core and core control. Barrier goes down. Now Codex having to try and keep this up, try and tie it up in terms of barriers at the very least. But it's been a very scary time for them since that last draft. Cero gets the second barrier, and now it is open goal on Codex. Edicam trying to even that up as well, but gets loose. Cratermaker goes out. Very nice flip by Dragon to prevent any shenanigans from happening. And they do get that second barrier. Open goals on both sides now. And it is Cero trying to punch through both of them. And punch he does.
Yeah, I mean, one of the characteristics of Cero that helped Power of Friendship do pretty well was the strike war capabilities, and we saw it there, right? Getting that strike to the top side, recognizing, okay, where is Dragon even going to clear this? If he goes bottom, I can handle it. If he goes top, Chris can reinforce. And, well, the bottom clear is opted for, and Cero times it really well, winning that strike war against Zenith. And once again, the double barrier already taken by frickin' esports.
Yeah, and right now, Edicam desperately trying to get something going. They do! Gets the second barrier, flips in their face, punches it through, and Codex not out of this yet. 2-1, it is set point for Codex.
Yeah, Codex reading frickin' esports like a book. And well played by them with that flip, but looking at the energy, Edicam is probably the next up on the chopping block for frickin' esports. The recovery drone actually popped for Cero, so doesn't have that for later, but I don't think really kills are much of a threat for the side of frickin' esports. They're looking to get some of their own, but no damage actually dropped on the members of Codex just yet.
Nope, this one was a little bit dry for the first part, but that Cratermaker sure did a whole lot of damage. Another rocket coming out from Andy as well, and the black hole finishes it off, and goodbye for a little bit Zenith. As Cero trying to take advantage, Eddicam quickly intercepts, but a flip stops that offensive push. Power play over. Cero still has the core, trying to bully it again past Zenith and Dragon. Show off those strike skills, but puck up to Eddicam, does get one barrier, ties that up. Cero stops that real fast. And now it is open goal on Codex. Freaking Chris with a very nice Crystal Thorns. And make sure that goes in. Cero backing it up. They said, no, we want to end this one. Tied up 2-2.
Hey, very crucially for frickin' esports, none of the members on Codex died there, which means the energy for the back half of Codex is looking very, very dry. And that slightly awkward flip in the ensnare jumps means it is a bit of a waste. But there's still lots of damage coming on. That X Maximus coming onto Dragon. First barrier taken. Standing in the corner. Frickin' Chris grabs the second one. And we are on game point here. Frickin' Chris could, or frickin' esports could send Codex to the lower bracket. Double barrier answered back. And now in an open net on both sides. Zenith falls. Strike wars need to be won by Eddicam if he wants to keep this alive. The core stays forward. Eddicam and Cero both nearing their own flips. Eddicam keeping the core alive for now. And there's that ensnare drums. It's gone. Awkward angle. Cero flips it. Melee and finds the strike. And that's frickin' esports taking the first game.
Beautiful. Started off a little bit slow for frickin' esports, but they got up to speed very quickly. And they figured things out. Just started wrecking shop. A lot of damage started coming out. And Codex having some difficulties in dealing with it.
Yeah, and I mean, not only the first game, but the first series, right? As they do qualify to, I believe this is winners round 3, right? Yeah. And that win will put them, I guess, against the win of Cyberswipe versus whoever wins between Soup and Cutie Patootie. So they will be waiting for at least a little bit. Meanwhile, Codex does fall to the lower bracket where they do face off against Roll Swap. So we'll have to see how things shake up for both of those teams. But hey, well, what are your thoughts on the game as a whole?
Honestly, I thought it was a very impressive showing from friggin' esports. Like I said, started off a little bit slow, but then friggin' Chris started getting some good angles. Cero started properly bullying, and Andy just decided, well, more like, less decided, more remembered, oh yeah, I'm Luna. I am a living artillery cannon. And just shots, shots, shots. Very nice play from all three of them. Not to take anything away, honestly, though, from Codex. I thought Eddicam made some very good plays, very good core control on their end. Zenith, very nice aggression, interception in play, and just it was a solid effort. But I just feel like freaking esports had the more like together game plan at the end of the day.
Okay, well, that is our first match of the day. We do have quite a lot of matches, as no one is unfamiliar with how long Launchpad always ends up being. But before we get to our next match, we will send it over to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second game of the day. It was a bit of a long wait. Hope you guys didn't mind. This time we're back with Starbreakers versus Koyo. Another pretty interesting match, right? I'm once again here with P Flare. How do you feel?
Feeling good. I'm feeling ready. I am very interested to see what these two teams can bring to the table. Koyo looking kind of impressive, kind of interesting. I'll say that.
Yeah, and about these teams, right, as they start to get into map draft, I'll just give a quick rundown, right? Dave, Jay, Just Logan, you may recognize the second and third player there. Actually, the Plink Plonk forward duo returning, this time with a different goalie, no Moffin Koei supporting them. Dave instead. And then on the other side, Koyo giving kind of shades of Misfire Dynasty from season one in a way where it is a bunch of solo queue players kind of coming together and joining forces with Beelzebub, Julak, and Zyrian. This map draft is going so fast with Demon Days, Oni, Clarion, Inky's, Night Market Gates all banned, and look at this, to no one's surprise, we're going to Outslap.
You know what? Fair enough. But yeah, on speaking of these teams, like we know a little bit about like just Logan, Jay, and whatnot. Like I said though, I'm still just very interested in seeing how these, like you said, three solo players can kind of gel together. That's always kind of like the big question whenever you get these kinds of team makeups. So it's going to be fun to see if they can come together and see if Starbreakers can account for that and adapt to whatever they try fast enough. You know what I mean?
And hey, we're already getting to this draft, right? So these adaptations we will see perfect form and specialized training on Atlas Lab. Quick two bans, Starbreakers banning away Beelzebub's Mako, and the Zentaro banned away from Just Logan. Just Logan has shown to pilot that pick so well. And with first pick, they definitely don't want to give the Starbreakers a perfect form Zentaro.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense here. So with with Zentaro, it's just way too dangerous. You know what I mean? So definitely understandable. I am hoping to see some offense, and I mean offense, out of Koyo. That's my hope.
Yeah, and the now pickup here is pretty interesting, right? Because when you think of Jay, you think of a lot more of these long range sniper type characters like the Aimi, like the Estelle, like the Juno. But the now pickup is a very fun one, as it's not only something that she plays, it is also a pretty big deny away from Julok, who is also known for that now pick. And then it's answered by Beelzebub's signature Dubu and Zyre's Julie, we're getting very quickly through this draft. Finney, a very known pick for Dave, and then just Logan being pretty flexible, grabbing that Rasmus.
All right, so we have our squads up. I am not too surprised by Starbreakers, so is what it is. And when we are ready to go, we are ready to go, I believe. I'm having a bit of a time waiting, but let's move. Let's
Yeah,
go.
so Julok's pick, right? This Imi pick is kind of interesting because
Yeah.
from my experience, playing against Julok, I think he thrives a lot more on these speed characters. And personally, when I ended up playing against Time Thieves last season, when we took away a lot of those, the Kai and stuff, and he went over to this Imi, it definitely looked a little weaker, but I don't imagine that he is at that same level. He's probably improved quite a bit on this pick and can perhaps use it to deal with a lot of the KO potential that's going to be coming in from the other side, right? The Finny, the Now, the Rasmus, really good damage picks. He's going to be able to return some of that damage and lead Zyre to be able to get some of these kills.
Hopefully. And, another one I'm looking out for in particular is Julie. I mean, at lab, Julie, peanut butter and jelly, if you ask me. Just those punches can go everywhere. And it's very easy for Julie to get her game plan started, I think, on AtLab. So that's something else I'm going to be looking out for.
Yeah, and perfect form. We don't normally think of it as kind of being this volatile pick because it is good for everyone. But looking at the characters we have here, Aimee, really great at using perfect form. Julie, great at using perfect form now as well. I think even Finny, to a certain extent, can use perfect form already. And same thing with Rasmus, right? So these cooldowns are going to be going ham. And when the cooldowns go ham, that also means the damage will be going ham, considering the character lineup we have here.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, like with Aimee and with Finny in particular, I have seen like a perfect form Finny just start slinging cards, just basically a living howitzer when she gets like the right awakening. So definitely something to watch for.
Yeah. So I do want to see just how this goes because Dave is a bit of that Finny savant. And last game where they did play against, I believe it was low effort, they had no trouble dispatching a lot of damage to the other side, though that was with an Aimee in the midfield instead of the Now. So I want to see if Jay can adapt that same playstyle. Now, we will have to see, right? Because this Now is not terrible with this damage. It's just a different style of applying it because you have to be more in that action. And against something like the Aimee, she can punish you for playing on the court a lot more.
Right. So we are about to get it started up here. And to nobody's surprise, perfect form around the board.
Yeah, perfect form for everyone. Slick kicks for all the forwards except Julok, who opts for that Magnetized Souls. Someone who has opted for it quite a lot, even when it was not meta. Strike Shot picked up for only the Dubu, not the Finny, and that's 2 barriers already falling for Koya.
Yeah, and Starbreaker's trying to take advantage of that real fast. Jay on that now. She is going to definitely be looking for a redirect. Boom. Mine goes in. Mine goes out. Core goes in. First goal, very fast.
Yeah, very quick first goal. And I don't know if Koyo is fully prepared for the strength that comes from Starbreakers. Damage already getting dropped onto both midfielders with that black hole pop. Jay healing up somewhat, but doing so much more damage to Julok, and with one barrier already down, Zyra needs to make a hero play happen.
Yeah, it is looking kind of rough though, especially with a team member going down in Julok. And now Starbreakers with that power play, they are going to try and get the second barrier very fast. No dice, triple take, not quite well, but the big finish comes right in time as the kill goes out, and Jay with the finish.
Yeah, Beelzebub being thrown off the map just like a bug, and this is not looking good, but Starbreakers, their flips could seal this set if they use them well.
Yeah, one barrier already going down. Second barrier going down. Koyo saying, hold on, not quite yet. So the barrier goes up, and it is not looking great for this point if they can get clear. But no, Dave with the big finish gets both barriers very quickly. Zyrek trying to get that core away very fast. Jess Logan very quick on the takedown of Julok, but Dave manages to push it back in, gets it in the goal. Quick set goes by very, very fast. Very scary.
Yeah, I think Beelzebub has had some pretty unfortunate fumbles. A lot of barriers lost.
Yeah.
If you want to be playing at this NASA, even Nasty level, can't be losing barriers like that. And hopefully he is able to clean it up. And the first pick for Dave actually being this 1-2 punch, a good deny away from Juliet, and also some great damage. I think overall the size deny also from Just Logan is a pretty good pickup as well. And then speed for Jay. So I think it's a pretty staggering win in the draft for Starbreakers.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Although I will admit I was thinking, at first cast the last for Finny, but that 1-2 punch makes all the sense in the world. So we are leading out here. Starbreakers already trying to push ahead. Firewall comes out, but not much done with it. Gets that first barrier, does Starbreakers. Jay and Dave trying to push the core up front. Zyre trying to make something happen on their end, though. No die. Second barrier goes out for Koyo. Wait, but nope, 2 barriers go out. Zyre actually does manage to get something happening. Core gets up to them, and right now it is Starbreakers playing defense. Julak coming up, trying to get them away from the core for a little bit. Beelzebub trying to launch it forward. They do. Zyre gets it. Flame Flurry comes out. Saved by Dave. Good stuff. Jay manages to get the core back, and it's their turn for offense now. Zyre and Julak trying to push it back. Flip goes out. Big Finish comes out. Launches it at the perfect angle. Beelzebub, again, not quite on the ball.
Yeah, they call him Crazy Dave with those great big finishes. He's been showing time and time again that he is an expert Finny pilot. And look at that, so much damage already into Julak. 1 barrier taken, 2nd barrier out by Zyre. So just a pass from Julak is all they need with a flip finish for this point. 1 barrier answered back. Perhaps a 2nd one in this corner as it just cannot leave. A good clear finally out by Beelzebub, but it just returns back and takes that barrier. Another big finish for Dave, and their work on the offense might be for naught as Koyo needs to find a way to finish this.
Need to, but it's not looking great. Just Logan, excellent piloting of the Rasmus. Dave, excellent sharpshooting with the Finny. They are threatening very hard. Firewall does come out from Julak, and that gives them a bit of a reprieve. Flip goes out by Zyre out of kind of an attempt to make Dave flinch. Zyre threatening with the core. Julak coming up. They're trying to figure out something to do, but it is a very hard defense to break between this Finny and this Now. And Jay does manage to try and clear it, but nope, gets knocked right back by Beelzebub. Fed to Zyre. Zyre punches it in, and it's 1-1 for this set.
Yeah, finally Koyo finding something, but that took a lot more work than it needed to. And with flips coming online for all 3 members of Starbreakers, this could really tip on its head at a moment's notice.
Yeah, this is a very precarious situation, honestly, for both teams, but more for, I would definitely say, Koyo. Starbreakers popping the center, still in their neck of the field. Julak doing their best to make things happen. Nice flip to try and cancel the big finish, but pays for it with their life. And now we've got a power play Starbreakers. Flip comes out. They're trying to finish this one real fast. Dave gets it up, tries to feed it to Jay, but there's just too much going on in this to let that go so quickly.
Yeah, 2nd barrier finally found, and with the Tofu Fortress reinforcing, Julak is looking to make a play in the net. Zyre lagging, unfortunately, not really finding anything, and still staggered with no evade to his name. Dave still has a flip, if nothing else, because even if Zyre finds this dash punch, a flip will just knock him back and completely eradicate any offense attempt. The middle still finally popped, actually, and in the corner, a great pendulum swing out by Just Logan, catching the cross, and Jay keeping that in the corner is so good just so Just Logan can find the angle.
Yeah, Jay has been doing fantastic at trying to basically impose their will and dictate the flow of the battle, so to speak. And I think Zyre kind of reads that, tried to Flame Flurry Jay off the map, no dice, and it is Koyo who are getting very, very aggressive and very fast. Zyre trying to do something to Dave, trying to knock them out real quick, but Zyre already having some problems. Jay takes the core, manages to get a barrier for themselves, but their last barrier is taken on their own. Zyre staying in it, low health means nothing to them, pushing it up front. Julak also in the mix, trying desperately to get something to happen, get this core through this defense. No sail though, gets it back downstairs. Julie manages to take it up front, and Just Logan threatening. Beelzebub trying their best to get it away.
Yeah, I think on top of the damage that Starbreakers are doing, they're just doing such a great job at strike layering and just layering their abilities on defense, right? Making these offenses so impossible for Koyo. And once again, that's Zyre already taken off. That's Julak staggered, perhaps soon taken off the map. A good combo attempt by Jay. Beelzebub keeping the core alive on this top side, and Julok nearing this flip with great glitch pop keeps the core forward as Zyra respawns. Julok nearly taken off the map, but the cyber swipe saves his life. A missed flip out by Beelzebub. Zyra connects with the strike and finds an evening point for Koyo, and Julok notably keeps the energy up for a flip next point.
Yeah, Julak had to kind of save themselves in this particular case. They were just too low, but they recognized that the energy was important, and they decided discretion was the better part of valor in this case, as they do manage to use that flip, but it gets immediately stuffed. But it is Koyo on the offense. They do get both barriers down. Zyra trying to threaten something. Nice flip from Julak to kind of clear it out, only for a moment. One barrier of Koyo's is taken. Jay still keeping control of the puck. Very good control between them and just Logan. That second barrier is threatening while their own is open. Very frightening for them. Zyra does manage to try and get an offense going. Doesn't last very long. Beelzebub doing some very good defense in this case, though. And they're going to need to do more.
Yeah, defense maybe not enough as they finally lose this barrier, and Just Logan looking for a finisher. Finds it off of a few awkward strikes. A poorly timed death for Julok unfortunately costs Koyo as they're left in an awkward situation to defend 2v3. And Dave as MVP may pick up the Monumentalist, but probably doesn't want to, as the Now is sitting there. Probably something like the Twin Drive or just Spark of Rezo to make sure that no one on the enemy team can grab it.
Yep, Twin Drive goes out. Monumentalist denied from Now. Instead goes for the heavy impact. Not too surprised. Nothing else I'm seeing here is surprising me. Built different for Rasmus. I do expect that built different to do a little something extra for Starbreakers already. Just Logan has been doing a great job with the redirects, with the control. So I'm expecting that to kind of pay dividends here.
Yeah, I think even when I've seen Just Logan play before, whenever he picks this Rasmus, he has done a lot better the more size he gets, which, I mean, it makes sense. It is Rasmus, but I think compared to most other people, he tends to use a lot of these abilities even better with size, and we see that there as he finds that pendulum swing, and Zyra unfortunately should have found that kill, but I think just lagged out of it.
Yeah, unfortunate, but with the passing going on between Jay and Just Logan, may not matter too much. Jay trying to juggle a little bit on the bottom half off of there. Very good knockaway, though, by Beelzebub. Very impressive there. Jay still trying to regain control of the core, and right now it's a bit of a fight for control of the core here as they launch it around.
Yeah, one barrier is still up for Koyo, so even if they are down 2 in sets, they can look for some sort of lead here. But Just Logan's not making that easy as he keeps the core in the corner. Firewall Sentry placed defensively for Julok in the corner. A Flame Flurry out by Zyra finds the opener for Koyo.
Very nice play. 1-2 feed. Zyra in the right place in the right time. They get the lead for this set, but it is still a bit of a mountain they're going to need to climb as this next match starts. So right now we already have Jay getting it. Very good threaten on the bottom half. Does get the barrier. Second one, there it goes. Big finish comes out. Almost gets the goal. Not quite yet though. But very scary situation as they do try and bandy about for control here. It is Starbreakers that looking very threatening.
Uh-oh, Dubu giveth and Dubu taketh, as that is that flip that is forced because of the Tofu Fortress. One barrier falls on this bottom side. Beelzebub reinforcing Zyra, but with the offense out by Starbreakers, this looks all but over. A good roll into the save out by Beelzebub. And now just Julok needs to be careful as Just Logan deals so much damage to him. The Cyber Swipe to keep the core forward. And there's that triple take taking the second barrier. Zyra has to use this Firewall Sentry to make a play happen. There's that flip, it's forced. Zyra hits it right back into Dave, and Dave saves it for just a little bit longer in this bottom corner. The core is, and it goes up to Logan, who finds the top angle. Logan playing it so well.
That was beautiful. Beautiful shot, beautiful placement, beautiful teamwork. 1-all for this one, and it is Starbreakers looking to close this one out. Jay with the immediate fast start, trying to get what's going on there. Triple take and big finish come out one after another. Dave not letting anything go here. Flip comes out. One barrier taken. Beelzebub does manage to get the core away. Gets down to Jay. Julak intercepts. Beelzebub hits forward with the Tofu Fortress. Second barrier goes out. Zachary looking to try and close this point out. No dice. Great defense by Jay and Dave.
Yeah, great defense, but not great enough by the opposite side, as a log fails to protect the barrier and the flip failed to be protected, as Just Logan 2 brings them to match point.
So it is, this is where it all comes down to. And right now, missed strike by Julak allows Just Logan to get an early barrier and start the offense. And it's very fast, very nice card. Goes out red core, and at the top end, Scrum comes out. Double KO by Just Logan. It is Beelzebub by themselves. This could be the end right here. Beelzebub has to put on the defense of a lifetime right now, trying to do it. Tofu Fortress does come out, just barely manages to hold. Flip comes out, gets a barrier of his own, does Beelzebub. Very, very nice defense. I'll admit it, I was not expecting that, but boy am I glad it happened. But only for a little bit now. Second barrier goes out, and they are going to want to close this out very fast before any more unluck can come their way for Starbreakers.
Yeah, and they very well might, as the pendulum swing attempted to go in, but it just bounces off the corner, and Jay catches the rebound with a sentry drone. And Starbreakers, they actually move on to, I believe this is not to top cut, but this is to the match that'll determine where in top cut they go to.
That was a fast and furious fight. I feel like Starbreakers just stepped on the gas, never let off.
Yeah, I mean, Starbreakers showing what they did against the previous team as well, which was just so much damage and then just great striking to get it around the members of Koyo in this case. Now, Koyo, they have to figure out what they can do to make their way back through the lower bracket, and if there is some way to fix up their playstyle in order to make a much more convincing run through Launchpad.
Yeah, they have some thinking to do. They have some considerations to make, probably more than a couple of changes to make in terms of game plan style. But for now, it is Starbreakers that come away with the victory. Very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive out by Starbreakers. Now, Starbreakers is likely going to be facing, well, they'll be facing the winner of Constellation versus whoever wins between Dynasty Party and Diamond Inclusive, which just from a pure seeding standpoint is favored to be Dynasty Party. And on the other hand, Koya will be facing the winner of Pantheon and Dangers for a potential chance to make it into top cut through the lower bracket. But before we get to our next match of the day, we will be sending you guys to a short break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another game in Launchpad today. This time we have Dynasty Party versus Constellation. Another winners round 3 match, so whoever wins this will be facing off against Starbreakers, who won the previous match on stream. And what a surprise, we're already going to Atlas Lab. What do you think, P-Flare?
My kingdom for some map variety. But we here, we gonna do it anyway. That's what I think of it.
Yeah, and the draft is already shaping out to be Castellast, Ariel's start, Constellation on blue side. Interested to see if Dynasty Party opts to ban the Atlas away from Moonbeam, or if they're just gonna let them have it, or are they gonna go for something like the Vice ban on Flowers? Showbagel generally pretty flexible, has the Rasmus, has the Kazan. And then on the opposite side, Dynasty Party, the the forward and goalie in that duo have been together for some time, and this time picking up Jack Limestone to fill that midfield gap. With an aerial start, Constellation may opt to ban out the Estelle away from Jack Limestone.
I could see that. I also would definitely see Flowers going for the Vice in this particular case if they don't say no. So honestly, my takeaways from this one are pretty simple, and those are them. I'm expecting Vice to be either involved in a major way or no way.
Right, yeah. And I think compared to a lot of the previous matches we've seen on stream, I think this match in particular has a lot of people who are known for like one or maybe two signature picks. And I'm really just curious how the draft will warp around that, right? Because Castellast and Aerials in general are pretty dry when it comes to like priority picks, right? If you think Castellast, you may think something like the Rune or an olden days era. Um and then Aerial is really just like Estelle, Juno, Mako to some extent because it does offer that speed and that Mako could be locked for Moonbeam if the Atlas is banned, and I would not be completely against it. But really interested to see how Constellation and Dynasty Party navigate this draft.
I mean, I've seen aerials work surprisingly well on some surprising picks, like X. Have you seen aerials X just launch themselves at someone before? I mean, that's
Hey,
kind
we
of
call that
what
build Superman X, right? He's just
yeah.
flying through the air looking to run someone over.
So I could see some surprise happen with this draft, but right now I'm looking, I'm waiting, I'm watching. I want to. It's time to like just see.
Yeah, I think we might be having a bit of a technical hiccup, right? Allegedly, both teams have been readied. It's just that there are some issues with the drafter tool right now. So everyone just stand by. And in the meantime, right, what do you think? Do you think this match will really differ from how we've seen a lot of these previous Atlas Lab matches play out? Pretty heavily damage focused. Thoughts?
I actually think that, in a way, yes and no, in that what I'm feeling actually is that Constellation is probably going to go for, I'm going to call it deterrence. Not necessarily KOs, but just stacking on damage and forcing Dynasty Party to just kind of second guess themselves a lot
Yeah.
and basically try and hurt them where they want to hurt them and allow them to try and like get at the core a little bit easier. That's what I think is in store. And of course, Dynasty Party is not going to want that. I feel like Dynasty Party is going to be a lot of core control.
And
That's
hey, I
just
mean, we see this shake out exactly the way as I listed it, right?
yeah.
Estelle getting banned away from Jack Limestone, Atlas getting banned away from Moonbeam, and then Moonbeam locks the Mako. What a surprise, right? Moonbeam known for a lot of these defensive goalies, particularly the Atlas and the Mako. Atlas is by far their signature pick, but their Mako is no slouch. Now, this does leave the red side 2-3 picks to Dynasty Party, perhaps locking something like the Rasmus. Yeah, there it is. The deny away from Showbagel. Also a comfort pick for Swaghaver alongside his Asher. and perhaps something like this Finny could get locked in, or a pick for Jack Limestone instead, right? Not wanting Jack Limestone's pool to get pinched any further.
Yeah, and honestly, even with the bans, that kind of changes the algebra of my guesses a ton. So, like, we're seeing the now come out for this one, and that's going to add, I think, like a lot more much needed, like, well, core control, honestly. Again.
Yeah, again, if we look at the first match of the day that we had, where we had Codex versus freaking Esports,
Mhm.
freaking Esports had that damage, right? Both freaking Esports and Starbreakers won through pure damage, and with the 3 picks here, we are seeing a very heavy core control focus, and the remaining players, right? Yes, you have Flowers, yes, you have Show Bagel, and we see Imi Asher locked, which is a tried and true corner offense duo with a pretty sizable amount of damage, and it is just countered by the Dubu pickup for Asianator, who this Dubu can deal with that Asher a little bit better than something like the Finny, which is another one of Asianator's signature picks. So it is just full core control on one side, and then on the other side, we have some bits of damage, but also a decent amount of just stuffing power.
Yeah, it's just a lot of shutdown play. Let's call it that. A lot
Mhm.
of being able to like shut down and kind of sustainable offense even because like you said that Asher Imi duo very good at like corner like forcing things to happen in the corner and making problems for the other team.
Yeah. And this corner offense, right? As you mentioned, a lot of problems. Imi Asher, Flowers opting not to pick this Vice is I think a little interesting because it is open. It is a cast to last start. Imi is still pretty good in this damage start as well, and Flowers' Imi is no slouch. Now I'm interested to see, do they opt for something like this Pummeler's Imi, a little bit more fun, or is it just going to be a little bit of a standard pick like a Magnetized Souls, a Slick Kicks? Because we know after the changes to Magnetized Souls, it's a lot more even, and midfielders really actually have to make a decision now.
Yeah, honestly, I would not be surprised if Pummelers was picked up, although I'm not expecting it per se. So definitely just something to see there.
Yeah. So this now picked up for Jack Limestone. I'm not particularly familiar with how much he plays it. Opting for the aerials on everyone except Castellast except Asher and Dubu. Slick kicks on all the forwards except Flowers, so this Magnetized Soul is not something like the Pummelers for her.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. And already you've got 2 barriers, but there seems to be a bit of a connection issue, perhaps.
Yeah, taking a quick look into it, looks like there's nothing in the chat for either team. Perhaps Moonbeam might be disconnected a little bit.
Yeah, they moved a little.
Not,
But
yeah, maybe just a little, right? Could be that, could be ping issues. No, it looks like they're okay now.
you going?
Yeah, and we're getting it started right back up.
All right, then start we go. If Moonbeam says they okay, then we will trust that. Meanwhile, Janitor, Swaghaver, and Jack Limestone all trying to push up, all trying to make sure that something can happen. But no, that gets taken away by Bagel very fast. 2 barriers taken quickly. Flowers with the support. Pass Splitter comes out, and they do manage to clear it. And wow, that is Swaghaver. Splits the difference. Sudden shot and gets their first early goal.
Yeah, attempt by Moonbeam to actually redirect that with the drum and bass, but slightly too late, and it just gets accelerated into their own goal. Now, Dynasty Party up 1-0, heavily favored in this match. We'll have to see if it continues to be that case. 1 barrier taken by Jack Limestone, a second soon to follow if they can keep the score in the corner. Flowers trying to win these interactions, finally wins one, but it just returns back to her side. The Firewolf Sentry dropped defensively, reinforced, and there's that second barrier finally falling. Jack Limestone has the split, with Swaghaver taking that second barrier, is pushing the core forward. It gets greatly cleared out by Moonbeam and flips melee, misses the ensnared drums, and now the open net for both sides is pretty dangerous.
Very close. Very nice flip by Asher, trying to get it cleared out. And with that, they are trying to transition into an offensive position. Does not hold, however. Swaghaver manages to get it around to their team. Asianator pushes it up, and good gracious, down one. We have a power play, but they managed to. Flowers managed to just ignore this. They're like, I don't care about power plays. I will flip. I will score. Very nice anti-power play by Constellation.
Yeah, I mean, well played in that midfield, right? Flowers showing that she's a whole garden out here with that whole play. Swaghaver melee flip, the pot splitter and snare drums both missing, actually still saved by the defensive members of Constellation, looking to get some sort of barrier back, gets one, a second soon to follow. Jack Limestone needs to be careful with his life, standing near the edge, nearly finished off by Showbagel, and it just changes hands as it returns to the offense on the other side.
Yep, and right now, Limestone very aggressive in the corner, as well as Swaghaver trying to keep things pushed up forward. You have Asianator trying to keep things with that Tofu Fortress. Does not happen, though. Oh, a second barrier out, and it is Showbagel trying to get something to happen. Pop goes the black hole. Flowers gets the core, trying to juggle it, trying to figure out something to do with it. Intercepted by Swaghaver briefly. Flip goes out, kicked out to the top corner, does not last there. We have Moonbeam trying to do something, trying to keep that barrier low. Kill Bagel, core, goal, Flowers again, kind of showing it how it's done.
Yeah, I mean, great whiplash there by Swaghaver, both to keep the core forward and to finish off Showbagel. But then the open clear out by Asianator, Flowers completely redirecting it. And on the topic of Asianator versus Flowers, there's that little friendly rivalry between them where Asianator keeps on telling Flowers she's going to end up 0-11 in Nast, but she is showing that maybe this is the chance she has to beat Asianator.
Yeah, it is looking distinctly plausible as Swaghaver and Jack Limestone managed to push up, get those barriers clear. Flowers throws out the firewall's entry, trying and block something off. And right now it is Asianator, I believe, feeds it to Swaghaver, trying to push up, trying to make something happen with this. Some backup by Limestone. Asianator pushing up again. Nice feed from Limestone to Swaghaver. Does not quite get the goal in, trying to force the matter. Nice interception, though, by Bagel. Manages to push that out. Barrier taken. Both sides open. Very scary situation for both teams. And we have to make sure they have to try and find some way to end this very fast now that overtime's here. Wow.
And I mean, end it they do, right? Jack Limestone, a very interesting decision there, right? Because if you hit that into just the primary itself, there is a chance it goes in, but there's also a chance the primary hits and then the black hole detonates, and that's a very awkward situation to be in. But then hits the black hole first, and that's what finds the angle in. And that's one barrier already taken. Flowers denied the orb, so she actually has to back off, and they lose one barrier for it. A great Tofu Fortress keeping the core on the offense. No barrier found just yet. Finally, the pendulum swing, closing it out there. And we still have one barrier for Dynasty Party. Showbagel taking a lot of damage, may suffer a similar fate to previous points. Flowers with a great flip on the offense, barrier taken, but it goes to the opposite side. Moonbeam has this flip on the defense, flip out by Jack Limestone, up to Swaghaver, who hooks it forward. There's that ensnare jumps, the flip finally burned. Flowers still sitting on the defense, a great strike shot to the bottom side. Showbagel's taken off the map, and Swaghaver looking for a pass up to Jack Limestone, who finds it as a great shot right past Moonbeam, and that's Dynasty Party taking the first set.
Beautiful pass, beautiful shot. Jack Limestone, very in control, know what they're doing. It's now. What do you expect here? I'm definitely looking at either the Timeless Creator or maybe even the Twin Drive if they're feeling fresh.
Yeah, Timeless could be picked up. I was thinking maybe like a Stinger, Twin Drive, or like Spark scaling, right? It was also possible. Twin Drive denied away. A really good deny away from Mako, as that means that she can't really continuously pump out a lot of these secondaries nearly as often. And crucially, I think Showbagel also picking up the reverberation here. A bit of an understated pick. as we see how much Showbagel has been getting damaged and taken off the map, so a little bit of stagger will be going a long way.
Yeah, and impressively, like, with Mako on that Stinger, I'm getting heavy impact. That's going to up the damage. It's going to be a very frightening situation, I think, for Dynasty Party, but not one that cannot be overcome, as we see that Swaghaver trying to make something happen in a bit of a 2v1. Does not manage to break through, however. Core is settled at midfield, and it's kind of slowed down a little bit.
I mean, you say it's been slowed down, but look at the damage on the members of Dynasty Party. Jack Limestone completely staggered. Swaghaver had half HP himself. Jack is regenning, but not enough as he's taken off the map. And the barrier finally does fall, but that Tofu Fortress keeping it contained. It cordoned off as it should. Swaghaver needs to be very careful not to die to the black hole. And a combo play from Showbagel and Flowers takes Swaghaver off the map. But Jack Limestone respawns in time, and it might be enough to buy them the space they need, unless Flowers can get a good flip to secure it here.
Yeah, but no! Arrow intercepts that attempted pass. Swaghaver gets the sad boys. Unfortunately, gets another chance at it as the core kind of goes around the world. But wait, the path, I think that the path splitter kind of ruined Asianator's attempt at a clear and allowed Bagel to just push it past.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was that, and also the Dubu stun, getting it right out of his range. He thought it would stun and he would be able to strike it away, but it was just barely away, and, well, that means that Constellation gets the opener here.
So now we need to see if they can keep up that momentum. One barrier on each side already taken. Limestone trying to get it away and cannot, however. Both barriers down for Dynasty Party. Firewall Sentry goes out trying to push it in. Beautiful shot from downtown by Moon.
Yeah, I mean, an absolute out-of-this-world performance by Moonbeam Sama with a great perfect pitch snipe cross map. And now, looking at the energy situation, all members of Constellation are roughly even. No one is sitting particularly close to a flip. Jack Limestone needs to be a little bit careful with his life, may have this lifeline available or just these mines to heal up. There's that Tofu Fortress already committed. No barriers taken as a great strike war is won in that Asianator Flowers interaction. And that's two barriers, one on the opposite side from a great pendulum swing. A great dribble off the wall from Asianator. And now they're looking to potentially finish off this point.
Yeah, with Swaghaver, very nice strike in between Moonbeam and Flowers. Beautiful shot there. And yeah, it's they have taken the lead in this Constellation, even though they may be behind the set, but they're looking very nice.
Yeah, that guy has some swag as he just gets the straight through shot and may find another double barrier. No, it's saved actually by Moonbeam Sama, and Showbagel finds another barrier of his own, waiting to flip in this corner, but this Castellas Dubu is putting in a lot of work. Greatly cleared once again, and there's that Tofu Fortress making it so awkward, sends it around to that corner. Swaghaver looking to connect with the core once again, and now with two flips on the defensive side of Dynasty Party, it may not be over. Double flip at the same time. That's a moment of lack of synergy, unfortunately, for Asianator and Swaghaver. They need to salvage this somehow. Swaghaver just dribbling this in the corner, not letting Flowers play the game at all.
That is wild, and you saw how long that arrow lasted for Limestone. Just a constant threatening presence, just getting larger and larger as they try and keep this core up, as they constantly threaten the Swaghaver does Jack Limestone. They know that they can have a push right there, and they get the second barrier thanks to Now's ever-dominating presence, and now they are trying to finish this up. Swaghaver, how did that pass? How did that shot get past Moonbeam? It did. Bounced off amazingly weird and amazingly beautifully. And they are tied up now.
Hey, we call that core speed. The core was sent fast enough to get around that drum and bass. One barrier already found. The flip, slightly awkward at an angle, takes their own double barrier. That is really awkward. And now Jack Limestone is waiting in the wings with a flip. He is waiting for this melee flip chance. Slightly awkward as now you have three people in his face and he pays for it with his life. We are in a 2v3 in favor of Constellation, but they're the ones with the open net, so Moonbeam can't push up as aggressively as he wants to.
No, and Jack Limestone already back. They are trying to get the second barrier. They do. And it is Flowers trying to get the core up to Bagel. Does. But it is Asianator barely managing to save it. Another try, however, gets the goal. Very nice shot down. Asianator just does not quite get the strike shot off in time. And it is Shell Bagel with the MVP.
Yeah, Big Ol finding the hole in the defense of Dynasty Party and rewarded for it likely with something like the Stagger Swagger to stay alive even more. No, just opts for the recovery drone, denying size away from Swaghaver, recognizing that the size would be pretty detrimental. But as the damage comp, that does mean that the enemy Brawler gets to pick up Stagger Swagger. But there is a Deadeye and Super Surge that fall to the opposite side, so I'd like to say this is roughly even, but slightly Constellation favored.
I would agree with that, actually. I feel like Deadeye Imi can be a little bit underrated, but can just pump out a lot of damage in a very, very short amount of time if you let it go. Like that. Like nearly half life gone on a now. Whole life gone on the now. Barely surviving. Wing and a prayer. Bagel gets the first barrier, pushing up for the second. Does not quite get it. Swaghaver manages to take the core away, gets that lower barrier, pushing up on the lower end. Limestone trying to come back out to help. Arrow does help keep it forward, get that second barrier. Swaghaver pushing up again, trying to finish this off. Whiplash, pardon me, and it is the black hole popped, and with that goal open, very, very scary situation. Swaghaver, Limestone, the duo, they are pushing up again. Mine comes out, but I believe that was a hop that ended up taking out Limestone. And right now, such a situation, they know it's scary. They even had the
oh god,
they even had the Pet Fortress up. My goodness.
Yeah, very dangerous for the side of Dynasty Party and quickly finished off. One other thing to keep in mind, right, is Flowers doesn't only have the Deadeye, she also has heavy impact, which makes that kill even more lethal, right? You have to play so carefully, and it is disturbingly carefully how you have to play, so it makes it very difficult for the members of Dynasty Party to live in a lot of these situations.
Yeah, look at that. Like, I believe that was just two abilities, and right now Limestone and Asianator are both lower than half-life. That cat has claws, and now they have even barriers. Pushing up does show Bagel, and they do get that second barrier. Swaghaver does manage to take it back, however, trying to even it up, trying to battle off both Moonbeam and Flowers. Does not get the barrier, however. Very dangerous. Swaghaver going to try again for this second barrier, see if they can get around this very, very carefully defensive Moonbeam.
And I mean, so well played out by Flowers and Show Bagel, but a great defense out by Jack Limestone and Swaghaver. Swaghaver looking to move in to maybe flip on the defense here. Keeps the core alive for just a little longer, forcing the flip out by Flowers. Counter flip out by Swaghaver doesn't accomplish anything. Core sent right back to Asianator. Flowers with a good Cyber Sweat attempt to catch that cross, and it just gets sent to the opposite side where Showbagel is awaiting with a flip. Melee with Asianator. This looks so dangerous. Synergy needs to be there. Great defense out by Asianator. Saves it back onto that top side. Swaghaver catches the rebound, and Flowers needs to be careful with their life. Second barrier finally taken, but not enough as Showbagel finds the strike against Asianator.
Beautiful sequence, and Showbagel right there, when necessary, manages to get that strike in between them, and they are 2-up. Very well positioned to take this set. First barrier already goes down, trying to make this happen quick. Flowers tries to push it out. Swaghaver says no. Core going back and forth briefly with both Limestone and Swaghaver trying to push up forward. They do get the first barrier. They get the second barrier. Limestone trying to make it a goal. Does not quite get it, however. And there is Swaghaver already waiting for the reception. Intercepted by Flowers. Very, very close situation here. Very dangerous one.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Swaghaver has the Stagger Swagger, so he is able to live for a little bit longer. Now, the other thing I also want to mention is the past two games, which team has won? The team with a lot more damage than the other. and it is looking to follow suit this game as well. A good log to save the core for the time being. Cast-to-last dash, making sure that Showbagel is stunned for a little longer, but this is looking all but over as Showbagel has this flip in melee range, misses the flip, and Swaghaver is looking to counter as Jack Limestone tries to reinforce Swaghaver. Nothing found just yet. The Firewall Sentry dropped both defensively and offensively thanks to that aerial's range, and Swaghaver's taken off the map. A great Tofu Fortress to stop the Cyber Swipe attempt, but in a 2v3, it's looking all but over for Dynasty Party.
Yeah, they are trying to fight as desperately as they can. Moonbeam slings it out to the other half. Swaghaver intercepts it. Bagel intercepts the interception. With the flip, Moonbeam sends it across the map. Flowers trying to finish it off with their own flip. Still no. Incredible defense from both sides going out. Oh, Rasmus trying to push ahead. Rasmus trying to push ahead. This is going very fast. Flip, another comes out. Moonbeam saves it. Swaghaver trying to keep it up front. Pendulum swing goes out. Manages to keep it in possession, if only barely. And manages to get it down in the lower corner.
Yeah, both teams playing on a knife's edge here. Dynasty Party has been playing so well because they have no right to be holding as well as they are against the damage and all of the creations of Constellation, but they are, right? And Flowers nearly gets that second barrier. Great hold once again by Asianator. Jack Limestone, Swaghaver answer on this top side for the first barrier. Perhaps a second thanks to that drone. Jack Limestone needs to be a little bit careful. Flipping in melee range, finds the second barrier, and now has to live against the damage, and he lives and finds the goal against Moonbeam. We could actually have a change of fates here.
That was incredible. The black hole popped it into the log popped it into the arrow, and the arrow popped it into the goal. Wild sequence, but that shows you just how scary Now's creations can be. And they already have one barrier in this next round, and they very nearly take off Swaghaver. It is very fierce. The damage is pouring out. Black hole gets popped. Asianator moving up a little bit, trying to keep that core off their side of the field. They do. Arrow comes out, trying to force it again, but it's Bagel with the pop and the kill. Gets one barrier, gets two barrier. Can we get a triple? Goal? No. Flip comes out. It has to try and keep it clear. Asher trying to stay up front, become a threatening presence as Swaghaver trying to force this next barrier. They do get it. Jack Limestone already was waiting in the wings, missed the strike. Firewall Sentry comes out. Glitch, pop, and Cyber Swipe trying to take out Swaghaver, trying to reduce that threat. No sale, not yet, but that Cyber Swipe, perfectly timed, gets the goal. Gets the set.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a travesty for Dynasty Party that they have to lose it like that because they've been holding so well, and then Flowers gets a clutch Cyber Swipe, perhaps rewarded for it with either the extra special or the perfect form. Both amazing picks for the IME, and yeah, opts for this perfect form. The Rasmus, I suppose, could grab some sort of spark or just the rapid fire. Yeah, and then the Monu gets denied away from Now, so Now doesn't even get that, so it's not ideal, but Now at least gets the extra special, which is more healing to deal with the damage on the opposite side.
Yeah, and Asianator with the dude who just kind of like got blocked out entirely from anything they really wanted. Has to go for like the 1-2 punch, and that may be a bit of a concern there as Constellation get that first barrier, but get one of their own taken right back. Dynasty not willing to go gently into this good night so easily.
Yeah, they've taken one barrier, a second actually found by Jack Limestone off of that rebound. Careful to not take the damage against Flowers as I mean a misclear out by Asianator means that the core is still able to stay forward, but now he's dealing with an open net and so much damage on Jack Limestone. Flowers is looking for her next prey as this Now is sitting so low, but it doesn't matter when Swaghaver has the whiplash.
Just a very nice connection, very good force through. It's Rasmus, loves to do that. Now we need to see if they can keep this up. First barrier, yep, first barrier goes down. takes it very fast, trying to force the way through. Flip comes out, gets immediately stuffed. Jack Limestone looking very low as the core is cleared out. Firewall comes out, trying to push it away. Does not. Jack Limestone manages to get the barrier, pays for it with their life. Swaghaver trying to keep things up in the corner, trying to stall out a bit of that power play. And right now, Asianator nearly try to get the squeeze on them as well. Both barriers, however, down for Dynasty, and nearly pushes through with a path splitter.
Yeah, Flowers actually stepping up to save Showbagel's life because Asianator was going for an assassination attempt on the Asher, but Flowers showing up in time tanks that log for the Asher. And then there's that flip now, out by the Constellation goalie, taking the core to the opposite side. Asianator needs to defend against this drum and bass. Swaghaver striking to keep the core in play for at least a little bit longer. Jack Limestone keeping the core on this bottom side. Swaghaver hoping to capitalize. A good cyber swipe means that the black hole is still up, so that's dangerous for the defense of Dynasty Party. But they keep the core clear for a little longer, and Swaghaver with this flip might just use it on this offense. In the corner it is. There's that flip. It gets intercepted by Moonbeam, and now the core is on the opposite side. As Flowers gets a pass up to Showbagel, who looks to take it in, but it's still not in yet.
That has been an amazing hold, an amazing save from Moonbeam. Intercepted the pendulum swing, did Flowers, trying to push it up, push it through to, excuse me, pushed it through to Bagels, pushed it past Asianator. Very nice commitment to that play, very good striking.
Yeah, very well played by Constellation, and they're looking to close this out in set 4. They don't want to go to set 5 and give the members of Dynasty Party any chance to get more survivability, more core control potential. And a great hook out by Swaghaver means he has potential to get 2 barriers, only 1, and it might get answered back on the opposite side. There's that second barrier finally found. Jack Limestone's moving in for the flip, in melee, finds it, and Dynasty Party is up 2-1 in the 4th set.
Yeah, Constellation may not want to go to set 5, but Dynasty versus, hey, we are all for set 5. We in this to win this. So now they need to prove it. First off, however, they do lose a bit of the strike war to Constellation. That first barrier goes down. It is answered very quickly, though. Jack Limestone trying to force it down to that second barrier. Very nice swing by Swaghaver. Gets that second barrier. Constellation trying to answer back.
Yeah, Constellation, they want to answer back with this flip. It's struck away by Jack Limestone, and a flip out by Flowers. She doesn't have it anymore for the offense or the defense, but the members of Dynasty Party are looking really low. Lots of damage as Jack Limestone needs to play his life. A good strike out by Swaghaver. That's a show of swag if I've ever seen one.
Amazing timing, amazing core placement. They get the set off of that with Jack Limestone as your MVP for this set.
Yeah, likely picking up the Spark of Rezil or the Stacks, right? Stacks needs to be very careful because he is taking so much damage, but hey, the speed means it's easier to survive, but no, just opts for the simple pick of Spark of Rezil. Glass Cannon for Flowers is dangerous because it's more damage. Big Fish, finally some size on Swaghaver, and it's probably the best size for him to have because it also offers him Stagger. So I think overall, I feel like Dynasty Party pretty heavily won this draft, even with the stacks on Asianator now. So we'll have to see, can Constellation close this out, or is Dynasty Party going to take it home?
Yeah, I also agree with that. I feel like Dynasty Party has kind of like scaled up to what they need to like really survive this, even though Constellation got that first barrier and got the kill. Ouch. Goodbye, Swaghaver, for a little bit. They are trying to push forward for this second barrier. Jack Limestone and Asianator, however, doing a very good job at keeping it out and do manage to take a barrier for their own. They want to keep that going. Swaghaver getting to the core, trying to push it forward. Firewall Sentry coming out. Bagel trying to push forward, force their influence on this situation. Beautiful flip, though. Gets the second barrier, and right now it is Constellation looking good. Feeds out to Bagel. Flip waits out everything, but a little bit too patient.
Yeah, a little too patient, and it gets cleared out. A good clear by Moonbeam and Flowers, but the strike shot means it stays forward once again. The Whiplash in the corner, pendulum swing, taking that second barrier, and Moonbeam needs to be careful. They have this flip, but they may not get a chance to use it, as Jack Limestone, he just slots it in that top side, and what was looking to be a very convincing point for Constellation flips on its head.
Yeah, I think Dynasty Party has kind of like found their groove, found their win conditions, and they're trying to play to it much better. Although not quite a great clear out there, they get that barrier taken to Constellation, and now they are in a very good position to kind of almost, I won't say put this one out of reach, but cause some definite worries in the head of Constellation for Dynasty Party. They do get one barrier, however, tied up on both sides in terms of that. And very nice cyber swipe comes out. Very nice flip comes out in response as they battle along the lower edges for a brief period of time. Trying to get that barrier desperately is Swaghaver, and they are not letting go of it.
Yeah, not letting go they are, as a great primary up by Moonbeam means that the barrier isn't found. A good strike war won by Swaghaver, and now they just need to put it in. Flowers waiting in the wings with her own core flip, tries to use it to put some damage, and Swaghaver is completely staggered. He is not a stagger haver today, and there is that black hole that's finally popped, makes this defense for Moonbeam and Flowers a lot easier. Showbagel tries to get this second barrier, but Swaghaver, he dead touches it forward, and Asian Eater needs to be careful, has his flip on the defense. Pass forward to Jack Limestone to Swaghaver, not yet found. The pad splitter blocked by the lifeline to make it easier for Asian Eater to clear. There's that flip to the opposite side. It goes up to Jack Limestone, who tries to find it in that corner, doesn't yet find it to that drum and bass. A flip out by Moonbeam, sent back and forth. It just keeps changing sides, and Jack Limestone, he ends it once again with no evade. Jack Limestone finds another goal.
That core was moving so fast and so far. It was almost a miracle that either team could keep up with it, but it was Jack Limestone in the end managing to do so. And with this next point going out, very quick, two barriers taken for Constellation. They're trying to battle back very fast. They've had some issues. Jack Limestone taken out, and it is all Constellation this point. Flip from Flowers gets it past the dueling Bagel and Asian Nature.
Yeah, Constellation really needed that to punch back against Dynasty Party. But if you look at the energy meters, it's not really looking particularly great for anyone, but it is still a little more Dynasty Party favored. And there's that double barrier. We might just end it here off of a few good rebounds from Dynasty Party. Moonbeam finally clears it, and Showbagel, he takes his first barrier. Firewall Sentry dropped in the midfield, not available now for this next barrier. Next barrier actually found. It's an open net both ways. It could get closed out, and we are going to set 5.5 Silver Scrapes.
Oh, this is what you like to see. So this is it. Who's going to manage to survive just that little bit longer? Is it going to be Constellation? Is it going to be Dynasty Party? Core starts out in Constellation's territory. One barrier taken. Dynasty Party trying to make it two. Swaghaver trying to push down. It does get cleared out for a brief moment. They are trying to push back, get their own barrier. It does Constellation. Swaghaver trying to say no. Abilities flying out. Swaghaver moving down on the bottom, trying to get a feed from Jack Limestone. No sale, however, pushing it back forward into the Constellation's territory. And this core going back and forth. This point is for all the marbles. Neither of them want to give up those barriers. 2-1. It is very worrisome for Constellation at this point.
Yeah, worrisome indeed, as the core is just in melee range. Good saves out by Moonbeam and Showbagel. Swaghaver needs to be careful with his life. Death touch to hook it out of that flip, and that's one wasted flip for Constellation. They have another on this defense should they need it, and the flip is used to put damage onto Swaghaver, not save the barrier. That barrier does fall. Swaghaver sending the core back forward to Jack Limestone. That's one barrier on the opposite side, perhaps a second. No second barrier found just yet. That means Dynasty Party does have this barrier advantage. Pass forward, intercepted again and again by Flowers, trying to feed it forward to Showbagel. Pass down. The cyber swipe missed, and Swaghaver finds the top corner. The perfect pitch is not enough, as Dynasty Party is looking nasty today.
Very beautiful. Honestly, I loved how they managed to find their focus, come back, and coordinate for that victory. Beautiful passing, beautiful offense, really. Beautiful willingness to stick to the play, stick to the point, and try and just muscle their way through on what was, at times, nearly impossible to overcome onslaught.
Yeah, 32 minutes slobber knocker as for once today on Atlas Lab, the core control focused team takes it over the damage, the overwhelming damage on the opposite side as we see numbers of 50k on both of the forwards of Constellation, while on the other side, everyone has about this 30k and they're just trying to live and score, and hey,
Yeah.
it worked out for them in the end.
Yeah, some like damage often rules the roost here, but the simple truth is that you can hurt the other team all you want, but if the other team score more than you, you still lose. That's just the simple mathematics of the situation, and they proved it this time.
And that they did. Now, interested to see, this is going to be Dynasty Party against Starbreakers. Well, I said it once, Dynasty Party was able to overcome the damage of Constellation, but an arguably much stronger team in Starbreakers is really going to test them, whether or not they can deal with this damage. And that is for them to see, but for us, before we head off, is there anything else you want to say, P-Flare?
I hope y'all enjoyed this look at my face, and I hope y'all enjoyed this look at these incredible teams that are battling for a position in the most illustrious Omega Strikers League in the world.
Yeah, now with that, I suppose that's it for the two of us. You guys will be joined by two very amazing casters on the next side of this block. But with that, I shall send us off. Take care, everyone. Don't go anywhere.
Peace out.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the North American Strikers something broadcast because it's Launchpad. A qualification for all three leagues is here. I'm here with Envy, and we're here to watch Polar versus Woe. And Woe Chills. They've done quite a bit over the offseason.
Absolutely. I mean, their LAN run looking really great, ensuring themselves a nice top 6 placement there. But they do have a little bit of a sub here. We got King Clam showing up right now, taking the place of Taco for this series here. And of course, we got Polar Cortex, like you mentioned here, the Fool, I, and Name Chaotic. A lot of players that you guys already know and love. And I mean, you know, all three of these teams, or sorry, all two of these teams. I say all three players on each team, but either way, we're gonna get into it in just a moment here, though. As we're starting up, things are gonna get pretty interesting. Is oh right, yes, I not actually pronounced I. It's actually A. My bad. I do that all the time, and we're gonna work on that one. Looks like we're probably getting into Clarion Test Chamber as the first map here, though. Let me see if I can bring everything up. Absolutely, we are, dude. Getting into that one. We have the Starting Awakening Set 2, Spark of Agility and Castellas. What do you think we're gonna be seeing here? I mean, Castellas, we might be seeing Fool taking on some Kai. Thoughts?
Yeah, definitely a possibility. We'll see the draft in just a second. I do expect the bans to include Octavia, for sure. And as we take a look, they indeed do so. Of course, you don't want to be dealing with that if you're Polar Cortex. On the other hand, the Kai taken away by Woe Chills, and I'm a little interested in the Woe Chills composition. It's X Era Mako. That's a comp that we haven't seen in quite a bit, with Era falling out of favor. But there's one thing that's about this comp, and it's that it's easy to pilot, very reliable.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're saying, sure, Era definitely has fallen out of the meta a little bit here. But man, when the team is go ahead support X, who's actually doing pretty well this season, you know, you can't really go wrong, especially with Mako on your team, who's seen as like really high level goalie right now. I mean, she kind of has all those tools to make it work. And man, so respectful banning Octavia with Cast to Last. I mean, you just don't want to fall into that trap where you're trying to either get her out of the play, or just kill her, or just lose to her. So it's really good to end up banning that here. And we do have Fool, you know, getting that Kai banned like we mentioned before, and jumping onto the Atlas here. Big defensive goalie, another pretty big pick as far as this season has gone, favoring a lot of the melee goalies recently, as characters like Zentaro getting picked a little bit more, Juliet. But either way, also having Rasmus, Juno too. Since the last patch though, Juno has taken like a slight hit though, as Mag Souls has been the one to get nerfed a little bit here, respectfully and necessary. Thank you, Aesop, for listening here. But we're getting on into it now. Everyone except for the Fool and Ken Clam taking the Spark of Agility. So we're going to be dueling in the drafts for these Sparks now, as one of these barriers is going to go down here to open goal for the side of Woe Chills. Name Chaotic looking to be weak right now, though, but Z has the ball, but actually gets it stolen. With a nice strike on the bottom side there. A little unexpected for Woe Chills, and going to take that first point nicely.
Very, very nicely. I really like how just bought the space in the bottom side, just controlled space here. A little bit of an awkward kickoff, but I think we can expect this team of Woe Chills to start a little bit slower, right? X-Era Mako, full scaling being drafted here. Not a lot of immediate range that this team has. They got to scale the speed, but so far I think they're being able to keep up quite reliably. In ZZZ, the KO monster, the greatest damage player of history, really showing up right now.
That is facts. Z might be the greatest damage player in all of history. And just getting up in your face like that, just being a true menace, having a lot of the support with his team members too. And look at that, setting up the Maelstrom on the top side while Z and Ken Clem cover the bot and the mid. And that's perfect what you'd like to see from this team. And slow startup indeed. Even Era isn't super great with one Awakening, but she gets something like Monumentalist to help out really big scaling late game. She gets something like Rapid Fire to keep the opposing team slowed and small. I mean, she has really great potential to just continue the support for this team.
Yeah, but that point's already over. Name Chaotic and A, so mobile, so much coverage on this team, and ZZ and Kenklam doing a little bit of ball and ballers action with the steps after the goal. Wait a second, you're stealing that one.
Yeah, it is going to be definitely a little harder for the Woe Chills team, right? Like Z took Siphoning Wand, sticking to their guns with just going for KOs a lot, but that's going to reduce your movement speed by a whole lot, basically all around in general, as if they don't end up getting those kills, and not even pummelers, right? So if they go for the kill and get it, we're not going to get the 30% speed, so they're really going hard on trying to get some kills, and it's going to be difficult, although they do have a barrier down here and almost get the second one, but a really nice Astral Projection there from the Fool is going to keep that barrier alive. Z looking a little bit weak, going to try to stay safe next to that barrier near the wall, like barrier, like wall barrier, not actual barrier. I know it's like a secret term that we use in this game, but kind of a wall barrier there, as they're going to keep him out of the play for a while. He's on the top side, trying to sneak around there, though, and it's going to just be KenClam and Cakes holding this down until Z gets a little bit of health, but they do lose a barrier in the process. Z does get back in the game, though, and this is their chance to see if they can get this barrier down from Polar Cortex. Cakes keeps it alive here with that primary, though. KenClam gets an awkward dribble, but keeps himself alive here. Cakes going to go for the flip, got a strike where they were in Chaotic, and it actually ends up winning it, though, as overtime is going to roll over, and they're going to see if they can just get this barrier to keep themselves even.
Keeping it even so far. Fool with a crazy shot to the bottom side, but the core speed to name Chaotic to the bottom corner, but it bounces off the very edge of the corner. ZZ keeping possession for now. The flip goes wide, and all it takes is one overtime slime. And name Chaotic in position as winning the strike wars against KenClam, but KenClam gets it forward. ZZ with the Siphoning Wand taking the Fool down. Can Wochills hold for a little while longer is the question, but the perfect angle from name Chaotic right as the Fool goes down. It's a margin of pixels.
That was clutch there for Name Chaotic. Getting that primary on the top side right as the goalie goes down. Z was working on him for a little bit there and just took a little too long here. Of course, Atlas does have an ultimate that keeps you alive and heals you up, so we'll see what happens here in this draft. Of course, we have a lot Spark start. We're going to get a Spark here too, which is really big as far as the next couple of scaling situations. But Stinger, honestly, Stinger X is like one of the most deadly things that could show up, especially for Z. He's going to stick to you like really just like a bee, right? A bee on a flower here, and it's going to be tough for the enemy team to survive this in any situation. So we'll see if they can keep themselves alive. They did take a little bit of health here, though, and Cakes, unfortunately, left with Adrenaline Rush. Isn't going to be too effective here.
Yeah, it's really looking like the ZZ Comfort Zone. Siphoning Wand, like you mentioned earlier, right? Combined with that Stinger is going to make the Fool have a bad time here. The orbs being stolen, the Expanse looking temporary, and with that Celestial Intervention already gone, ZZ can get back to work.
Yeah, only one barrier down, though, here. Fool at full health right now. I can kind of feel that their strat might be like, we have KenClam Cakes hold it down while Z just works on somebody for a while, but it doesn't seem to be happening just yet. X might need some cooldown, maybe something from like Perfect Form if they can find it out later, but A gets a really great Strike War win there with that secondary to grab the final barrier onto the bottom side. Cannot reach, cannot run, and that is, I mean, you get hit with Momentum Boots, your speed turns right off, and that's like a really good strat here for Name Chaotic to kind of stick to Cakes there and maybe get a nice little whiplash to slow him down as we have A just get it on in there with that strike, and that's just what we're going to be seeing here.
Yep. Mr. KenClam to the top side. ZZ taking down Name Chaotic for now. The orb being stolen to flip away. But again, the Celestial Intervention doing so much work. The Atlas pick perfect in the spot for the Fool. Not just the melee goalie defensive prowess, but the little bit of healing. Just keeping them barely alive. Name Chaotic barely getting the flip off and barely getting the barrier.
Yep, grabs a orb to keep himself alive too. Cakes has a primary to keep the ball away from that goal for just a moment here. Name Chaotic approaching here with the whiplash, more deadly situation, but Cakes does eventually get out of it here, though. Name Chaotic looking a little bit weak continually. Cakes does have Adrenaline Rush. They could maybe find themselves dumping some cooldowns onto Name Chaotic. Yeah, here we go. Z starting it up here, though, trying to get him out. But they can't seem to find the situation. Again, we have the Celestial Intervention. We have Reverberation on the Fool, giving him extra cooldown, which is going to make a big situation here. Strike War for A. The flip, just a little bit too late from Cakes, and A and Name Chaotic do end up overwhelming right there and securing that point. They need one more here to get them to, you know, this is kind of a big lead here for Polar Cortex if they end up taking this point.
Yeah, it really would be. It would put them in a very good spot. It would really limit the scaling of Wochills, force them into a must-win situation. And look at the meter. It's very low, but not for A, who blinks forward, gets the barriers, and now it's doomsday for Wochills.
Yeah, we don't have really much scaling on the X. A lot of damage on the X, but can't seem to land what they need. The Fool is keeping them alive. Again, Astral Projections comes out here, though. Cakes spending the Ensnare Drum to try to keep the ball in check here, though. KenClam can't seem to get hold of this ball. Z can't really get hold of the ball either, though, as we have the Expanse defending quite easily. Z is now the one who is staggered here, though. A, keeping the ball away from this barrier as much as they can. The Fool on the backside is really just an unstoppable wall situation. Wochills is just having the hardest time ever. They haven't scaled, and honestly, this next situation of Awakenings is all it's going to need as they send it right up to Name Chaotic, and he's going to sink it in. And this is it. This is Wochill's last situation, last chance to get a really valuable Awakening. Maybe just some cooldown or movement on this X is what they need.
Yeah, but it's not looking too good. The 1-2 punch has arrived. The capability to also deny the aerials perhaps, but no, it's just going to be the core speed for A, who has so much agency in this game. Even if Name Chaotic or the Fool gets taken out, this Juno is going to be doing a lot of work no matter what. As you look down the draft, though, there's a lot good for the X here, and that spec training falls all the way down to ZZZ.
Oh man, that was unexpected to see ZZZ get something pretty valuable in the side of even more damage. I mean, what's more damage than one Stinger? I guess it's specialized training, sure, but the Fool has kind of kept them in check here with this Astral Projection, a little extra cooldown. Now gets Monumentalist, which will help them defend as well with the Expanse, and we'll see if Z can get it done here. Cake's going to defend it here with the Drum and Bass up to Name Chaotic. Wins that duel there. Cake's going to keep the one alive. KenClam dueling here with A as well, and they get it down to ZZZ, but no problem strike shotting that one away. Again, keeping away from the double. Cakes does keep one barrier at least. ZZZ has a chance against the Fool here, though. Spends the flip. Great angle to get around the Expanse, and now it's in the hand of Cakes to try to fight it out here with KenClam. Lots of blobs, and they do successfully get it out one more time with the Drum and Bass. It's going to make it work. Down to KenClam here to see if they can get past A one more time to get the ball in the hands of Z, who's just working on punching everyone, getting some extra energy, but it's going to lose the barrier in return. I mean, this is a tough situation here for Wochills. Like, it's really just Cakes and KenClam against Name Chaotic and A the entire time.
Dangerous spot in overtime now. Flip available. Name Chaotic good. Ensnare Drums from Cakes right on time. But the Slimes keep on going. Too many hits to deal with the flip burn from Cakes. And now it's ZZZ on the chopping block. This X is too squishy at the moment. KenClam's got to do some magic here with the NATO perhaps. Setting up for ZZZ. But the core speed again just gets it out of the corner. Cakes has to do some magic to the bottom side. The Fool's flip is burned. And a great primary coming out from Cakes to slow it down. But Name Chaotic has so much mobility right now.
Yeah, really love that defense there for Cakes, and they do eventually find it. They find the kill on ZZZ, giving them the power play and a whole insane amount of advantage in this point. We'll see if they can keep it alive here. KenClam and Cakes against the world right now. As we're going to have Name Chaotic move forward, we're going to send the Ensnare Drums. It's going to be just long enough to get ZZZ back on the board, and we'll see if we can land a point. It's actually going to go straight past the Fool here. KenClam, with just a straight line shot, is just good enough. The Fool can't get there in time, and Wochills keeps himself alive on this board.
Keeping themselves alive, looking for a little bit more here perhaps. That was magical, the way they got that last point. I thought it was over for them.
It did feel over, I'll say it. Team has enough determination to keep this one alive, though. ZZZ spends the X Maximus, can't get too much off it, though. Cakes gets stuns, but keep that one alive. Survives the Death's Touch, but we're going to lose one barrier there, as we're definitely out of cooldowns at this point. Going to lose one barrier on the other side as well. KenClam, okay, we got a flip here from Cakes on up over to the Fool. KenClam and Z have a situation where they can almost triangulate here, but they do keep Name Chaotic out of the play, which is maybe something that they need here just to get themselves enough, like, time. And that's what they need against the Fool, against Atlas. You need just a little bit more time, and they do finally get that barrier away. Name Chaotic still can't really get into the play with the threat of ZZZ there, and they can almost get this nice pass play going here. Name Chaotic against the world once again. All three players are here, and now ZZZ is going to make quick work of Name Chaotic.
KenClam down to the bottom side, forcing out the Expanse. Big cooldown burned, and a big opportunity for Wochill. ZZZ, what a perfect shot to the bottom corner.
KenClam with that great pass on over to him as well, and the team, they make it happen. They survive. They finally get Name Chaotic out of there, and we do have Spark of Resilience still in the draft somewhere. If Wochills does manage to take this, they get another chance to get some scaling, and it might be I mean, I'd say definitely in their favor at this point here. X could use anything right now, but Chaotic gonna try to keep Cakes away from the barrier, and does with that Death's Touch, man. Tough situation for Cakes. Nice evade is going to allow them to strike the barrier, or strike the ball away from this goal one more time. ZZZ can't seem to get it past the Fool. Goes in for the bull rush there, gets the flip. Going to lose a strike war. A really tight situation there from Chaotic, who's going to successfully get that one in and bring Polar Cortex that much closer to winning this series.
Yep, that much closer, but this 1 point that Wochills needs is huge, right? This X-era Mako could scale out of control if they get that one opportunity, and KenClam and ZZ, this is this team's home. The Goo variant, Project Obscura is going to be so much for the damage potential of this team as that flip goes barely wide from A.
Yeah, just a tiny bit too wide. Chaotic approaching here with that flip. Cakes tries a couple of cooldowns to keep it away, but Chaotic's going to successfully grab that barrier. ZZ flying in onto the defense now. Notices that we are in a whole lot of trouble, that you end up clearing the ball. Ends up with this era speed going onto ZZZ now, but looking a little bit weak, and to try to take the Fool down with him. But we do have the heal coming out, and it's going to be ZZZ actually staying alive. The Fool losing a lot of health to this Stinger as Chaotic almost makes it in. They actually end up losing, they lose KenClam in the situation. Oh my god, the Blob is going to get it past Cakes. And now Polar Cortex bring it back, almost reverse 3-0 on this set, and that's going to be huge. Last point here. Man, Wochills needs to keep it alive.
Yeah, they need to keep it alive. It's so dangerous if they can get to the orb, though. This is a huge pickup for them, but it'll be named Chaotic instead, who is a massive Rasmus looking to pendulum swing someone off the map, perhaps, but a really good NATO by KenClam might start the damage potential for Wochills here.
Yeah, that was great. Actually basically disabled the Rasmus, and even more now, as ZZ is going to end up taking out Chaotic in this huge power play here. This is the chance for Wochills to keep themselves alive. Taking off the flip here absolutely keeps that barrier alive, but A keeps winning strike wars against KenClam and ZZZ, which is going to result in 0 barriers for Wochills, and now ZZZ is the one who has just about no health, looking really small and sad right now. A looking huge and happy at this point. They have one barrier down though, and now it's gonna be the Fool defending even more against this team here, though. ZZ losing a strike war there, has another chance with KenClam, but now, I mean, look at Polar Cortex on the full defense. They do eventually stun Cakes, get him away from the barrier, and now the situation is here where they just don't have a barrier to rely on. A stun combination here with A and is actually not gonna be good enough. Chaotic can't seem to land that one in, but it's gonna go back to Chaotic here. Really close situation. Death's Touch. Cakes keep it alive. A on the bottom side here, and they're going to keep it alive one more time.
Yeah, dangerous spot once again. 2 barriers to none. Wochills on death's door still, and that might just be fatal here as the core slips past ZZ one more time. Chaotic in position, almost KO'd, but once again, the Cosmic Intervention comes out, and the KO onto ZZZ by the single slime.
That's going to be huge. They have 2 flips here for the side of Polar Cortex. A big one coming in here from Giant Rasmus. Waits it out completely until the flip is all gone. Everyone's used up their cooldowns, their strikes, everything. And Polar Cortex ends up taking that series over Wochills in a pretty astounding ending there.
Very, very well played by Polar Cortex. They now advance the qualification match against either the Ballin' Ballers or the Star Breakers. It's sure to be a good one.
Absolutely. Here, let's take a look at some of these stats here, though. Now, we know ZZZ, of course, the killing master here, did in fact do the most damage, did in fact get the most KOs, but honestly, his, you could see the redirects, their strategy was really exactly that. ZZZ punches the opponents, not really the ball, but he just couldn't find those kills. The Atlas with the extra cooldown with that Celestial Intervention was just too much. Not only does it heal you, but it keeps you alive if you fall off the map there, though. So it's actually a really great pick for the side of Polar Cortex, as they know ZZZ is really going to be trying to knock their heads in. So I'm going to give that one over to Polar Cortex for that nice character pick there. And honestly, they played it well in general. You know, each of those map situations, we saw the Fool blocking midfield as A and Chaotic were really putting on the pressure, and that's exactly what you like to see, especially when a character like Mako is just spending the cooldowns to try to really help support the X, and if X is staggered and shattered and you can't really do much, well, we're spending the cooldowns to keep the ball forward, not really happening. So really great work from Polar Cortex.
Yep, but we have another series ready and waiting for you guys. Another winners quarterfinal to make it to the qualification match for a liftoff here. It's going to be Atlas's Diversified Resume versus Coconut Catastrophe. Two very, very long names after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Hello everyone, we're back and we're here with ADR versus Cat. Atlas's diversified resume versus Coconut Catastrophe. Who's making these team names?
A a damn genius. That's who's making these team names. And this is going to be another really good one here. Looking at some of the top seeds coming in hot, bro. We got this team right now. Wallaby Gangsta, General Tweed, Dran. Honestly, a really solid turnout for this team. Looking really good. We're going to head on over to Atlas Lab as well. And they're going to be playing against Xert, Spartan, and Doxy here. All players, as usual here as we're getting on into that Launchpad. Really exciting gameplay to see who can place where when it comes to the liftoff. And we got perfect form. We got Deadeye. Only one player taking Deadeye. Doxy here trying to do a little bit more damage when it comes to getting some kills here, though they do have Asher on their side as well, so they might be able to. We do see that Atlas picked as well against the X again in this set. We already saw it last set. It was kind of a godsend to see something like Celestial Intervention against X trying to do damage. So we'll see if that comes up again even in this series here.
I think it really might, and Wallaby with the strike reset, finding the last barrier here, but yeah, that little bit of less damage is so valuable when, especially with this Fini, the damage starts stacking up. General Tweed and Wallaby with the passing plays, though. They're maintaining possession
nice.
so well. Spartan and Doxy, they don't know what to do.
Yeah, that was a really good hold there from Twee, holding on to that strike there and then giving it to Wallaby Gangsta right when the time was right there. So well-deserved point for the side of Atlas's diverse resume. Maybe I say that, maybe I say the long version every single time, but gonna start off on this next point here. A lot of damage coming on to Xert already, but he does grab a barrier here as they're gonna defend the second one away. Spartan gonna move up with a projection, possibly get an expanse opening here. Wallaby maybe had a sniff there of the double, but not gonna work out just yet though. We have 3 flips for the side of ADR right now, so they're looking pretty scary, even though they still have 2 barriers to go through right now. That might result in 0, as they're going to focus a little bit of damage onto Xert here and get them out of the play for just a second. Spartan steals the flip, but it's going to get struck there from Wallaby Gangsta, who's looking to do a little bit more damage, get a little bit closer, as Spartan and Xert end up clearing that one away. We looking a little bit weak on their side, though. Let's see if they can keep this ball alive. Flips a little bit too late, loses the barrier in return. Not a good enough angle to grab one of themselves, and now we have a power play here for ADR as they end up finding they end up finding Xert on the bottom side there.
A very big KO here. If they can convert this into a barrier, that would be huge, but a good strike by Doxy up to the top side. And now Wallaby's the one who's in danger. Mr. Xert with a dash punch off, and the power play is swung completely around.
Absolutely. Cat showing up here with their own power play. Doxy flying on in there, getting that slime to defeat Dran in that drum and bass duel. And it's going to be Doxy successfully taking that one here. Cat on the board. Deadeye making the core a little bit faster. Juno does still get like that red ball core speed benefit with just like the strike with friends passive in overtime. So Deadeye is really just going to help benefit that as well.
Yeah, that's going to be very huge here. Mr. Xert being taken down low, but once again, the Celestial Intervention comes out really hard. And Doxy with a really nice strike placement to the bottom side finds a barrier here. And Mr. Xert with the follow-up strikes, a triple take backfiring for General Twee. And it's looking pretty good for Coconut Catastrophe after they've settled in.
Yep, looking solid on this one here. 2 barriers down. Wallaby Gangsta's going to try to make a play here with General Twee, but they do get defended nicely here. Spartan with some good cooldowns is going to keep that ball away. Now in the hands of Twee, who has this flip. Gangsta looking a bit weak right now, but Spartan not under too much pressure here with a couple of cooldowns. A flip Doxy on the bottom side, but the expanse is not going to be enough, as Wallaby Gangsta's on the front there and gets the bull rush and ends up slaying Spartan. And again, Doxy also going down here. General Twee no problem knocking them out, and even Xert was a little bit weak there. They might have been looking for an ace, but they don't need it, as they're going to strike right past with that nice 3v1 power play, and it's going to be ADR looking good right now with all of this perfect form.
That is really just an example of this team, right? It looked really down for them. They were really on the back foot, but they found the damage out, but they found the KOs, and then they converted pretty cleanly. That's why ADR is the seed 1 here, not counting the teams with a bye to the second round. And they could go far here. And once again, on the wrong side of the expanse. Well played. Wallaby catching Spartan's missed strike as well on the follow-up. Good conversion by ADR as they win the set.
Absolutely. Twee successfully winning all of that just that whole situation there with the big finish against Spartan is going to net them that barrier, and Wallaby's going to move up and grab it perfectly. And that's really great synergy coming out from ADR. Now, X, the Nightmare, being the first pick on the opposing team, gets to pick whatever they want on this board. They can get training for more damage or size X. Yeah, they're going to go with size X here, and that's some of the most deadly stuff you can come across here, as it sometimes just becomes impossible to strike it past X Maximus with the Bell Ringer there. They're going to have to deal with that. But hey, extra special Atlas, maybe that'll be just enough to nullify some of this damage. Like I said, we saw last time, it really was just like a reverb that was keeping up the Celestial Intervention. But now we have the perfect form ticks to get the other cooldowns back, and we have extra special. So this could be exactly what Cat's looking for to keep themselves alive, but they are going to lose 2 barriers here.
Yeah, they definitely are. A dangerous spot. Wallaby dashing in once again. And taking a look at the Awakenings, right? Wallaby, with that additional size, is going to have such an easier time core controlling here, looking massive compared to the rest of the lobby. And that is so important in this game where they already have enough damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the size on X just does so much, especially when it comes to dealing with Atlas, right? Like, we'll have Wallaby Gangsta approach here and get hit by Expanse, but he'll be big enough to keep the ball, since Expanse doesn't really hit the ball all that hard, and it kind of feels like he can keep possession through half of Atlas's abilities here. But now we have open goal for both sides. Expanse comes out, doesn't get too much. Wallaby kind of has an open goal there. Yeah, in position with General Tweet, and they have it, bro. They feel like they're locked in. The key is set. The lock is open, and they are feeling pretty good right now. I don't even feel like they're sweating.
Yeah, they are not. It looks like lots of meter on the board as well, right? They have basically 3 flips coming up pretty soon. Wallaby's going to get hit or be the one hitting and build that up real quick. And wow, General Twee, what a solo play with the big finish there, and has a flip as well as a tree down to Wallaby. The possession just being constantly maintained by this Atlas's Diversified Resume squad. It's overwhelming.
This really is a diversified resume, as we have Wallaby Gangsta blasting that X Maximus, and a simple punch right through everyone's face is going to get that ball on in there. I mean, check the levels right now. We got 5-5 on the forwards. Dran can't even get the ball. The General Twee and Wallaby Gangsta are doing such good ball control that Dran has barely any situation where they have to defend it. And they're just one level above the opponents right now. Is going to get another kill, level 6 here. Spends the bull rush and the flip to grab a power play of their own. Doxy also taking a ton of damage there. Probably the next kill that they're looking for. But drum and bass is going to probably result in a barrier or 2 here. But the Expanse, nicely timed here from Spartan, is going to keep both of those barriers alive for now. And actually kind of winning this point, as they haven't lost a barrier yet. And Wallaby Gangsta is looking a little bit weak. If they can maybe find a way to get him out of here, this could look good for Cat.
Yeah, it might be. Wallaby, though, not getting taken out just yet. Dealing some little bit more damage here. And as General Twee drops back to help defend, Dran is sitting comfortably with the flip available. General Twee is winning strike wars in the midfield. And that leaves Wallaby so comfortable, able to pick up the orbs, able to regen. And Dran hasn't even had to use the flip yet.
Yeah, General Twee is doing such a good job of keeping the pressure up that Wallaby can just get into like the perfect position when they need it. In addition to them both holding the course so well that Dran basically always has flip. And look at that, man. That kind of synergy there with the misdirect was just so good. Right on the middle there, right through Doxy and Spartan. They're looking so powerful right now. And General Twee was really fast there, especially with that stacks, and now gets their chance to get whatever they want on this board. It could be like a Monumentalist take double barrier every ult situation.
Yeah, and that Monumentalist, like you mentioned, is going to be such a problem to deal with for this team. Spartan and Dox are going to burn so many cooldowns to deal with it. And look at Wallaby getting ever larger. It is looking so dangerous on the defense.
Yeah, that bell ringer is going to hit everyone across the board there, and especially with the recovery drone, if anything happens, he'll get one little revive here per set, so that's just a nice little piece of defense there as well. Striking past this X is going to be nearly impossible. They're going to have to try their best to strike it around, and their Spartan kind of whiffs the strike shot. They're going to lose one barrier there, but not too much trouble. Zert putting themselves as far in there as they can possibly go with that barrier beam, but only grabs one barrier in return, as all 3 players of ADR are going to return to defense for just that moment there to help Dran keep that one barrier alive. Wallaby trying to strike it past Doxy, but we do get an astral projection to keep that one alive. Now it's going to be down to Dran and Zert here, though. Dran nicely keeping that one alive also with the drum and bass. Doxy looking a bit weak, but here comes the intervention. The drum and bass also coming out to help defend, and Zert just can't get their hands on the ball when they need it, though. The barrier beams just are not working out perfectly. They need some better positioning here, possibly a little bit of aid from Doxy in some situations, but you know, ADR is just looking really good until they lose 2 barriers, and this is their chance. Catastrophe could finally cause a catastrophe of their own.
Yeah, big opportunity for Mr. Zert, but deflected away by General Twee in the corner now. And a barrier beam from Mr. Zert made it really difficult, but goes down in the end. Spartan now pushing forward. The recovery drone doing work for Wallaby. And a dangerous spot for Dran, but barely saved by the drum and bass. Doxy continuing to put on the pressure, though. And maybe Doxy can do enough here, but Spartan's evade strike is attempted, but Wallaby out-times it with the strike on the return. And now as overtime hits, it's all up to Doxy, maybe, to find an opportunity here. But once again, the big finish makes it so difficult.
Yep, we got a nice expanse there for Spartan to keep themselves alive as well. Wallaby spends the bull rush there. Doesn't get too much of it here, but it's going to be, whoa, the triple take from General Twee is actually going to clip the ball in the smallest little clippy clip I've ever seen ever. It didn't even seem like it hit it, but heck, it did. So ADR is going to grab that point as well. So they're going to try to win that kickoff there with a little bit of evade action coming in, but it's going to just be a drum and bass to kind of jail Zert for a little bit there, keep the barrier alive. Now Wallaby Gangsters turn his sights on to Zert as we're going to have General Twee spend the flip. Going to grab at least one of these barriers here. It's all you could hope for when you flip from that range as well. And man, Wallaby Gangsters still just actively looking for the ball and attacking Zert at the same time. Really great multitasking, and it's going to result in another kill. Man, Zert out of the game again here. Doxy and Spartan left to defend, spends the flip, bull rush coming in hot, almost had it, but I mean, the assistance of the big finish plus Twee on the backside is just going to be too much for that point. And now Catastrophe is experiencing a catastrophe as they are at the final point right now.
Yeah, it's looking like a march towards the end here as Wallaby, with the reach, with the size, picks up the barrier. Second barrier taken by General Twee, and this game's reaching its expiration date pretty soon.
It is indeed. Spartan might have had to flip a little bit earlier there to keep one of these barriers alive. The big finish coming out, spends it now. Wallaby Gangsta had a read on it, but Spartan misses the wall in a kind of a desperate attempt to get the ball out of there, and Doxy couldn't reach, and there you go. Wallaby Gangsta slice it on in there. ADR takes it. That size X was actually just unstoppable, really, there with General Twee on the side. And that's going to be, yeah, ADR taking that one kind of handily, I'll say it.
Yeah, and that's the expectations placed on this team, right? This team was seeded first out of the open entrance to this open entry qualifier, Launchpad number 1. And with great performances in tournaments like Pick Your Poison, I think a lot of expectations, and I think they're really living up to them right now. But they faced the Flying Blobos next to actually qualify for liftoff, and that's definitely going to be a bit of a challenge.
It should definitely pose as a challenge. The Flying Bobbles was kind of seated on in here, really just skipped it on through down to winners semis as well deserved. Taking a look at some of these stats real quick. I mean, Wallaby Gangsta doing not even the most damage, actually. General Twee ended up dealing the most damage, but they are both on top. They played to their outs perfectly here with the Finny and the X. Dran, I mean, was doing a great job of defending, but really just didn't get a whole lot of time to defend as General Twee and Wallaby were really just holding it down. And yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, the first seed, they kind of secured what they needed to, and they're going to move on to fight possibly an even stronger team in just a few minutes, as we're going to have to go to a little break here, get a little bit set up, and we'll see you guys back in just a few minutes.
Yep, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to Season 6 of Launchpad number 1 here. We had a couple of really cool matches today, and we are not even close to done. Minutes ago, we just saw Atlas's diversified resume take it over Coconut Catastrophe, and now they're going to go up against the Flying Blobo team, which we saw the other day. And they got kind of floated to winner's semis, which is pretty nice. And I mean, they have their work cut out for them here, but they're a really good team. Insane synergies we be seeing already today, and we're going to see if they can keep that one up their side. What are your thoughts on what we might be seeing this match?
Not quite sure yet. We'll have to see as the draft will be coming in. And it looks like wow. Okay, so Fireman and J-Man were the original Mag Souls users. They really popularized it. They played a lot of it in norms, and we'll see how they do. Really, it's all about the speed.
It really is all about the speed. I mean, look at that. Pensando playing goalie now. Very good on the now. But Momentum Boots here for now goalie. Momentum Boots, like, it got buffed a little bit here. But I mean, I would really like them to give him back the speed. But whatever. Either way, Momentum Boots defense goalie now, which is pretty interesting here. Like, such a big pick. I wonder... I'd like to know the thoughts on like how they think that Momentum Boots has really changed right now. And we do have, you know, Wallaby Gangsta here, like you said, taking that Magnetized Souls. General Twee's got the slick kicks this time. Dran taking the classic Mako with strike shot here. And I'm really interested to see what's going on. Actually, you know, it's funny. Fireman normally, I swear I see on the midfield here, but now we definitely see them on the goalie position. Are they like more of a midfield man?
I think they do definitely flex between both. J-Man and Fireman are both flex players. We usually see it in the opposite orientation, I do agree, but I guess this is what they're going with for now.
Fair. Fair. I will not be telling them what to do here, though, as they are going to almost get that goal. General Twee, nice active gameplay there, playing the second goalie with Dren when it's necessary, but Fireman gets that really nice pendulum swing. It's going to stun Dren, get the ball on in there, and General Twee can't do nothing about that. First point on over to the Flying Blobos, well-deserved. I mean, they beat some pretty incredible teams, including, like, Shapeshifting, Leo, and, I forgot already. Shapeshifting, Leo, and... was it?
Oh, well, you know, I couldn't tell you. Well, but it looks like they're having a bit of a struggle here against the barrier. Or maybe not. Pensando living up to the legendary status here of a player who really saved Modern Magic's season towards the tail end and made them look like a team that was together from the start. And now back on Flying Blobos, Wallaby taking so much damage here to Kazan, looking fragile as ever.
Yeah, really low health pool in general. Spends that flip, gets the barrier there as they needed to. Okay, J-Man and Pensando both looking weak, but the nice lifeline is actually going to keep them way over the top here with that health. Nice J-Man getting on in there with that barrage, keeping the position with the speed gate as well. Wallaby Gangsta can't get a chance to heal. Fireman almost gets it in there with that pendulum swing. A nice defense from Gran, and General Twee is going to keep this one alive as well. Now in the hands of Pensando to try to make it on out there. Fireman sends over the life, kind of a life boat there, really, with the Death's Touch to try to help them out, as Wallaby Gangsta is going to try to hold this midfield here with General Twee here. Dran going to defend if it gets on over there, but no problem just yet. Pensando and Fireman are going to fight it out against General Twee. They do end up getting it out as well. Dran defending nicely, almost a Giga successfully placed there from J-Man, but it's actually going to be Fireman getting it in with a lot of help from J-Man as well. They finally, man, Perseverance. That was a really tough point of back and forth there, but they do end up taking it there nicely.
Well, we'll see if ADR can turn it around here, because Flying Blobos is looking very, very worthy of that, floating up to the qualifier match here. Wallaby to the top side. General Twee trying to find a bounce here. J-Man forward, but deflected away by Fireman, who is flip holding right now and flipping Wallaby off the edge as well.
Yeah, they're doing a whole lot of damage to this Kazan, and just really low health pool, and they're taking great advantage of that right now as they're going to work on this power play. One barrier down. Fireman looking a little bit weak, though. They can just get this one barrier, but now this could be a tables turn situation. Yeah, as Wallaby Gangsta is going to get the top spin and send Fireman on off the map. General Twee and Wallaby are going to try to help get it in here with the help of Duran. Okay, we're going to spend a flip from Pensando to try to clear it out. One barrier down. Wallaby Gangsta does end up landing it here. Pensando and J-Man defending really tight against this forward team. Wallaby and Twee are keeping on the pressure, but triple goalie successfully are going to get the ball not out just yet, though. General Twee might keep it in here with this flip as well. Dran is also going to help it on through with that second passive from Mako. Is going to give a red ball here to try to keep that pressure up as well. And it's just really tough situation with this one barrier on each side.
Yeah, it's really, really tough here. Trying to get all the way around the world. And the core speed looking a little ridiculous here. And with flips available, this is huge for ADR. But Wallaby's taking so much damage. Flips the core, but deflected by Pensando. Good timing on the counter strike. And once again, Flying Blob was holding.
Yep, Dran got flipped to do it as well. General Twee has one as well to keep this offense up. Big Finish comes in, but doesn't do too much more than maybe deal a little damage to J-Man, and now he could become the target of damage as Dran is going to hold the ball for just a moment here. Grabs it over to General Twee, who has this flip, not spending it yet, has not found that spot where they want to get that offensive push going here. Giga Blast. Almost. It actually disabled Twee, but Dran had their back there with this barrier. But a Strike War win against that flip. Fireman is going to successfully grab the barrier. Now it's a tough spot here. General Twee with the strike primary is going to get it through. J-Man, who seemingly has no cooldowns left. And man, these are really tight points. I mean, that was probably like a 2.5 minute point or something. I mean, you're in overtime for quite some time there. So these are very active teams here.
Yeah, and this time, Fire Madden's the one with the energy, and if they can take these barriers quick, that could be a quick Flying Blabba's advantage. Not looking too great, though, for the moment, as Wallaby staying relatively healthy in general. Twee's pouring on a little bit of damage, but not quite enough to really make a difference, as Dran also helps out. But Fire Madden now could be the target here.
Yep, they have that flip. They're going to try to get close enough to use it, and they did get as close as they could, but not close enough to just grab that ball. Nice work there from ADR to make sure that that stays away from Fireman, and they're going to fight it out one more time here on the top side. They did lose one barrier in return. Pensando going to spend a flip. The ball got passed. Going to keep those barriers alive as well. J-Man also has a flip. Might be able to get something going here. Is going to spend it to actually survive the big finish, which is respectable there if they thought they might lose a barrier, which is all good. Wallaby Gangsta going to grab a barrier on the bottom side there. No problem. General Twee is going to spend the primary. They're getting kind of close with that flip, but again, not close enough. The Flying Blob was a really great defense when it comes to some of these flips that we're seeing from ADR.
Yeah, the defense is really pulling through here. Not letting the flip go for free, but when your midfielder's off the field, it's a lot harder to defend. An open net, no cooldowns left for Pensando. And right now we're in a 0.5 situation.
That was like a really sick, like snake-like strike hit there from Dran to actually give the ball back. Something, I know it's a nice benefit from Mako to just kind of get those red balls in overtime with that primary, and really helps, you know, get some strong redirects when it comes to grabbing those barriers. Mako being a strong character just in general, really high pick rate these days. Two flips for the side of ADR. Dran going to spend one to make sure that that ball gets out of the bottom side, but now it's all over onto the top side. J-Man misses it, so it actually clears a lot of pressure here. Okay, General Twee with a really good angle is going to make sure that they grab at least one of those barriers with that flip, fighting onto the top side with a primary. Here comes the ensnaring drums to try to maintain some control, dealing a lot of damage to Fireman as well. J-Man also below half too. We'll see if we can get a kill here from ADR as they're fighting their way through. Again, a flip onto Fireman. They just have to get a little bit closer here, and maybe they really need a double in order to survive this point.
Yeah, they need to find a big opportunity here, but Wallaby trying not to give it to them. Really good hook, really good maintain of possession here as General Twee's rushing forward with the night market speed. Wallaby's continuing to dribble it here, but now Fireman and J-Man, they look a little activated. Pensando's joining the fray as well, and the defense holds for ADR.
Okay, a lot going on here with that big finish as well. Pensando also has flip in case they need it here. They do get close enough, but Wallaby Gangsta with that pop-up is actually going to cover so much space. Yeah, he's a built different start size. Kazan, I mean, you know, we know Rasmus as basically the scaling size character and maybe like X, but Kazan, basically all of his moves are melee moves, and they will scale greatly off sides, including that pop-up, which is going to hold that whole circle of section on the bottom side there. So Wallaby getting credit for that one, but it's actually going to be General Twee with enough strikes to get the first point here perfect form on there.
Yeah, that perfect form and that 1-2 punch going to be so much utility. But on the other side, I don't think you're too sad if you're the Flying Blobbos as well. You get more speed with the aerials. You get the Monumentalist on the goalie now for way more coverage. A pretty good draft all around, I gotta say.
Yeah, pretty solid. I think Fireman gets like a little bit shafted there with the Siege Machine, but it does give you access to some things that you normally don't have, which is, you know, longer range Death Touch, which could save things. Could get extra kills, extra damage when you need it. So it's like, it's fine, it's okay. At least it buffs something, not like Stinger on a non-kill turn, but it's going to be a crazy double for this side of ADR as they're going to keep that pressure. Pensando almost getting killed there. Dran keeping that barrier alive. Now it's Wallaby Gangster, who's looking extremely weak and have to get out of the play for just a moment, which is going to apply a lot of pressure naturally. General Twee going to try to win this 2v1 and kind of does hold the line there with that 2v1. As we do have Wallaby Gangsta nice and healed up. Going to clear the ball onto the bottom side. Pensando tries to block. They get it out of that big finish. Blast! Giga Blast to make sure that barrier goes down. Trying to get the ball right over to Fireman one more time, but just this triple defense situation is going to be too much for them. And now it's actually going to go into the other side here, into the hands of Pensando. Bottom now. Fireman again looking a little bit weak, and they might try to look for a kill with General Twee's flip. Possibly could work out, or maybe just an approach here with it. And it's actually going to be a big pop-up from Wallaby Gangsta. I mean, that is an incredible amount of pressure that they're applying here, and not even with just damage, but just the presence of their positioning. General Twee and Gangsta are just covering so much space.
Lots and lots of coverage here. Fire Madden on the top side looking for a big opportunity. A lot of damage onto Wallaby and Twee. Wallaby's getting chipped out quite a bit, but if they can't KO him or at least take him out of commission, he's doing so much work with the 1-2 punch Kazan with so much presence. And Dran and General Twee really good strikes to save the barrier still, and they have meter available.
Yep, here comes one from Dran. Going to send it on out there. Make sure it tries to get cleared. But yeah, Fireman going to keep that positioning and get that on the bottom side. General Twee actually believes in the strike ward, wins it. But then the barrage comes in for J-Man to successfully get it in there. I mean, that is incredible amount of confidence from Twee to not flip there and send it on up. But they did end up getting covered by J-Man, who possibly got there because of that aerials, giving them a little bit of extra speed. So pretty solid awakening there for Kai as they're going to work on to this next point. We do have ADR with a set lead right now. So actually Flying Blobos, who has been seated on in there, is going to have to do a little bit more work to keep themselves alive here.
Yeah, they're going to have to do quite a bit of work. J-Man debuff, but not enough follow-up to really take the Kai out of the play. My eyes are still on Wallaby, though. That meter is looking very, very dangerous. Kazan with the 1-2 punch especially has such fast core flips. But speaking of core flips, it's Fireman who takes both barriers so quickly.
Yeah, really great timing there on that flip. Wallaby Gangsta now has their own situation here to get a good timing on the flip, but J-Man covers the whole line there with that barrage, tries to keep the timing of that whole flip, and does successfully, since barrages lasts quite some time. And General Twee is going to win that strike ward there with that primary assistance. Fireman goes for that really big Death's Touch. Okay, Dran not going to fall for that one. Absolutely. As the ball going to go over to Pensando and up to J-Man. Nice triangulation in there, but almost had a situation where a barrage could be huge. Okay, Dran trying to keep it out of here. It's going to be the triple take, which is going to assist General Twee in keeping this pressure up, and absolutely, it's going to be just that. General Twee and Wallaby Gangsta, so much pressure. Once again, the barrier goes down. The big finish is up. Not going to do all that much now. Wallaby Gangsta against Pensando. This could be a big situation here. Yeah, it feels enough threatening to where they have to spend that flip. Dran, no problem giving it back to General Twee here. Pensando once again, tough situation against Size Kazan with General Twee on the top side, but they are kind of surviving here. J-Man with a good defense with the help of Fireman is going to clear that one out once again. We might get a flip here from Dran, but actually General Twee is going to win that situation as well. Keeping those resources is really big at this point in the game.
Yeah, and now Dran with the flip to the other side, but Pensando, Wallaby taking a lot of damage. Fireman in also as well, but has the flip importantly, and in these open net situations, Fireman could be the one to take it all here. Looking for a rebound. Dran's strike goes out first, and that will be a great flip from the Flying Blobos, and they're looking to equalize this game.
Yeah, really great from J-Man to set up that strike right onto the middle for Fireman. I mean, that gives you the full access to the goal with that flip. Really tough to block. Kind of a fat read, but they're going to successfully sink that one in there. So they're going to also deal a ton of damage to Wallaby Gangsta, who's just really redefining the term glass cannon, right? Normally Zentaro is just that, go in there, do so much damage, and also die immediately. But Kazan is really just in the same archetype, right? Like, he's got all this pressure, all this size, all of these moves to use, but he really low health pool and susceptible to dying all the time. And again, already shattered right now. One barrier down for each team. They're looking to try to get a kill, as we can see that Death Touch has ended up whiffing here. Wallaby Gangsta going to try to heal up as General Twee is just having a strike war fight here. Big finish down to Pensando. Going to successfully block the barrier there. Not going to spend a flip. Going to probably use one here, but ends up using it a little bit early, maybe to just get out of that top spin. And again, that's just pressure. It's just pressure from when Wallaby Gangsta attacks you and General Twee sends the ball towards you, and that's what causes you to spend all these extra resources.
Absolutely, and that's the barrier going down. Open nets on both sides. Big opportunity for Wallaby and General Twee as they push forward. But now Fireman is the one in control, and Fireman has been so good on these scoring attempts so far. But Wallaby gets it out of there. The 1-2 punch core speed. General Twee accelerating, and a Giga Blast backwards from J-Man sends us to a 0.5.
I had to check whose team Kai was on for just a half second there, because I was like, what an insanely good Giga Blast. But actually, it was just a little off there and is going to end up own-goaling. Pensando couldn't really do basically anything against that situation there, but all good. We have more points. We got more barriers coming in hot here. So we're going to have J-Man also with a full flip right now. Wallaby Gangsta's already at like half. I think I already have my stagger bug going right now, so probably not staggered, but J-Man's going to try to cover it all with that barrage. I think it might have, the ball might have actually gone through the barrage there, as it does sometimes. J-Man going to heal up a little bit here. Dran, no problem, giving it to General Twee, blocking both of these barriers as well. Wallaby Gangsta out of the play. It's really just General Twee and Dran against the world now. A flip onto Fireman. They're going to have to get a little bit closer to make this happen. J-Man's going to help it out with the barrage on up there. Yeah, it's going to be good enough to grab that first barrier. Pensando can see him trying to help there with some of these drones. That's exactly his job as this now, to get those lifeline teleports in there and just get those drones active to make sure that the team is sped up, healthy, and just help on keep that pressure up. Really, that's just the name of the game. All I keep doing is saying pressure, but that's just like what it is. It's not like the players are just winning, all the barriers are going down, but it's like you can see the players are just getting kind of crushed by the pressure that the opponents are putting on.
Yeah, it is looking quite desperate here on the defense. What a defense by the Flying Blobos, as Wallaby and General Twee are maintaining possession so well. They're getting the passing plays through, but J-Man on the breakaway, immediately trapped by the big finish and the Dean Standard Drums there, and taking so much damage. But the question is, can they get enough damage onto J-Man for a KO?
The question is going to be answered. Oh, immediately there, as actually it's going to be Wallaby Gangsta goes down, and so does the barrier. Dran and General Twee are left here to survive this 2v1, 3v1, 3v2. I'm dying. It's Dran going to spend that flip, get Death's Touch, but in the goalie arc is not going to get you stunned all that long, so going to keep that alive right now. Wallaby Gangsta back and ready to make some messes here, as they're going to lose some of their health already to that triple take. Pensando defending here with that flip, but that angle is going to be just, it's going to be just acute enough to get it on the bottom side there. Unfortunately for Dran, can't seem to block that one. It's going to be J-Man grabbing an Awakening here. Honestly, pretty good. You know, probably second best. I think maybe Fireman might be the best on their team to grab the first Awakening, but Kai is kind of, I feel like Kai sometimes becomes a super carry with some of the Awakenings, honestly.
Yeah, and again, just this time holding on a little bit, trying to get a pass down here with the extra special on the Pensando. That's going to be an equivalent to an eject button, basically, with that lifeline. Even more uptime for those kickoff plays, but my eyes are on that prime time from Wallaby Gangsta, and that will be a lot of hooks, a lot more utility for this Kazan.
True, and among Titans here for General Twee, speed and more size for your Kazan. You can't go wrong with that one, absolutely. And yeah, like you mentioned here, the extra special on Pensando is also going to help keep Fireman alive more often too. We can see that most of the time in this game, Wallaby Gangsta and Fireman are the targets for damage, and that might just nullify that situation. So they're going to maybe find another win condition here, as one of the barriers is going to go down for Flying Blobos. They're going to help defend this one out here, as General Twee is going to keep themselves on the mid lane section here in case that the ball goes a little high. But Wallaby, I mean, look at this kind of 3v1ing, holding the line as well. Size Kazan's just so hard to get the ball past sometimes, but they do end up winning that situation. But unfortunately, down to Pensando one more time. I feels like Flying Blobos can't get an offensive situation just yet, as Dran is just going to spend the drum and bass, and it's just going to make things even harder for Flying Blobos.
Yeah, Dran's defending quite well this set so far, this point so far. Wallaby and the big finish coming in, but Pensando, what a strike! Incredible defense from the Flying Blobos goalie again, and a good strike there as well.
Yeah, super good for Pensando to block that pass up to General Twee. It might have been a little obvious, but either way, it was fast. So good reaction there. We have Fireman in with flip. Oh, mad flips. Lots of flips on the board. Lots of blue coming in hot here. General Twee is going to approach here. Okay, we're going to actually have J-Man spend the flip, but end up losing the barrier either way. Twee not going to spend the flip just yet, as the redirect ends up sending the ball backwards. Dran, nice reaction here to keep this one alive. Possibly flipping, absolutely. Yeah, we're out of strike, out of cooldown, so we're going to spend that one. General Twee does keep that one alive through the Death's Touch there, though, as well. As Wallaby Gangsta's going to try to just make as much pressure as they can. You know, dealing damage to J-Man, too, is also great for helping getting him out of the play. Into the hands of Dran, into the hands of the big finish, actually. As we're going to have Wallaby Gangsta striking the ball. Yeah, the 1-2 punch is going to make things even extra hard for Pensando with this red ball in the overtime here. I mean, it's just such a tough situation, as it looks like the side of ADR just has so much more control.
Yeah, and now the core speed picking up even more. Wallaby in position, and the goalie down means it's a difficult defense here. General Twee stunning up J-Man, but not quite this time. The big finish will do a little bit of chip damage, but not quite enough. Wallaby trying to get in there with the strikes, not enough reach, but this time wins the strike war. And ADR looking like they're on a path to win this set.
Yeah, tough situation there for J-Man. I mean, can't really blame him for losing a strike war against Gargantuan Kazan with extra giant striking abilities, you know. Good try there, buddy, but we will continue on here. You're going to get a lot more situations to win those strike wars. As the pressure is put on here for ADR, actually going to get past General Twee, going to try to defend this second barrier as well with Dran, as Wallaby Gangsta pushes it out. We do have J-Man blocking on the top side, though. Back onto Dran, down into the hands of J-Man, into the big finish, in fact. Going to go over to Pensando, who's going to nicely defend both of those barriers as well. It's going to be a strong offense now for General Twee and Gangsta while the drum and bass is rolling. Onto General Twee, the Giga Blast could have been nuts there, but just slightly off. Perhaps another situation here with this flip from J-Man could land this next barrier, although we have double flip for the forwards on the side of ADR as well if they get just a little bit closer here. Could be curtains, double flip, catastrophe here for Fly, as we can see that the resources are the most important thing in this game. I hope that does not cause this whole point to be down the toilet here.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Wallaby, the one with the advantage now. Fireman, though, building up a flip pretty soon. Maybe could solve the woes of the Flying Blobos at the moment. General Twee sending it forward once again. The missed strikes coming out. Wallaby with the flip, with the barrage from J-Man has so much coverage. Amazing defense by the defensive duo of the Flying Blobos once again, but the play really just slows down now.
Down a little bit here. Fireman looking a little bit weak, though. We might be speeding up for just a moment as ADR was looking there, but now Fireman is a little bit clean, but J-Man helps get that barrier as well, and now Dran is alone with none of these barriers left. Fireman going to try to dribble it here to the center, but it doesn't actually get the chance to, as General Twee and Wallaby Gangsta are approaching really hard here on the top side, but it's not going to result in the barrier just yet. Nice primary from Twee. He's going to keep the ball way far forward. A full clear here into the triple take. Almost does sneak that barrier on through with Fireman almost dying, but yes, dying. Actually ends up falling off the map to what I believe is a misdirect after Wallaby Gangsta hit that maddening descent. And it's going to be a power play here. If they can just get this barrier, this would result in everything that they need.
It really would, but they need to get this barrier. It's not looking easy versus Pensando. The defense continues coming on through. Dran sending around the world with General Twee having a flip, but the question is, can you get in time? And what a card from General Twee to stun Pensando out of the way. Now a huge opportunity as the core is being sent forward. Wallaby in position, the core speed overwhelming, and General Twee made everything happen with that one single card.
That was really, yeah, absolutely. That was the landslide to getting that point there, though, in addition to helping with that triple take on the top there, making the block basically impossible through the triple take some of the time. General Twee looking really good right now and has a flip to go with it. Could possibly result in a couple of extra barriers. Here he spends it to clear the ball into the hands of Wallaby Gangsta. Going to try to strike for J-Man here, who does have flip. Pensando can actually get there in time. Doesn't need to spend a resource, but it's going to be Wallaby Gangsta going to spend that flip, get that descent, and going to get a power play here. J-Man is out for a couple more seconds. See if they can land it here with the drum and bass, but really the defense has been impeccable, and of course, as I say that, as we do, Wallaby Gangsta does end up grabbing the barrier, but they lose the other one to the Giga Blast, and now it's completely evened up in this point right now, into the hands of J-Man, onto the top side, into the big finish. Actually, Pensando is going to grab it, send it back over here. Now it's going to be tough with Wallaby Gangsta and Twee really close, but they do end up successfully getting it out. I mean, the defense here, honestly, from Fly, it feels like for the most part ADR has had the offense, but the defense from Fly has been incredible. But it's going to be a misdirect is going to end up killing Pensando, and what the heck, man, it goes in through Dran, but the strike shot just didn't land. The ball just too fast, and I mean, Fly, are they cheating? That was crazy.
What an angle. 1-2 now. Fly a little bit more alive in this moment, but they got to keep it up. They got to keep the offense going, and they got to keep the possession in their hands because Fireman is looking low on a meter. They got to build that up. They got to find the passing plays, and Wallaby and General Twee constantly a nuisance in the midfield. Twee with a flip available as well could really just make something happen here, but a good stuff out by Pensando with the secondary, making sure that big finish goes nowhere, but Wallaby finding an open lane, but the strike a little bit too early. Now Fireman taking a lot of damage, but not quite enough still.
Yep, the Monumentalist is going to help increase the healing granted as well, too. It just covers a lot more space, gives that healing and that speed and a farther range. Herman going to try to help fight through the big finish, but looking a little bit weak, could possibly become the target of death here, though, as General Twee is going to reinforce their own strike with that triple take. I really like the idea, but it didn't end up working out as Pensando and J-Man had it, but now Wallaby Gangsta going to help get that kill onto Fireman. And now it's going to be a big power play here for ADR, but we've seen this before. Honestly, Pensando and J-Man have held this down, and as they are doing right now, they end up losing another player, another big power play. The resource of the flip has finally been spent for Pensando, and they do end up getting it here. General Twee trying to keep hold of the ball. Now Wallaby Gangsta on in there with the crooked leverage, and just enough distraction with that top spin is going to help General Twee get it on through, and they take a set advantage now from being in a set disadvantage a little bit earlier. General Twee, well-deserved strikes, gets his first awakening here, and a lot of speed, a lot of denies. We could be seeing something interesting here.
Yeah, we really could. And that stacks on stacks is going to make it so difficult for the Flying Blob, with General Twee already so incredibly fast, but even more so. The one thing that is a bit of a shame is that Stinger onto Wallaby Gangsta. Of course, will be pouring on the damage a little bit more, but the main issue is that it's not more mobility, it's not more size. That recovery drone deny from Pensando, I think, did a lot in terms of controlling Wallaby a little bit.
Respectable. Honestly, size Kazan is one of the least favorite things I like to fight in the game, so definitely not making that happen there, as they're going to send a whole lot of damage onto J-Man there. They switch their sights real quick, but J-Man is going to end up healing up there, but Pensando helps out with that, and also does have that extra special as well, if in case they need some big healing or some teleportation. Yeah, you can see Wallaby Gangsta's really trying to load that damage on to J-Man, who's really just taking it right now, and he gets through. He actually gets through, grabs a barrier, stays alive, though, which is one of the better situations here for J-Man. Going to try to keep themselves alive with that barrage, but man, General Twee is also keeping this one alive. Switch the sights onto Wallaby Gangsta, who finds himself staggered now, and it's just kind of a fight between these two players who are just getting knocked all over the place. One barrier down for each team here. Dran's going to try to defend this one with General Twee. But yeah, like we mentioned a little bit earlier, this extra special on Pensando is going to clear up any of that damage way faster than anything that ADR has.
Yeah, it's a really big opportunity for the damage output here. J-Man with a good evades as well. General Twee and Dran. What a double hit there onto Wallaby and Twee. And the important thing is, you can really just fight back damage-wise. Wallaby's taking quite a beating.
Yeah, Wallaby, I mean, just naturally having such a low health pool, right? You're just getting hit by crossfire the whole time, and you find yourself staggered out of nowhere, and then when people actually set their sights on you, things get a little bit more awkward. You get knocked around, and they don't have a lifeline, so Wallaby might find himself staggered for a little longer than they want, and this could end up being like kind of a pseudo power play. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure onto Dran. General Twee can't seem to defend. J-Man putting on so much pressure of his own on the top side right now, but they finally get a little bit more pressure here with that drum and bass, cover a lot more space. The big finish comes in and just deals a little bit of damage, not much more than that, as General Twee is going to try to make it through it. I really like that strike attempt from Twee, kind of mixing up where they're sending it, and it's going to be straight on through, but keeps the barrier alive once again. Pensando, and it's going to be Giga, kind of just like basically death touch the ball to himself with the Giga, sends it on in, and that was beautiful.
That indeed was beautiful, and that means that there's a really big chance for J-Man here. Of course, a lot of meter expended by the Flying Blobos in that point, but this Kai, if a barrier is taken, if the follow-ups can be made here, that would be a huge opportunity, but importantly, you got to get past the midfield first, and a really good flip, though, to cash out on that midfield strike interaction. Find one barrier at the very least. That barrage for two. J-Man's playing so on point right now.
Absolutely, like that was just good gameplay in general from J-Man, not even really needing all the assistance of his team, but like kind of carrying that point for just a moment. I'll say that one, but we're gonna have a little bit of defense here from Pensando, keeping both barriers alive though, which is really nice. Actually gonna be a tough situation for Dran and General Twee. Actually not too much approaching coming out from the side of Fly. They don't have a flip right now, and that's kind of what we've been seeing getting scores and getting in these barriers is it almost feels like every player in this game has Catalyst. Every second I'm saying, I can't believe how much energy is on this team, but they're really just like striking so hard. The defense has been incredible from both teams, and that's just giving everyone a lot more energy as overtime is going to roll right on through. Pensando sets up the drone to try to block mid as he's going to hold high into the hands of J-Man. Let's see if they can do something here, though. We actually have Dran knocking it over to Wallaby Gangsta, and I mean, you blink, it's over with 1-2 punch Kazan with that flip. That was fast. That was a fast ball. I don't blame Pensando for not being able to get that one.
Yeah, it was incredibly fast core speed. Once again, coming back to bite this Flying Blobos team. ADR with a big opportunity here on the bottom side once again. And importantly, right, we're also seeing the squishiness of Pensando. The Now's health pool is not that big. Of course, the healing is there, but can be bursted down quite realistically.
Yeah. Again, that also felt like it was Crossfire, and now lost her whole damn health bar right there, which was a little crazy, but we're going to get the defense going right now as J-Man is going to try to get the ball out of here. Spencer Giga doesn't seem to land it. The big finish dueling with Fireman is going to take that barrier as well. They do have Flip 2 to see if they can help to get it out, but they're going to hold that resource. Don't end up... Okay, actually, Pensando is the one that ends up falling off the map, but we do have that recovery drone, which is really great. Actually, super clutch, which is probably going to keep this last barrier alive. Okay, General Tweet flipping for that one while Gangster tries to dribble it to themselves to maintain some control. The big finish is going to make things impossible for Pensando. Here we go. A redirect from Fireman almost gets it, but Dran has a nice drum and bass. A flip right in front, steals the flip with one of their own, spends the drums to try to keep the barrier alive, but the pressure from Fireman is just going to be too much. Bottom side, great strike, great pass. And that's what we can expect here from the Flying Blobos right now, who are floated into this spot. I mean, that was necessary gameplay for scoring that one.
Yeah, and this means that there's a very good possibility we're headed to another set 5 banger here. Of course, that could change if they burst down J-Man right now. Despite the lifeline, J-Man's on death's door, but the hook goes wide. Wallaby overcommits, and that means J-Man is flying free once again. Taking a lot of damage still, though, and that Stinger is really doing a number.
Yeah, Stinger is really just being a menace right now. Even if you hit with light hits, it still does deal damage over 4 seconds specifically. So that's kind of the big deal with Stinger, keeping you from regenerating. But they do have a power play right now. Honestly, Fireman is holding the line here. I didn't even get the ball to Pensando, as he still has 2 barriers as well to work with. Lots of energy once more onto the side of ADR, but Wallaby Gangsta, you know, getting kind of hit right now. They notice that the play is playing a little bit slow, but they're doing damage to this Kazan as they should be. Now he's trying to turn the tables back onto J-Man, and they do end up finding it with what looks like the misdirect from General Twee, and it's going to result in a power play on the opposing side. We gotta see if ADR can get some of these barriers from Pensando, who's been holding the line. Yeah, the barriers are pretty big. He's gonna have a tough time holding here, but honestly, the best thing you could hope for is keeping one.
Yeah, and keeping one is totally fine here. As Pensando tries to get it away, thinks it's safe, and honestly, I would agree with him, but Wallaby's core speed is so insane right now that nowhere is safe to clear to. Now Wallaby taking out Pensando just outright with the top spin, the 1-2 punch power coming in here, and Dran following up, finding the snipe, and 1 point away are ADR.
Really great hit there from Dran, sends the primary straight down to the bottom side and sinks that one. That was really great. You know, it's incredible, like watching the game, commentating the game, because when you're playing in it, like if you're Pensando, it's really hard to see like General Twee's like misdirect cards. It's hard to see Dran lining up that primary, and we can see it. So it's like these players are defending so well with such like a tough field of view because there's so much to focus on. Even like that, Wallaby Gangsta auto-activating the 1-2 punch with top spin. It's going to grab a kill with all that knockback. Twee has the flip, does the mix-up by not actually passing there, but we do have Pensando defending that one away with Fireman, who's looking extremely weak right now, but it's actually going to be a kill on to Wallaby Gangsta. They have a chance to get some of these barriers, but maybe they're going to use this situation to regenerate health instead, which, I mean, again, another benefit of dealing a ton of damage. I mean, they had a power play, and all we wanted to do was regenerate. So it's like, that's just another way to apply that pressure.
Yeah, and oh, that big finish, almost getting that barrier here. Dran forced to flip the strike, not coming back fast enough. And like you said, the pressure is just being applied at the moment. And my eyes are on that lack of energy from Dran. That guy can be caught out at any moment, it feels like. And that pendulum swing does it. And that's a big opportunity for the Flying Blobos.
Sure is. Big open barrier is going to be a tough spot. Catches with the big finish here. But doesn't grab the barrier just yet. Dran gonna try to defend this one away, maybe get some energy with that drum and bass as well to try to get this one resource that they are missing, the one resource that's really been securing the objectives in this game. Craziest Giga Blast is actually gonna just dribble it up, knock Dran out of the way, and J-Man with another incredible play. I mean, the Gigas on this guy, have been perfect.
Yeah, they have been perfect, and we're headed to a set 5 here. This is getting incredibly close. This is for a liftoff. This is for the next stage of qualifications. The loser, of course, gets one more try in this particular event, but you don't want to head to the really scary loser side right now.
Yeah, true. Loser side just means more sets, more matches to play, and a lot of difficult games ahead. First pick here, Cast Slash, which is nice. We had the arrows and the Chrono Boost to go with it. I mean, this is partially all he's missing, really, is like a rapid fire to make it a super carry Kai right now. He's going to be really scary when approaching Dran right now. We can already see he's getting in there as far as he can, but a nice pinpoint defense from General Tweed is going to keep that barrier alive as the pressure is once again already building up. Fireman at half health. See if they can clear this ball right one more time. Gangsta can keep it in with that top spin. Yeah, good position there from General 2 with the assistance of that drum and bass. The speed really helping out. Dran, a little bit too far of a flick there, is going to unfortunately own barrier there. General Tweed going to grab the ball, keep it onto the top side. Gangsta spinning all the moves to get it in, and yeah, that's exactly what you need to do is Kazan, bro. You just get in there and you use those moves with the help of this General Tweed. Bro, the midfield line has been basically unpassable for ADR, but course, now we have Dran under a little bit of pressure, and they do end up losing the barrier to the big finish here. A triple take. Everyone getting hit by that flip. A lot of damage going in. Twee gonna probably try to broach with his flip one more time. Dran ends up missing with the primary, but no problem. We can get there. Okay, spends a flip also from General Twee. Dran has their own now. What are they gonna do with it? Kind of an awkward angle from the corner. Now we're on big defense right here for ADR.
Yep. Well, we'll have to see how this one goes. Dran to the top side. A lot of damage onto Wallaby and General Twee. ADR on the back foot damage-wise, but on the possessions, they look to be in the advantage with the passing plays in the midfield, keeping it forward, keeping it past the midfield line constantly. Down to Wallaby once again. The core speed once again overwhelming. The big finish out there as well as Dran sends it around the world. Wallaby wins 2 strike wars in a row versus Fire Maiden, and that's the first point of the 5th set.
Nice position there. Wallaby not faltering, not getting out of there, making sure even in like open umbrella form we get those strikes, no problem. Gonna take that point here for ADR, as it's gonna be a lot of pressure on the bottom side here, but actually pressure instantly relieved for ADR as they get a kill of their own. It's gonna be J-Man going down, but now Penslando's gonna try to make up for it by getting on in there with the lifeline, spends the big finish, grabs a barrier, which is actually pretty great. We've seen a lot of barriers go down from the from flip, so getting one with just your ult is actually pretty high value right now. As Wallaby Gangsta is going to try to regenerate just a little bit here. J-Man approaching pretty heavy right now. Wins a strike war against Tweed. Wins another one to almost get that barrier as well. But Dran is going to keep themselves alive. J-Man now staggered completely. Gangsta going to steal that orb. General Tweed going to approach on the top side. Waits nicely. Gets the barrier. Really big situation here from ADR. As Dran's going to try to help here with that primary. Gangsta and General Tweed almost had a situation where they landed it though, but now the pressure has been relieved just a little bit here for Flying Blobos so they can try to mount their own offense.
All right, barrier almost going down, but almost is not enough here. Twee and Wallaby once again advancing, and when the overtime hits, the core speed becomes really just firmly in the favor of ADR, it feels like. Wallaby and General Twee have all the control. The big finish sends it the wrong way. Thankfully, if you're a Flying Blobos fan, and the core bouncing off the center as well, but Dran finding the angles around everything. J-Man now looking for a barrage up, looking for a strike war win, but flipped away, and Wallaby has flip available, doesn't even need it, doesn't even use it.
That was, again, really good confidence there from Wallaby Gangsta. Just knew we had the speed right then and there. You know, if you flip, you kind of stop the ball for just a second there, but does not matter. We got that 1-2 punch overtime. Yeah, it really, I agree with you. But when overtime shows up, we have Mako with passive getting red ball. Primary, we have 1-2 punch Kazan. Kazan in general, I mean, it really does feel like overtime is going to benefit ADR a lot. And wow, look at all that damage here from Wallaby Gangsta, the triple stinger. But man, in return, they're actually going to end up losing General Twee there. And I'm going to try to keep these barriers alive. Dran with Wallaby Gangsta. Okay, J-Man looking a little bit weak and going to hold the ball for just a moment. Actually sends it down. A little bit of a mix-up. It just stalled just enough time for General Twee to get back here. Can't keep that barrier alive. Almost at a situation where J-Man could get it through the big finish to land it. Now we have the drum and bass to defend. Once again, J-Man looking a bit weak, but has Flip here if they can get close enough. In fact, they don't even need to get too close as they grab the barrier with some kind of crossfire as well. Fireman going to try to dribble it to themselves. J-Man approaching here once again with Flip, sends the Giga, but Nast actually does a little bit of a back pass there. I really like that to Dran. They're going to keep that one alive as well, and I mean, they might have to find J-Man off this map if they're looking to get it through, because he's really been a strong defense here for the side of Fly.
Oh, that shot almost makes it in. That was really, really goofy the way it bounced off the corner there. But now Wallaby in overtime is the biggest threat on the map. It might be 2 barriers to 0, but J-Man's about to go down. General Twee as well. J-Man goes down first, and Twee's looking healthy in the backfield. Wallaby looking to win the strike wars, but Pensando intentionally loses that one to try and get a better strike situation. Now it's a flip, and what did Wallaby just tank that to let General Twee flip through? Really good team play from ADR.
I sure hope he did, because that looks like exactly what happened there. Flip from Dran, a little bit too much pressure here up to General Twee, spends the misdirection to try to get it through. The big finish is actually going to get him knocked off the map. General Twee gone. Big power play here for Flying Blobos as Firemidden is going to win the situation against the drum and bass. Pensando over to J-Man once again to Firemidden. They can't seem to mount the offense, what they're looking for here. The positioning from ADR is looking too good as General Twee returns to the board to make things just that much more difficult here. They can just get the hands in. Oh, the barrage is actually going to keep the ball in that spot. The drum and bass just couldn't get it out in time, and it's really going to be Flying Blobos taking this next point, keeping themselves alive in this series. I mean, it really is just set. It's series point for ADR, by the way, if we all forgot, because this is so hype.
It's liftoff qualification point. One of the most important series ever. Higher stakes than a Nasl regular season game, honestly, at the moment. As Wallaby almost gets a double barrier angle. That wasn't a double barrier, but it was very, very, very close. Good save by Pensando, but that's a flip gone. And flip through from Wallaby, who's taking so much damage, though. But so are Fireman and J-Man. They both get hit by the top spin, and Pensando's low as well. They're looking for a triple kill here. A self-res by Pensando with the recovery drone, but J-Man's next to follow, and it's curtains for the Flying Blobos unless J-Man can do a miracle, and J-Man's holding on. Somehow J-Man is 1v3.
Actually, insane gameplay there from J-Man to stall just long enough. Both players come back here. Firemidden and Pensando are here, possibly going to have a lifeline here for just a moment, but does get knocked off with the top spin. But they do block that flip from General Twee. Again, holding this down. Dran has a flip, could maybe make an offensive play here if they just want to end this. He might have to move up to make it happen, but decides to play a little bit more defense here. Spends it now to make sure that it gets away from Firemidden when he used the drum and bass to clear it as well. J-Man now approaching here with that blazing speed, does not seem to have barrage just yet. Into the hands of Wallaby Gangsta. We know what happens in overtime. Oh, but it's going to be Firemidden getting the perfect pendulum swing. Now Wallaby Gangsta does the crooked leverage 1-2 punch strike. Gets it through Pensando, bottom side. ADR takes it, wins the series. That is going to be a great placing there for your liftoff team.
ADR, they get it done in the end, but Flying Blobos heroics almost to bring it all the way back. Flying Blobos, though, I lied earlier, they'll have 2 more chances here because there's a 5th place tiebreaker as well, so very, very doable for them to make it to liftoff in this tournament still. So, you know, congratulations to ADR. Flying Blobos still got 2 more shots.
That was crazy. Oh my god, I don't, it's like, I've commentated a lot of Nasl, Saya. I've seen a lot of Nasl.
The lobby broke. No end screen.
It did break. We were just back. I don't know what happened. Oh, dude, my numbers. I like numbers.
No, we can't even get the numbers. It doesn't show up when I go to the home screen. We're numberless. It's over.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it, numberless. But I'm just saying, I've seen a lot of Nasl, a lot of Nasty games. I've seen the competition. I've seen, you know, we saw the pick your poison. We've seen teams come together to do some incredible stuff. But something about that game felt so powerful. The defense that like everyone was so ready. Everyone was it's like you turn human reactions up like to the highest notch past 10, 11, 12. Everyone was like so good. I just like I'm sitting there, I'm watching like, yo, there's just simply no way this guy is doing the goodest thing I've ever seen, man. That was incredible. That was really just props to both of these teams for keeping it as competitive as it like basically could. I mean, right down to it. And man, ADR clutching that one out. Hey, it could have really just been that overtime like benefit there. I mean, we had basically every single point going to overtime, and we see Mako slamming that ball. We see Kazan just poking your eyes out, and that's it. And that's what happens when you have a slight advantage in maybe overtime. So really good.
Yeah, and well, with that, we'll be right back for the next winners qualifier.
4 games.
Don't go anywhere. Ballin versus Polar is up next.
Welcome back again, everyone, to season 6 of landing here. Sorry, Launchpad, not landing. Launchpad, getting on into it here. We got Ballin' Ballers. You already know that team. Against Polar Cortex. Got tough matches coming up. We already saw some incredible stuff. It's not even close to done, bro. We got more coming up here. Getting on to the gates of Obscura. Now, this is an interesting map, Saya. I feel like this map probably has the most like nuance of any map, right? Because it's like you could really try your best to play the portals, or you can counter like the opponent's strategy if they really try to play the portals by just getting like a simple pass like right on through. So I love to see what teams really try to do on this map.
Yeah, it really will be interesting to see how they navigate this map. And heading into the draft as well, I really like the Polar Cortex draft because it is very simple. I think their gameplay is very straightforward. I think the Atlas will do amazingly on Gates of Obscura. On the other hand, Dr. Bebop playing the Mako, yes, but now and Rasmus are already pretty self-sufficient, and you need to try and use this mobility to the greatest extent. It's not going to be that easy, though, against the Atlas.
That is absolutely true. I do like, indeed, like what you were saying there, the Atlas. Nice one from Chaotic, getting on in there, staying on with that passive, too. I really like the Atlas combined here with the Zentaro, right? He also has reverb to keep himself alive. Zentaro's, like, greatest weakness, basically, is that he just has not a lot of health pool. He just gets killed a lot of the time, and that just makes him this, like, incredible glass cannon. But, hey, with Atlas on the side and reverb, honestly, we'll probably be seeing Chaotic stay in a lot of situations where they might actually just try to send him out, because he's got the health pool to keep them alive here. And Atlas in general is just really good at defending on this map with both of these moves. Honestly, both of them. I was just going to say with Expanse, but really great with Astral Projection as well. Just having a nice ranged ability to help get those balls through the portal as well. Like right there, boom, hits the brawler, gets the ball in the portal. Guess who's in the portal? His brawler. And that's what we're going to be seeing basically the whole time.
Yeah, lots of core speed out from the mind of Luke Foxdio. A in the corner now, almost taken out by the Pendulum Swing later into the game. That might have been a KO, but barely staying alive is Chaotic as well, being chipped down at the moment. The Atlas healing not quite enough to get Chaotic too healthy. So again, like you mentioned, the fragility of the Zentaro is going to be something to really be aware of here.
Yeah, for sure. Approaching here with the flip. Spends it, actually ends up missing out on that situation. Chaotic does lose it there, but no problem. The Fool going to keep that barrier alive, though. No problem with the help of A as well here, helping defend again. Yeah, who's in the portal? Your brawler, and this is the situation we'll be seeing a lot. It's just sometimes better to really just do an open clear and get the ball away from that portal, because you don't want your goalie to having to just strike war against the opposing brawler all the time. But sometimes it is definitely difficult when the opposing team is playing for that. The brawler actually tanking the whole turret nicely for his team, and that's the kind of teamwork we love to see here from the Ballin' Ballers. Fool, no problem keeping this one away into the portal one more time. A and both Chaotic are as well there. Here comes the Expanse. Chaotic going for the stun, and sometimes that's all you need, bro. Sometimes that's all you need to do as a brawler is stun the goalie when the ball is just on the way, and boom, there you go. Polar Cortex up 2 now.
Yeah, up 2 and looking good on the meter department as well. A, importantly, almost at that flip and gets it off of Cyber Swipe on kickoff. Brawler being brought incredibly low, almost slipped off the edge, and already it's Polar Cortex in the lead.
Absolutely, yeah, they are in the lead here a little bit. They do lose a barrier in the process, though. Really great turret from A to cause a whole lot of destruction there. Only one barrier is going to go down in return. Unfortunately, the brawler looking a little bit weak here. Actually, Chaotic coming back to do a little bit damage to the brawler as well. They're probably saying, hey, we might want to get this guy out of here. But it is posing a lot of extra pressure, though, as they're bringing the ball a little bit too close to this open goal. But a lot of energy is on Polar Cortex. Actually, just about the same amount of energy is showing up for Ballin' Ballers. The Foxio could get a nice flip play here if we can get the ball away from Chaotic, though, and it's going to surprisingly get hit out of Chaotic's hand right past the Fool. Nice point there from Ballin' Ballers. Bebop ready to go.
Yeah, and with flips available on their side as well, it's a much more even kickoff situation than it was the last point. They managed to win that one, but a strike shot going wide. Chaotic being comboed almost off the edge, going for that orb here, but taking chip damage from Dr. Bebop. flip in front of the net. Oni's blade in position. That's going to be a barrier taken very, very comfortably by Name Chaotic, looking very, very nice on that Zentaro pick. But a flip out by Lufoxio. Brawler keeping the core in the hands. And Dr. Bebop almost dead.
Yeah, really close there, but does get a little bit of heal up, no problem. A is looking like the one who's next on the chopping block for sure. Spends that flip to try to get it over to Name Chaotic, but there's no avail on that one here. Brawler trying to approach on the correct side here, right on the bottom. This is where you want to be if you were the side of Ball and Ballers, but a lot of extra defense coming out from Polar Cortex is going to make sure that these barriers stay up. As I say that, though, we do get a nice offense from Ball and Ballers to make sure that they go down into the hands of Brawler. Does kind of a long-range pass self dribble there with that Death's Touch. It's not going to be enough yet here. It looks like we're out of cooldowns for just a moment. Lufoxio's job to get the ball on over to the Brawler one more time, defending the bottom side of the goal successfully here against Name Chaotic, and A, who's going to try to reinforce it with that glitch pop, and they do successfully get it over to the Brawler, but he just has too much space to work with right now. The Fool can easily clear it away, and it's going to be a tough spot to try to get the ball over to the Brawler. It honestly feels like the Polar Cortex is playing the portals really well right now.
Yeah, now to a demon angle, almost finding a big opportunity. A flip by A going out means a big resource burn, but Lufoxio doesn't get strike back in time. That's Polar Cortex with a bit of an awkward set win, but you know, he'll take it.
You will indeed take it. In fact, you can't not take it. You have no choice but to get 1 point next to your name. You've taken it no matter what, and we have the Fool as the first to grab one of their awakenings here. Not too much incredible stuff for Atlas here, which Rapid Fire is probably going to be the easiest pick, absolutely. Making sure you get more of those primaries for sure. I mean, we do have sparks on the on the starting awakening, but no sparks on the actual board here, though, so a little bit of a sad situation if you're A and Brawler, but maybe, yeah, getting denied the size here, too. Honestly, size is just good on Kazan, or sorry, on to Zentaro, stealing it away from Rasmus, too, and honestly, this draft was a little interesting. I mean, kind of lackluster in general, right? Like, we have Adrenaline Rush now, and we have, like, Specialized Training Rasmus, which could cause a whole lot of problems later, but maybe we'll see, like, this 1-2 punch from A do something incredible.
Yeah, we'll see if A can find some magical dash pops here. Name Chaotic almost getting the barrier all by themselves. 1v3, not quite, but it would be quite exceptional if that actually happened.
Yeah, another defense here from side of Polar Cortex, though. Actually, offense, sorry. Keeping this ball on the front side is what I'm trying to say, as A is going to play these portals nicely. I mean, I haven't really seen much of the portal play from Ball and Ballers, but you can see A be living in these portals right now as Zentaro's just holding the line on the bottom side. Name Chaotic is just not letting this ball go past and almost takes the whole thing by themselves now into the hands of the Brawler. Strike Shot Glitch Pop is going to make sure that the ball gets away. Foxio has a chance to now grab a little bit of control. They're trying to get it over to Name Chaotic, and yeah, the Fool does a successful job of clearing it out. Now in the hands of A, and then, yeah, just the Astral Projection. Easily clear right now in a double blast from the Fool, and A is actually going to destroy the Brawler, and now we have a nice power play for the side of Polar Cortex, and yeah, dude, nice Oni Blade redirect. You know, sometimes I forget that Zentaro can do that, but yeah, he can do it.
Yeah, Lufoxio, I think a little bit of a blunder there. You need to strike early or use the flip in that situation. I think that if Lufoxio struck immediately, that was a very, very easy routine clear, but just stood there for some reason, which, not usual from the Ball and Ballers, but we'll see if they can recover here as the Brawler and Lufoxio combine. One barrier taken, looking for 2 here, but good defense by A.
Yep, great defense into the portal. Actually, not the greatest portal pass in the world there from A. Actually, both the opponents ended up being in that portal, but now we have Lufoxio and the Brawler grabbing that final barrier here with a little bit of good teamwork, spending the German base to get the ball away from Name Chaotic successfully as well, but A is going to be there in the midfield to try to keep the ball forward. The Brawler has a chance to get it, but gets foiled by Strike Shot there. Dr. Bebop, sorry, yeah, Dr. Bebop, I don't know what I read that wrong for a second. Bebop keeping the ball away from these barriers once more, and a nice flip stun combination from Brawler and Lufoxio. That was actually really great to get that Death's Touch onto the Fool there. The ball goes nicely, and I mean, you really can't do a lot about that. Like, if you're the Fool, you would have had to invade before the flip even happened, so it's like, that's a tough situation to deal with.
That definitely is. We'll see if they can turn it around here. Oh, a good strike shot by the Fool. It just continues the offense for Polar Cortex, but the Brawler capitalized on the other end of the play. And those moments are so big in Gates of Obscura, really just turning the tides. And wow, what a hook, what a play by Lufoxio on the follow-up as well. And a hit stun to secure the goal for the Ball and Ballers, a big turnaround.
I am actually just straight up eating my words right now. You know, I said specialized training Rasmus, maybe we'll see something. But honestly, all of that extra power on pulling the goalie, even in their goalie arc, is actually causing a whole lot of problems for the Fool, for the side of Polar Cortex in general. So, hey, specialized training is really working out right now. So I'll be good with that pick here as we're going to defend both of these barriers here with that drum and bass. The Brawler approaching here with the Fox here. They do get it out with the help of I had it. The A Brawler going onto the bottom side, getting one of these barriers with the pendulum swing, trying to help it out through, but we do get the astral projection to get it through. A flip onto the portal there from the Fool right over to Name Chaotic, who's going to flip themselves, but ends up losing it there. But man, A also has a flip. Really a lot of great double offensive situations here. Now the Brawler could possibly use this flip of their own to get this last barrier. Almost had a combo, but the ball actually just went a little too fast in that situation. They're actually looking to deal damage here to the Brawler. Yeah, look at that. Look at the combination. You can see it perfectly. They're chatting. They're chatting in those comms saying, hey, it's time to kill this guy. And, I mean, we need that teamwork from both of these teams if they're trying to have a nice close game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can make something happen here. Lufoxio with a very, very long wait to try and maintain possession here. The Brawler looking for a strike war win, but the Fool is a little bit too wise for that one, but it slips around the expanse this time. A passing play up to the Brawler is expected. Name Chaotic in the corner almost finds a perfect vertical slash to keep possession, keep it in the hands for the goal here, but an amazing strike shot by Dr. Bebop flipped away, but right into the hands of A, and a glitch pop through to Name Chaotic. Perfectly played by the Polar Cortex forward duo.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. A actually just used those cooldowns perfectly to keep that possession and gave it right into the hands of Name Chaotic. So that was really beautiful gameplay there from that forward duo for sure. Now in the hands of the Fool to get that one out of there with the Astral Projection. We really see the Astral Projection is like kind of incredible on this map. The Fool is placing them perfectly, getting the ball into the portal. Here comes the Expanse, the Astral Projection. And now he actually doesn't have any cooldowns left except this strike shot probably, but the offensive pressure has built up for his team, and now he gets his cooldowns back, and that's just kind of how this team is going to be working here. Into the portal, Foxio gets the ball on over to the Brawler, who gets kind of displaced there out of the pendulum swing. They're going to try to work on grabbing this barrier. A is going to continue helping with this second goalie situation as they're going to bring the ball onto the top side, maybe use your own drone as a strike, yeah, but it's going to be defended away from the firewall sentry too. Really a good defense every time that A ends up backing up. I mean, just notices when his goalie is in trouble, and that's big.
Yeah, really dangerous spot here, but the Incinerator Drums get it out of there, but Name Chaotic and A continue to maintain possession here. Really good clear by Dr. Bebop off the bottom edge of the goal, and somehow the Ball and Ballers get out of that situation alive. They still have a chance to tie this game up, but the flip, forcing the flip out of Dr. Bebop, it goes to Name Chaotic, looking for the shot to the bottom side. Doesn't quite connect, but it goes up to A, and once again, the Ball and Ballers hold. It's a miracle.
It is a miracle right here. A nice touching the tip of that barrier here. Really good angle from the Brawler. The Astral Projection doesn't get the wall, but Brawler can't seem to maintain control of it into the portal, into the hands of A, actually back into the portal, tries to get the stun, but it actually gave Brawler the ball either way. It was either stunning the Fool and having the goal end up working, or stealing the ball, and that both was actually successful. Both of those situations work perfectly for Ball and Ballers, and man, taking that first set successfully here. We got Lufoxio grabbing the first awakening. A lot of good choices here. Extra special, cast last, maybe even timeless. I mean, I like the picks here from the Ball and Ballers.
Yeah, but that twin drive is looking scary. The Fool continues to build up the wall and make it so difficult for the Rasmus to really just get around the Atlas, right? The main ability against the Rasmus for the Fool is that Cosmic Expanse, and having two charges, having that uptime is going to make it a lot more difficult for the Ball and Ballers to get those plays that they did so well in the previous set.
For sure, especially combine that with reverb, that actually gives a pretty solid amount of cooldown reduction, especially on like a 20-second cooldown. It's probably down to like 19, probably down to like 17 seconds with reverb, so it's going to be really effective with that twin drive too, even 2% cooldown to go with it. But a power play here for the side of Polar Vortex is going to make things just a little bit more difficult for Ball and Ballers, but we do have a big defense there. Only one barrier gone. Again, sometimes that's just the best you could hope for in a big power play moment. They have the Foxio clearing that ball out. Fool misses, but not not ends up losing the barrier for it. Wow, A goes in, spends that flip just a little too far away from it, but either way, they're going to grab the barrier with that play there. The Foxio can try to get it out of this firewall sentry, but doesn't successfully do it, but does successfully redirect the ball down to the Brawler, and they get a really good angle. Steals it away from the portal. I like that. I'm not entirely sure about the finishing of this play. I think we might be out of cooldowns here. Oh, love that drone to make sure it does not go in the portal, because Name Chaotic, who has Flip, is standing there.
Oh, and what a shot by Name Chaotic right past the outstretched arms of Dr. Bebop. Unable to get it with the drum and bass. Name Chaotic on Death's Door gets it done, and that's a lead for Polar Cortex still.
Yeah, a little bit of a heartbreaker there, because, I mean, Zentaro was completely staggered and, you know, ends up scoring the game after being staggered. Sometimes it's really tough to confirm some of those kills, especially if you just don't have, like, sometimes it's really just a character difference to confirm some of the kills, but we'll see if that comes into play anymore as we set up the Firewall Sentry here with a combination of Name Chaotic's determination, keeping them in. They grab both barriers in one great play. Lufoxio tries to keep it in with a couple of drones that can't seem to maintain control because the Brawler is getting knocked away to get the stun onto the Fool, but still maintains barriers. One down as well. Okay, Name Chaotic can't control the ball here. The Brawler does a nice approach with the Whiplash. A lot of defense from the Foxio, but does go end the portal. A making sure that it actually goes back in, but seemingly got a good redirect to make sure that the ball went at a different angle when going through the portal, not directly to Name Chaotic. Waits out the Astral Projection as well and see if they can maintain some positioning here against the Fool 2v1. But yeah, you can see A getting back perfectly, sending the Firewall Sentry, and that's going to defend the barrier perfectly.
Yeah, the Brawler now looking for a Strike War win, but the Fool has a follow-up with the Astral Projection. And once again, a hook, it comes through, and that Spec Training is getting so much value for the Brawler here. So much pullback, and this time a mirrored shot. Lufoxio does what Name Chaotic did out of the range of the goalie on the other end, and the game is tied up.
Not bad, not bad. Fully tied up for the Ball and Ballers and Polar Cortex here. Again, kind of a big game here. We're trying to get our best placings for this liftoff, and it's going to result in this game. So one barrier is going to go down here. Name Chaotic spends the Oni Blade, gets the flips, waits it out, but another flip here coming in, but foiled again. Now we actually have Ball and Ballers looking pretty good as they spend two of those resources, or actually lose two. Yeah, spend those resources there. Name Chaotic does have a flip though, really getting close, but the ball does end up getting cleared. The Fool onto A into the portal, but Lufoxio is playing second goalie right now, making sure that the situation isn't too bad for Bebop if it gets put in the Polar. Oh, okay, Brawler almost kind of died there, trying to set up a pendulum swing in a really tough situation, but out. We got a flip here from the Fool, who does end up clearing it. Big Oni's Blade, you can see the size difference is actually making a difference for that Oni's Blade. With a nice strike, but it's actually going to be Bebop defending that one away. Spends the ensnared drums, trying to get it on through with the help of that Sentry, and it's going to be both barriers down now for the side of Bowling Ballers. Brawler does have a flip. They might have to use it to get this barrier, or it could be curtains if they wait too long.
Yeah, it is a passing play once again. This open net making it so difficult here. Dr. Bebop gets it away for now, but the possession constantly Polar Cortexers keeping it so well contained here. Name Chaotic, so many angles of attack. Good defense by Lufoxio and Dr. Bebop, but it seems like a matter of time.
It really does. A lot of energy building up. Yeah, I was going to say, Name Chaotic's got that flip. He's a little close. It's going to be tough. And A also on the backside with a flip as well. So it's going to be a really tough situation for Ball and Ballers that they have survived before, but this time it's going to go into the hands of Polar Cortex. As we start off this next point here, the Fool helping a little bit with kickoff. Lufoxio has the ball on the bottom side, spending a drone. Can't seem to get that barrier just yet. Once again, here comes the Firewall Sentry to keep those barriers alive. A has just been doing a really great job of maintaining the defense with the Fool. Those barriers are just few and far to come between. They just can't find them. So they're going to try to set up a push onto the top side here. Name Chaotic, bring the ball onto the bottom side for their advantage situation on their team. Brawler trying to set up maybe a pendulum swing, trying to get close, but oh man, the Fool ends up getting a kill with that Astral Projection. The team of Ball and Ball is just really trying to set up situations on these like corners, but the Fool is pretty much countering them, except for the Brawler, who's going to get that final barrier.
Yeah, that's a big barrier take. That's almost a perfect dribble here. The Brawler almost taken out, but still staying alive somehow. And now, as the push comes right back, the flip from Dr. B will deflected away by the Astral Projection once again. But the barriers both still stand for the Ball and Ballers. The defense is impeccable at the moment in the Brawler. It's a matter of time before the possession is kept, but is once again the Fool defending.
Yeah, really good early expense there to not get checkmated by the pendulum swing from the Fool. Okay, Dr. Bebop does end up losing one of those barriers. Tough situation, but it goes far, it goes wide, keeps that barrier alive. Name Chaotic dribbles to himself and ends up getting that barrier as well. Okay, Firewall Sentry could have maybe resulted in a death for Dr. Bebop, but they keep themselves alive here. Now going to dribble onto the middle, try to get a passing play here. Over to Name Chaotic. Again, Bebop is going to have to deal with Name Chaotic, but the drum and bass is going to be good. Helping really hard with this cyber swipe back into the portal, into the hands of the Brawler, back into the portal. It's just a constant fight to see who can clear this ball, who can peel and get that one goal.
Yeah, it really is. Trying to get this core out of the way is the Brawler, and the Fool, no more resources left. Tries the strike shot, but the cooldown's not quite there. Another 0.5 on the cards here.
Nice, dude. Getting it in there with that Death's Touch. That was great. Evened up still. Big set, though. We want to get our first Awakening here. We do see A with 2 sparks that could result in a really difficult draft if we see Polar Cortex taking the win for this set. But they're going to try to work this one out. There's only one barrier down. A flip here from Name Chaotic going in with the passive. It does not seem to get that barrier, just get Death's Touch to steal the ball. Again, in the hands of Name Chaotic. A comes through the portal. A flip from Bebop stolen by A. Again, keeping all of that pressure on, but they do maintain it with triple goalie situation to try to keep this barrier alive. I mean, this is the most valuable thing that they have, is this final barrier. And Chaotic looking a little bit weak, kind of out of the play at this point. The Brawler can approach here with that flip, spends it. It's insane-o angle to get around that expanse. It is the only angle that gets it on through, and that's a well-deserved win for Ball and Ballers taking that set. Oh my god, that angle was good.
Yeah, and the Ball and Ballers now in the lead. It looked kind of hopeless for them near the start, but they're turning everything around in Dr. Bebop now, with a chance at the early part of this draft. Might be just going for that Super Surge here to try and speed the team up, with Dash Awakening finally being led through perhaps, or we'll have to see. It will be perfect form instead, a deny away from the Aimi and the Atlas, but I think Polar Cortex are pretty happy about that, because they're going to get Missile Prop Super Surge anyway.
Yeah, I think that how the game has been going, Missile Prop, it might be one of the best awakenings that the Fool could pick up in a draft right now. It feels like the Astral Projection is doing an insane amount of work, even getting kills in some situations where Ball and Ballers are trying to set up, like, you know, those vertical pendulum swings, or just trying to get to the wall to make sure that this edge clear does not work out. But that's going to be way more dangerous now here with this Missile Prop, 20% more power.
Yeah, it's going to be really dangerous in this corner. Name Chaotic in there. A in there as well. The barrier taken, but wait a second. A's dead, and that's a big power play. The Missile Prop, of course, helping out the Fool a little bit in terms of reach, but if they can get one passing play going, it's huge. But Name Chaotic's also looking a little bit huge with that strike range.
Yeah, really big right now. Getting on 2 size, 3 size perks, in fact, and possibly could even get Among Titans later for a teammate to make him even bigger, but trying to get this goal here. Brawler and the Foxio get foiled a little bit. Name Chaotic can spend the Oni Blade to keep it forward. Not really sure. I think that the Foxio and Dr. Bebop were not on the same page about that clear there. They're going to lose that barrier in return. Name Chaotic approaching kind of hard here. Spent flip from Dr. Bebop to try to make it so Name Chaotic can't get the ball too close. And yeah, that's just, it happens. It happens sometimes. You try your best to keep your ball away from the Brawler with that flip. But sometimes, you know, you're out of cooldowns, and these things just happen. They approach, and it's rough, so... well played there from Cortex to just approach when they needed to.
Right. Well, Polar Cortex continuing to try and maintain this momentum here. Name Chaotic going for a dribble into the EI rush, but not quite, in a good flip out. Does mean that the Brawler gets first touch on the barriers at the moment. A with a flip away, but a good strike shot by Dr. Bebop. And once again, we're seeing the duality of the midfields here, right? A really wants those combo plays, wants to get in there, while Lufoxio is completely fine just patrolling the midfield.
Yeah, Lufoxio is definitely trying to maintain control of this ball, even if it might not result in the most offensive play yet. But we'll see what happens here as they got the ball in the corner, trying to stay safe against this Missile Prop. We'll see if they can get this barrier away from the Fool. He does have flip as well to go with it, spends it in a little bit of a panic, and they do not end up getting the barrier. A triple defense here, but they are going to end up losing it. The drum and bass, maybe just enough pressure to get that barrier away. And now in the hands of the brawler, Lufoxio ends up losing the ball over to Bebop, who's got a strike shot to give it on over. The Fool is going to spend that missile prop as well to just try to get the ball through the portal one more time. Name Chaotic be staying in the portal. That's why he's just focusing on the portal the whole time. He's just staying in the same spot. They might have to do some midfield passes here, as both barriers are going to stay alive into the drone. Lufoxio into the hands of the brawler, spoiled by strike shot once again. A is going to go in with the cyber swipe. A pass directly to the brawler. Whoa, crazy mix-up from the brawler to not go bottom side, and it's going to get past the Fool. And Ball and Brawler's looking good. Have a flip as well, and we'll see if they can maintain this momentum.
2 goals away from qualifying for liftoff here. A big opportunity for the Ballin' Ballers to continue the momentum that they had from good performances in tournaments like Pick Your Poison, but a flip, a KO. Name Chaotic looking for the barrier. Good defense once again. And now Lufoxio putting on the pressure in the other end. They navigate this power play quite well, all things considered.
Absolutely. We have 1 second left. Yeah, back up here. The brawler, no problem. As they're going to try to get the ball through, I spends the flip to give it over to Name Chaotic, who's just making a big mess of everything, but it's actually going to be drum and bass holding the ball, acting like an infinite amount of strikes, basically, as I is going to try to get it through with that glitch pop. It doesn't seem to maintain enough ball control here. Lufoxio going to the portal nicely, maintaining just enough health to keep themselves alive. Flip into the portal, not really what the Fool wanted there, but the actual projection is going to keep it forward. Spends the German base, gets stunned by the Slice and Dice, though, and going to end up losing the barrier there. Flip for sure. Here it comes, on over to the Fool, back over to A as well, into the portal. Name Chaotic's first one to touch it, but nice strike shot to keep it away from Name Chaotic, who can't set up anything into the pendulum swing into the astral projection, and we can see the Fool has just enough cooldowns to keep this one alive until we get Lufoxio helping out with the drone. The brawler has a situation to get it on through, but the strike shot was godlike from the Fool, and he's going to keep himself alive with more cooldowns. The projection, the expanse, I mean, the Fool has got this defense down.
The brawler to the top side, though, right out of the outstretched arms of the Fool. We see that so many times with the melee goalies, and perfectly played by the brawler in that moment. Didn't even need the sweet spot of the pendulum swing, and now the Ballin' Ballers are 1 goal away. The caster curse in full motion right now.
This is frame 1. I didn't even do anything. Anyway, focusing on this big pressure onto the bottom side here, though. Bebop gets that passive, trying to get the ball on through. Name Chaotic and A both have flip, but the pressure is being held right now. It's going to be relieved immediately by that flip. We're going to get a flip. Actually, it's going to be a double flip. Lufoxio and Bebop spend the double flip. Everyone goes in with the Slice and Dice and the Cyber Swipe, stunning both players, getting the ball through. And there you go. We got 2-2 right now. Still series point for Ballin' Ballers. The pressure is on. Can Polar Cortex survive with this one flip that they have?
That is indeed the question here. Can they survive? Oh, but the Brawler's the one who goes down first. And now Ballin' Ballers are on death's door. Lufoxio, no evades available, and the Fool pushing up with the missile prop to midfield. Name Chaotic continuing to push in the corner. The Firewall Sentry does get one barrier in the end. And now the push continues. Name Chaotic low, but has a recovery drone still. In 0.5, it's finally expended. Really good resource usage there. But now the Brawler and Lufoxio are pushing forward, and we're just constantly striking it forward. The Fool is lagging out.
He's lagging. No way. Actually lags out. Literally last point. Probably could have defended. I don't even feel like the Ballin' Ballers had the greatest offensive push there, and he lags out. Ballin' Ballers, heck, what are you going to do? Takes advantage of it, sends the ball in. That's it. Game's over. Ballin' Ballers take it. That's the most unfortunate thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that is horrible, horrible timing for the lag, because if it was the point before, they could have played out the point and just, done a new point, but it's at the very end. It's on the scoring attempt. What do you do as the Ballin' Ballers? There's no decision to be made here, and Polar Cortex, unfortunately, will drop to the loser's side. Ballin' Ballers qualifying for liftoff, and Polar Cortex, though, 2 more chances here. 2 more chances to make the liftoff in this tournament. So they're not out yet.
That's it. At least they have that, because that I've been hurt today. That hurt in a lot of ways. Now I know that hurts me a little bit, ow. But that hurts. I mean, they must be feeling really tough about that. I mean, it's a good thing that they have a couple more chances to keep themselves alive. Trying to call up your internet provider, say, "Bro, I'm in liftoff landing. I'm going to the moon, dude." So keep my freaking internet up. But either way, Ball and Ballers takes it. It's not like they couldn't have done it either way. Really great gameplay, a lot of beautiful synergy coming out from the two forwards there. We see it all the time, and Bebop defending so well all the time, just always had two barriers up. Really great work from the side of Ball and Ballers, and we can see on this sheet 322 redirects from Lufoxio was really playing exactly what you were saying. The midfield section, might not have been pushing in as hard as he could each time, but that, you maintain a little bit more control of the ball that way and can kind of quantify what's going to be happening in these points while you are in that section. But they're going to take it. They're going to move on nicely, and I mean, that was still a good game. We might have lost 2% of that game to the Void, but 98% of that game, that was great.
Yeah, and well, we'll be right back. There's more qualifier matches to be had pretty soon. We'll probably see the Flying Blobos versus Wochos or the Handless Dogs up next. And that's it for us too. We're going to move on to a new casting block. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
And welcome back, everybody, to Launchpad Week 1. I'm Lego Mage here with Gramilla the GOAT, and we're here to bring you the closing matches of Day 1 here. Oh yeah, Woe Chills versus Flying Blobos here in the losers quarterfinals. Looks like it's going to be on Clarion Corp. Gramilla, bring us through what we're looking at here with these teams.
So this is an interesting matchup because Woe Chills has ZZ in, obviously. So they're going to be super focused on trying to kill people as much as they can. And this Awakening start is pretty helpful for that with perfect form. And I see that Woe Chills have the Luna and the Imi. The Imi's a really big pickup for them in terms of like dealing out the damage, but I know ZZ is going to be on the Luna. This Flying Blobos team is super interesting because of this Fire Maiden J-Man duo that have been quite literally running circles around people for as long as they've been together. And that's going to make, that's going to put a lot of pressure on KenClam and Cakes to be able to hold it down in the face of, their overwhelming core control and pressure. So we'll see kind of how that goes for them in this game, and if they are able to survive and get those more granular advantages in core control compared to ZZ picking up big KOs.
Yeah, I mean, the contest as old as time, core control versus KOs, who comes out on top. And these early point here, both sides going even on the barriers, but the core now floating over to Woe Chills. Nice time pillar here from Pensando, gets it back around, but the offense from ZZZ going to get shut down here with the banish. Now it's back to Cakes to try and make something happen, trying to get away from J-Man. A nice strike up with the blob as KenClam trying to work magic on the top side, looking for a passing lane to ZZZ, but FireMad not allowing that to happen. A little bit late on there, ZZZ, a boost up, a nice instant redirect to bring it down to the bottom, and Woe Chills will start off with the first point.
Yeah, that was really difficult for Pensando after using primary there. Since ZZ had dash up, there's not really much you could do as a goalie. I think you kind of have to rely on the Luna to make the mistake in that situation. And ZZZ, very, very storied history on this Luna Brawler, not going to make that mistake and is able to capitalize and get the goal.
And now moving over to our side lanes variant here. High potential for some edge KOs to come out from either side, really. Looking for some kind of pressure here. ZZZ pushing up on that side lane, but a nice pillar from Pensando forces them to rotate. KenClam making a nice rotation to the top side, gets the first barrier with that cyber swipe. And now Cakes with the core versus FireMad. I'm going to use the flip to get it back through. Now ZZZ dribbling back up the field. The core will get stolen away by the now, but KenClam quick to recover, sets up the turret. Pensando able to make it clear, and it's J-Man hovering for that KO, gets it onto Cakes. And now the power play for Flying Blobos. Core flip here from ZZZ, gonna Crater Maker it to just buy as much time as possible. But J-Man dribbling up the field, the fire flurries in the bottom corner. And not a lot KenClam can do about that one. The Flying Blobos will tie it up.
Yeah, that was kind of an unlucky bounce for KenClam. Just the way it perfectly nicked the bottom corner and ended up right on top of him. I think he had nowhere to go there. Good play by J-Man. Something I want to point out for these teams is that Fireman and J-Man, forged in the fires of norms, don't really play a traditional Omega Striker style outside of just, how they move the ball around. They also rotate their positions super frequently. To them, it's not brawler and midfielder, it's just the characters that they pick. So this game we're seeing Fire Maiden on the now, whereas earlier we saw Fire Maiden on the Rasmus as J-Man could play to take the second barrier and take the goal as well. But yeah, where they position and what characters they're playing is extremely fluid, and it's super interesting to watch because almost every other team in history has had, a very standard brawler player, midfield player, but not this team. They're willing to be flexible, and I personally like the version of them with J-Man on these more brawler picks, like the Juliet, compared to when Fire Maiden is on the Rasmus or the X. I think they're a little stronger when J-Man's kind of putting on more scoring pressure. So that I think favors them in this game because they've got Fire Maiden on his signature now in the midfield.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there. It's definitely interesting to see them play here. And now a big pickup on that barrier. J-Man kept the pressure up. and forced it right in. Flying Blobos picking up the first set here. J-Man going to be the MVP. Already starting with the perfect form on Juliet, now getting first pick. Could potentially pretty big here as we head into the first draft.
Yeah, not great pickings for the Julie here. There's build different in Stagger Swagger. Ops for the build different. Juno feels like they have to take the prime time for some extra defense and probably deny the rune as well. I'm assuming ZZ didn't want to take the prime time. Stagger Swagger for the now is fine. It makes this Imi a little bit weaker. And Rune, you know, he gets whatever he wants here. Opposite of the Glass Cannon and Imi. Take Siege Machine. I might have taken Aerials there. It's kind of up to you. Any sort of creation duration with perfect form is really, really good on Imi. But at the same time, like with the Stagger Swagger on the now and just the now hailing in general, you're going to need more of those edge KOs, and that's just a little bit easier to do with something like the Aerials. So it's kind of an even split. But overall, I'd say the draft goes in the favor of the Flying Blobos. The Glass Cannon's really nice for Pensando's mobility, and the extra size for J-Man is just going to be so important as they try and move the ball down the court.
And moving the ball down the court, they are, as J-Man to the top bumper. It's a favorable angle. It will bounce right in. Flying Blobos not giving up very much pressure at all, utilizing their mobility. As you mentioned, the fluid playstyle combined with some extra move speed they've picked up. They have the cooldowns to work with. And Woe Chills has not been given too many opportunities to make very much happen.
Yeah, it's not been too good for them. They haven't been able to keep control of the ball, which means they haven't been able to layer their damage. Like, if you want to get a lot of damage on Imi, you really want to get the ball in their half and then drop the turret in a really constricted space, and that's just not something they've been able to do. Of course, they do get the flip off of J-Man, which is, you know, some inherent value to their team comp, but at the same time, I think Flying Blobos are just so much faster, and ZZ just hasn't been able to pick up those KOs that he needs to for this comp to really get off the ground. So we're going to want to be looking for either like a Ken Clam KO or a ZZZ dash punch into the wall from afar that they just haven't been able to find yet.
And now 4 flips coming up. We got 3 on the side of Low Chills as they bring down that second barrier. Ken Clam first to use it. A demon angle off the wall. Threading the needle in that top corner there. What a shot from Ken Clam. We'll put Woe Chills up on the board. They still got 2 flips to work with. We'll see if they can bring it back in this set. But yeah, like you mentioned, not a lot of KOs they've been able to find.
No, it's really hard to KO this team comp. As long as J-Man isn't walking too close to the wall, I think it's just going to be so hard. And I mean, you see ZZ kind of fighting for scraps on the other side of the map, but this rune is ending up ahead of him sometimes. And with the Stagger Swagger on the now, it's just so much to ask for. And even though Cakes, I think, has been playing great defense so far, they're eventually going to get whittled down.
And speaking of whittled down, their midfielder has been taken off the field, and now J-Man walking up with the flurries. Cakes tries to save it with the Blobo, but there's just too many hits in the way. The Flying Blobos picks up another point here on set point. They have basically 2 flips going into this, and one's on their brawler. So in a really good spot here to close out this set, unless Woe Chills can make something crazy happen.
Yeah, if they can KO J-Man, this is a decent map to do it as J-Man actually picks up the KO on ZZ, but they do get the flip out. That's pretty good for them. I think with the way that this game has been going, like getting a KO on ZZZ actually is not that big a deal at all. You can see he's already back, and they didn't even get a barrier off the power play. And they didn't even get that many resources either. And that's just because removing ZZ from the game doesn't change much about their offense or their defense. ZZ's just kind of been fishing for KOs and doing a lot of his ZZZ things. And crazy bounce off the middle. Cakes wasn't quite ready for the angle. No abilities up, catch them off guard. And yeah, I was talking about ZZ being out of the play, and he was a little bit out of the play there too, but J-Man has just been so lethal on offense this game, has been converting non-stop into this Juno who, you know, traditionally is seen as a little bit weaker on defense, and without Ken Clam being able to win super hard in the midfield, it's hard for this Juno to keep the ball up in the way that it wants to. And the stacks and stacks for this Juliet, I think, kind of puts this game to bed a little bit.
Yeah, especially all 4 sparks literally showing up here as well. So Unfortunately, ZZZ and Pensando not getting too much to work with. Not a lot of great awakenings here. KenClam having to settle for the Might of the Colossus. The Fire Madden also got the Happy Star. Stacks on J-Man, like you said. Health on Pensando basically means that guy's pretty much unkillable as well. And Woe Chills have just about run out of win conditions on paper here. As long as Flying Blobos stay consistent and just keep doing what they're doing, and even better now, they should just be able to put this one to bed.
Yeah, great elusive from KenClam there. Solid Juliet, sharking, waiting for the dash punch. But I completely agree. It's so hard for Woe Chills to win this game from this position. I do think, like, the stagger doesn't really matter that much. They were always going for knockback KOs anyways. At least ZZZ was. And KenClam hasn't really been able to get a good amount of damage off the entire game as J-Man picks up one KO, has the flip, almost picks up another, and this point, unless we see some big heroics out of ZZZ, might put the point to bed. Both flips used on the side of Flying Blobos. Fire Maiden just needs to walk it in with J-Man, but Cakes respawns just in time for the big save, and KenClam having some heroics on the defense themselves. Things are going crazy, but looks like Flying Blobos have finally found it out. J-Man dribbling, waiting, see if they can get a good scoring opportunity. Dash punch, not enough. Cakes completely stalwart on the defense, makes the save with the dash, and they found the KO they need, Lego Mage.
Yeah, absolutely. It's some crazy saves later from both KenClam and Cakes here. They chance to get another point. Core flip here from KenClam. Going to send it straight down to avoid the pillar while keeping possession. ZZD looking for the strike, but Pensando will deny that one away. Elusive forced out from J-Man to avoid the Crater Maker, but KenClam once again getting possession, dropping the Fireball Sentry. J-Man trying to use the flurries to get it out of there, but Cakes able to just send it right back in, and now KenClam with the Cyber Swipe, dribble off the back wall, trying to find an angle onto this barrier, but Firebad and Pensando are holding it down. The Pillars send it straight up, and now Pensando rotating it around the top side. J-Man trying to catch up to it, but the core moving a little bit too fast to pursue. Rely on Fire Madden on the bottom side to look for the pressure, but Cakes will hold. Barrier finally going down, but Cakes trying to jump back. Couldn't quite reach the core in time, and not willing to spend a flip there will mean that Flying Blobos will end up picking up a crazy .1 here in set 3.
Yeah, the I don't know what you would call it, the misdirection from Fire Maiden out of the teleport on their extra special ultimate. They weren't on Cake's screen, and suddenly they were, and so Cakes ended up passing right to them as just another great offense from J-Man. Takes the second barrier. This bouncy house has not been very kind to the side of Woe Chills so far this game. I think the Juliet ult this game especially has just been able to provide them so much control. As great play out of J-Man, almost really good save out of Cakes, but Fire Madden is there waiting, and that's kind of the downside of this really aggressive Woe Chills team comp, is usually you don't have people far enough back to help make those, goal line saves that Cakes is trying to make. Yeah, we're heading into match point.
Yeah, one more here for Flying Blobos, and they have the energy to work with. But ZZZ, the shutdown onto J-Man, does mean it's a much-needed power play for Woe Chills. KenClam going to pick up the center orb as well to go big. A double KO for ZZZ. They'll bring down one barrier, and they've got two flips to work with. ZZZ going to whiff it a bit, but still one barrier remaining. Pensando holding it down with the pillars, but taking a lot of damage for it. Woe Chills will have to back off just a little bit here as Flying Blobos do respawn, but KenClam still trying to force something onto the core, but J-Man trying to force a barrier in return now. Fire Madden also coming to back him up. The Juno ult coming in, but it's so much damage from the slimes, and that's Fire Madden getting taken out. Another power play for Woe Chills. Easy on the bottom side with the Rocket's going to be able to pick up that second barrier. Now just trying to get it to KenClam, who's got the flip available. They drop the IMU Sentry. A glitch pop self pass. Doesn't quite find the strike, but Cakes is up in the mix now. KenClam looking for a strike work. Doesn't find the flip, though. Another opportunity arises as the Juno blobs come out. J-Man catches it with the flurries, though. Forces Cakes to flip. KenClam wins the strike war. Glitch pop to self pass, and J-Man wins the strike war, though. And still, Flying Blobos managing to hold on. And now looking for some pressure of their own with Fire Madden in the top side. The Crater Maker, though, comes out onto J-Man. Barely staying alive, but looking for this flip. A strike to bring down the barrier, but it gets back to ZZU. Boosting Pensando. What a strike war. Saves it out of there as it gets back to the middle. And it's just an all-out brawl for control of this thing. The slime's coming out. J-Man trying to chase it. Trying to find a shot for this core flip. Goes for the middle. Doesn't burn the flip just yet. Still doesn't burn it. The slime almost finds a goal there. but Pensando able to hold it now. Cakes with a pass to KenClam in the top side. A glitch prop to get it past Firemat, and J-Man with the flurries. Just going to dribble it down the field here. It's 2 flips available for Flying Blobos. They're just looking for the opportunity. Pensando with the banish here. J-Man taking a lot of damage and still holding on to this flip. Waiting for the perfect opportunity. But the longer this goes on, feels like the less opportunities might have. As KenClam snipes it with the glitch pop. Whoa, Chills will stay alive for a little while longer.
Yeah, it feels weird saying this, but if you are Woe Chills, you kind of want every point to look like that. It's J-Man really, really aggressive opening on this point. Kind of calms down, though, and Fire Maiden almost goes down. Flip burned out of KenClam, though, unfortunately. But yeah, last point is kind of how you want every point to look if you're Woe Chills. You want chaos, you want a lot of edge KOs, and you want to be able to turn that into multiple barriers and even the goal, like they were able to last point. Like right now, we've got low stagger bars, we've got lots of knockback flying out, we've got an energy advantage. These are the kinds of things that this Luna and this Aimee are looking for in this game, and if they can keep that up, they can start the reverse sweep. I just think with the way that this game has been going, it's going to be so difficult for them to be able to do that consistently.
Yeah, they're going to need to score a lot of points, and with the points that they are scoring going as long as they are, it's going to be a long road indeed. J-Man bringing down the second barrier here. ZZD and Pensando trading flips as they'll get it back up to J-Man. Fire Madden dribbling on the bottom side with the primary. He's going to get KO'd for it, though. ZZZ calling him out on the wall. And now it's a power play for Woe Chills, but the core barely slipping past Cakes. Gets a lucky bounce and will stay alive.
Okay.
Big Banish coming out on the double. And Clam still trying to force it through, but J-Man winning a lot of strike wars here. And Fire Madden on the bottom side gets it back up to J-Man. The dash punch will be enough. Flying Blobos will take the win.
Yeah, Cakes just couldn't quite get KenClam involved in that play there, and so the 2v1 was inevitable. Great conversion by J-Man. Absolutely well-deserved MVP for that game. Really, really impressive stuff. Looks like they kind of cleaned up their map select and maybe their gameplay from winner's side, where they went down to the Atlas's diversified resume squad. But congratulations to Flying Blobos. They've cleared for liftoff. Excited to see them. They're guaranteed to play in a league now, I believe. That's not the last we'll see of Woe Chills today. They've got one more game later, the 5th place tiebreaker, because there are 5 qualifiers for liftoff today, which means that the loser of the next match will also be playing Woe Chills to see who makes it for that coveted liftoff spot. Excited to see how things go. I expect Woe Chills to have a stronger performance in the next game. Cakes has been playing really, really well recently. For anyone that was able to watch Woe Chills' stellar run at LAN, Cakes was a big part of why they're able to make it to day 2, make it so far in the bracket. If you ask their teammates from LAN, they said, yeah, Cakes was putting us on his back, just doing a really, really good job, and I'm excited to see them go. But that being said, this J-Man Fire Maiden team expectedly got the job done today. They've been hyped up for a while. I know a lot of people think they're really good, and that they have the potential to make a run all the way to the North American Strikers League. So we'll be seeing how true that is in the coming weeks at Liftoff. Lego Mage, you got anything to say before we head to break?
No, you pretty much said it all, but yeah, it'll be Polar Cortex versus the winner of Cyberswipe or Chikara Eclipse coming up in the second losers quarterfinal after we go to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to our wonderful night of Launchpad 1. About to get into our second losers quarterfinal match of the night here, and this is a Nast Season 2 big-time rivalry match. It's Polar Cortex versus Cyberswipe, two of the most explosive teams in that league last season. Now duking it out for a liftoff spot and an invite back for Season 3. We're going to Atlas's lab, and I think this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, if you don't remember, this is where the Thug Finals took place between these two teams. Although I don't remember if it was on this map or not, but I do know
I think it was, actually.
that Polar Cortex and Cyberswipe, they were fated to meet in Grands. Some things happened along the way, and they ended up having that meeting after, which Cyberswipe did win. They also had an impressive performance in Sony Hate's eject button, so this team has been on the up. That being said, a nice looking team for Polar Cortex, the Mako, now Rasmus, a really, really safe team composition. You have open net scoring from the Rasmus, you have barrier pressure from the Now, and you have a lot of utility coming out of the Mako. But Zoe the Witch is on her signature pick, the Dubu forward, which I actually don't know if I've ever seen her lose a game on this pick, I'll be honest. So I'm really excited to see how things go as both barriers fall and the goal goes the way of Polar Cortex for that first point.
Yeah, a little bit rough there for Cyberswipe. They lost a bit of early control, and once you get that double barrier, momentum can quickly fall away. But Polar Cortex off to a solid start, and Dave Chaotic with a quick level 2 will set them up in a pretty solid position for this next point here early on in the game. But Cyberswipe, of course, recovering from that little bit of a fluke there, as they'll be the ones to bring down a quick double barrier now, and the Tofu coming out, Expo Chan, Cyber swiping up. Now pass up here to Zoe the Witch, the snare drums coming out. Name Chaotic able to recover now, and looks like the pressure coming back here for Polar Cortex. They'll get one barrier. Name Chaotic trying to maintain control, will be able to snipe away 2. Now Zoe the Witch dribbling up the field, but loses control. Name Chaotic versus the Blobbo and Assertive, able to clear it out just in time. Core flip here from Expo Chan. The glitch pop as a distraction and sinks it to the top side. I don't think I've seen that play before, but it was definitely pretty good.
That was awesome. I have never seen that before either. I saw the glitch pop come out, and I'm like, all right, let's see some like crazy play into the bottom corner, and then the fool walks down, and Expo-chan says, "That's right, indeed, you are a fool." As I'm just gonna slip it right past you. That was an awesome goal. Both barriers go down, unfortunately, again for Cyber Swipe. But still, I'm just kind of in awe at that Expo-chan goal. That was some really impressive stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the stuff you expect with Cyber Swipe and Polar Cortex. They're two of the most fun teams to watch. And the fool with a rocket down the bottom side, just narrowly getting it in past that slime there. Polar Cortex now up 2-1 off of that power play. Looks like we got one flip per side here. But it's almost hard to say like who's in a winning state in this matchup, because it's really any given point is anybody's point with how these teams are.
Yeah, the fool kind of responded in kind there. After Expo-chan kind of made a fool of him, he decided to make a fool of Expo-chan a bit. And I think these team comps both need a little bit of time to get online, so this first set is going to be really important. But the big thing I want to point out about the way that these teams play is that once that ball reaches the midline, roughly, Zoe the Witch kind of becomes the midfielder, and Expo-chan tends to become that scoring threat, especially on the second barrier. Unless the Dubu gets like a really good wall or something. Oh, great play from Name Chaotic. Great conversion in the net. Assertive not able to make it back in time for the flip, and the first set goes the way of Polar Cortex. But yeah, I was saying that the Dubu really becomes the midfielder in the enemy half, just with the size and the slick kicks and the speed. They just exert so much control, and it opens up Expo-chan's more aggressive picks like the Aimee or the Rune to do more of the scoring with either creative ball manipulation or hit stun. That it's kind of interesting seeing that dynamic flip. This is sort of like the J-Man Fire Maiden team where Zoe the Witch is just so comfortable playing a more core control style as the Brawler that you can see them kind of flip a switch and change roles on a dime. That being said, big draft notables there. Getting the stacks on stack, I think, is a really, really big pickup. At the same time, Zoe the Witch's Stagger Swagger also going to be huge boon for them. So pretty even draft overall, and excited to see how the tides of the match change going into this next set.
And right now, the tide's turning in favor of Cyber Swipe, but the health bars not so much, as Zoe the Witch having to fall back here a little bit and claim the orb, but Name Chaotic pushing up from downtown, slamming the Dubu off the map. And another power play here for Polar Cortex, but Expo-chan doing a good job of buying a lot of time. Assertive up in the midfield as well. Many precious seconds there spared for Cyber Swipe for the Dubu to come back, but now Expo-chan not looking too hot. Will be able to avoid the ensnare drums. The pressure's still on. A slime to get it out of the way. As the core rotating back over to Polar Cortex's side of the field, but Name Chaotic able to sneak it on through, and a big KO onto Expo-chan. The final line of defense will crumble. It's Polar Cortex picking up another point here. Some crazy KOs that one, and I mean, that's 3 prize fighter stacks now for Name Chaotic, by the way. The only one who took prize fighter at the start of this.
Yeah, that's 3 stacks for Name Chaotic. That guy is going to be hitting really, really hard. And Expo-chan, I think, is going to be their #1 target all game. With the Stagger Swagger on the Dubu, it's a little hard to kill them. And never mind, as Assertive goes down to the Rasmus probably out of the net. This Rasmus is killing everyone and is making short work of Cyber Swipe as the health bars keep dropping lower and lower. Expo-chan now staggered. Oh, great evade, dodged the KO. And I think my main feeling of how this game is going is I just don't think they're getting enough value out of the Juno. Similar to last game with Woe Chills, they're just kind of struggling to make the most of the momentum boost Juno. The ball is just not quite hanging out far enough down court for the Juno to be able to keep control up. Like, the idea behind this team comp is that you win kickoff, and then the Juno uses her speed to stay downfield for as long as possible. As a great strike around the primary gets it into the bottom side of the net. And yeah, if you aren't keeping control of this comp, you're just going to get steamrolled like we're seeing this game, and it doesn't help that Name Chaotic's picking up KOs off of the back of some stellar plays on his own either, but we're going to need something major to turn around for Cyber Swipe to be able to get back a little bit of momentum for themselves in this game.
Yeah, Name Chaotic has been sticking to Expo Chan, or really anyone whose health bar is low, very consistently, and just finding them in the back of the goal box here. Now with both barriers down, just the pressure coming in from the Whiplash, it's enough to pick up another point here for Polar Cortex. They'll take another set. That one 3-0. And now A, going to be the MVP. Now is one of the last characters you ever want to see get MVP on the enemy team, especially in a high momentum match like this. And we'll see what they will pick up here.
She's got a lot of options. She could go to heavy if they want to keep killing people. Timeless makes sense. It's a deny for the Aimi. Chrono Boost, I think, also would have been a good pick there. Aerials also makes a lot of sense. The heavy for the Rasmus to keep picking up those KOs and feeding into that prize fighter. A second Spark picked up for the Mako, and Primetime is really good for the Dubu as well, but I do think this draft favors Polar Cortex. They've got more creation size for the Now, they've got more lethality for this Rasmus, and they have more cooldowns for this Mako. It just seems like everything that's been going well for them so far is going to keep going well for them after that draft.
Yeah, and looking so good. Some solid defense here from the Fool, just playing the Mako sit on the barrier game, but making some really great saves here. And Polar Cortex able to tie it up. 1-1 on the barrier here, but a nice shot around the black hole will mean. And now it's Polar Cortex's goal that's open. Name Chaotic with the pendulum swing. It finds a second one, though, and now both sides opened up. Name Chaotic kind of looking low, but looking for this core. Zoe the Witch also pretty low, battling over on Cyberswipe's side of the field. Name Chaotic able to avoid the slime and stay alive now. The core floating around in the midfield here. Expo can't get it past the ensnare drums, but the entire team of Cyberswipe come back to KO Name Chaotic, and now the first power play that they've really gotten. They might have a chance to score the point as Zoe the Witch up to Expo. Chance Cyberswipe the top side, and that'll send it in. Cyberswipe starting off with the first point here, looking to make some kind of a comeback.
Yeah, and that prize fighter stack is gone. Name Chaotic has a dead awakening now. Really big for them to start off this point, and as long as we don't see any huge lapses in defense, my bad, my bad, my bad,
Oh,
my bad,
no.
my bad, my bad,
Oh,
my
no.
bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. Langovich, take it away.
The walls of Jericho have crumbled. Yeah, that was a crazy death touch from Name Chaotic. Literally
Absolutely.
yoinked it from across the field, saw that the angle was good to get the double barrier, and just let it fly. And then it just bounced right back up, and he's like, oh yeah, I could just send this into the goal. A quick callback there, or a quick comeback there from Polar Cortex to tie up the game. But energy is up for Cyberswipe. They burn one flip to get one berry here. Now Assertive with the flip to keep the core up. Now Zoe the Witch looking to roll on top of it, dribbling up the soup, though. Doesn't quite catch the core as A is able to get it out of there. Now the pressure back in the midfield. Zoe the Witch bringing it down to the bottom side. Not willing to burn the flip until she knows she's got an angle. But Name Chaotic hunting for these barriers. Assertive doing a good job holding it down. Does lose the top one. Chan also falling back here on the defense. All three members of Cyberswipe able to get it out of there. And now Expo on the top side in the 1v3. Zoe the Witch trying to work her way back up. The core will float back over. Assertive, a little bit of a misstrike there, I think. I'm not entirely sure how that barrier fell, but it did. And now it's both sides opened up. And Chaotic with the core flip available. Insta-flip off the slime. And just sends it right in the top side. Polar Cortex now on match point.
Yeah, I think it was probably just a defensive miscommunication. Assertive, I think thought Zoe was a little bit further up than they ended up being, and so she kind of sends it down, unfortunately, into her own barrier. But like, that's kind of the risk you have when playing Juno in this meta, and it's why you see so many melee goalies is teams are so much better at punishing just kind of minor defensive mistakes or major defensive mistakes that it's really, really punishing to play these ranged goalies, especially if you get knocked out by the prize fighter from the Rasmus. And so these safer picks like the Mako, like the Atlas, have kind of been taking over, and now we're heading to match point on the open net. And Name Chaotic, beautiful strike, sends it between three, closes out the game, and it's a Polar Cortex sweep. Congratulations to them for qualifying for liftoff.
Yeah, back in the game again. Polar Cortex coming out really hot this liftoff, or this launch pad rather. they're going to lift off, and they'll probably still be pretty hot there as well. But yeah, this team has not dropped off at all, and I imagine that they'll be terrorizing Nast at least this season if they aren't able to make it to NASA. But yeah, they're looking really good here. Was a bit of a sweep, but Cyberswipe, they'll have another chance. They'll have another chance in the 5th place tiebreaker to make it in regardless. But that was a shorter one, so with that, I think we're just going to be sending it to a bit of a break until we are ready for that match. Unless you have anything else you want to say.
I just want to say, don't go anywhere. Even though that was a losers qualifiers match, we do have one more 5th place tiebreaker coming up between Woe Chills and Cyberswipe. Both these teams were in a league last season and are not slated to qualify for a league yet after today, but I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them in the coming weeks, and we will be right back.
All right, we are back with the last match of the day, the fifth place tiebreaker, and the final liftoff qualifying spot for Launchpad 1. Whoa Chills versus Cyberswipes, and we are going to Demon Deus here for a big fat brawl. ZZZ's in the match. Cyberswipe tends to be a pretty aggressive team as well at times, so this is going to be a massive fighting match, I would imagine. And we see ZZZ already hovering the rune, which I think we saw a little bit of that earlier today.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see more ZZ Rune. I actually think Rune Brawler is great on this map because the fact that the barrier is quite literally just about a little more than halfway out of your own goalie arc means that Banish is very often getting full value on its duration. And while it can sometimes be hard to fully form those pillars, it can also, inversely be way easier to get huge 3-man full duration banishes with 2 fully formed pillars that can just absolutely nuke the enemy team. And we're going to be looking for a lot of those this game. But that being said, Expochan piloting this Finny midfield that they're known for. We've seen that a little bit today from Finny players like General Twee as well. This character dishes out a ton of damage, typically on accident. And then the Mako, also known to do a bit of beating up of the enemy brawler. So we're going to have just a lot of damage kind of flying everywhere, like you said. And as soon as ZZ ticks over to level 2, we're going to be looking to see how his first banish goes.
A nice big finish there for Expochan to secure the first point for Cyberswipe. It is a Spark of Focus and Cast to Last start, by the way. Everyone went for the Spark except for Expochan. So, big Spark gaming going to be going on this match. But another quick kickoff here for Cyberswipe. But a big KO, the ZZZ Rune, the pillar picking up a KO and a barrier here. One will get traded off of Woe Chills, but they've got the power play to work with, and now ZZZ in prime position. Cake's pushing up here as well, but a timely pendulum swing from Assertive will call out the goalie for being pushed up, as now it's an open goal on the side of Woe Chills. Big finish, sending it back around the triple take. Will intercept here in midfield, getting up to Zoe the Witch. Can't quite catch up to the core in time on the Asher. A nice death touch from Assertive to pull KenClaim out of the way, and now Cake's forced to burn the flip. Assertive with a flip in return. It will be denied, but Expo with a nice pass to Zoe will confirm the point, and Cyberswipe off to a solid start here on set point.
Yeah, I think their team comp overall is just significantly more standard than the side of Woe Chills, but that's typically what you say every single time Woe Chills is on the screen. This Asher, I think, just the strongest brawler pick. This Finny so strong on this map because of that big finish, can do things like that and make these points lightning quick. As Zoe the Witch, great conversion in the open net. That's the first set for Cyberswipe. If you're Woe Chills, the way you want to turn this game around is you want to get these big banishes from ZZZ. So you want to find a way to lower its cooldown maybe, or increase his pillar damage, or the main thing I'm eyeing is this adrenaline rush for him. You can chain banish KOs together with the ad rush if you can get it. We'll see the stagger swagger denied by the Mako, and the pickup for the Finny is the rapid fire ZZ opting into the siege machine. It's a much more consistent pick. It just increases your lethal range. So even though you won't be able to chain those banishes together, you are doing more damage. Size picked up for the Rasmus, huge pickup, and more damage picked up for the Aimee with the specialized training. We have fully opted into this damage style with our Siphoning Wand rune for the side of Woe Chills, and we'll see how it pays off for them, but right now, all things are coming up Cyberswipe.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of paying off, ZZZ got some crazy damage here, but it's actually KenClam who gets taken out off the edge, and a power play for Cyberswipe as some barriers getting traded here. With Cake's hunting for this KO, but can't quite find the damage. There we go, and that'll be a reverse power play now as Woe Chills picking up the KO, the second barrier as well, but Expochan able to get back in time with the extra move speed on the Finny, but nice. KenClam, a nice pass to ZZZ, big assist there. The whole team getting credit for that point, and Woe Chills starting off first here, but we saw that at the very beginning, Zoe the Witch got caught in the banish into double pillar, and it ate like her entire health bar. There it is again. Look at that. Oh my.
Yeah. And the siphoning one's really interesting because this double pillar is not actually fully staggering the Asher, but the siphoning wand is. So that little extra damage is going a long way in keeping this Asher out of the play. As Expochan holding it down on the defense. Well played, Expochan. And Yeah, if they aren't able to convert off these power plays like they weren't able to here, then they're not going to get much done. But Xpochan, great play, keeping Cakes kind of box out with the primary as they take the shot into the top corner. Really impressive stuff from them. Really great conversion. And it's kind of in the tail of Cyberswept this entire game is, you know, even though they've been facing all this damage and, you know, we see Xpochan take a huge chunk there, they've just been so lethal on the open net, converting on these scoring attempts against Cakes. And you know, it doesn't matter how low you are. If the point ends, you fully regenerate. You just head into the next one. So, great job, Cyberswipe, and they're going to want to keep that up if they want to make it to liftoff in a few weeks.
And some big defense here from Cyberswipe on the backside of that barrier. They earn ZZD's flip as well. Now Chills attempting to burn a flip and still losing the barrier there, but they'll get their offense going. They'll bring down the second one. Big finish forced out defensively from Xpochan. A death touch coming in from Assertive, who's pushed up to become the new forward and now dribbling up the field with the death touch, the recovery drone. Gonna keep them alive as Ken Clam almost picked up the KO there, but the ensnare drone's coming out. It's not enough. Zoe the Witch forcing her way through and picking up the point on the Asher. Cyberswipe now on set point yet again. And they've got a little bit of an energy advantage going into this next point.
Yeah, that was one of the more efficient recovery drones I think I've ever seen, where Assertive respawned in their own net, which is exactly where they want it to be. Oh, and big double banish comes out for ZZ, but not quite able to find the right double pillar combination and ends up taking their own barrier off it. But while that's being said, everyone chunked down, and the offensive pressure is enough for ZZ to take the barrier on the other side. Now we're in double open net situations, and the way it's been going this game for Cyberswipe is that they've been having these excellent conversions. Time to see if they can keep that up, but they can't. And so the Witch goes down to the Mako cage, and great finish from the Finny. Not quite able to get it done, and ZZ finds the opening. And we're on to point 5 of this pivotal set.
Yeah, big moment there. ZZZ saw Assertive get into the pendulum swing animation and knew they had the opening to take the shot, and now on point 5. It seems like neither of these teams, but especially Chills, doesn't care about the barriers that much as long as they can get like consistent damage and keep the pressure up. It seems like they're, especially on this map, right? It's a little, you can be a little bit more liberal with that kind of stuff. But if Cyberswipe were able to pick up the KO there, taking Ken Clam off the map and both barriers, and they'll find a nice shot to the top. Zoe the Witch ramming Cakes into the back of the goal box, just keeping him stun locked forever. And Cyberswipe will take 2 sets now.
Yeah, it's looking really good for them. It's like you're saying, they're willing to trade these barriers for damage. And in the points where they're winning, that trade is working. And in the points where they're losing, that trade is not working. So we're going to see this prize fighter is a huge pickup for the rune. This guy's going to be scaling kind of to the moon with that, but at the same time, the spark of resilience for the Asher is such a massive pickup for her. As if I'm not mistaken, that's her second spark, so she is going to be an absolute tank on the pitch. Going to be so difficult for the Mako Imian rune to chew through her health bar. And, you know, we see the banish come out from ZZ, not quite able to pick anything up, and so we're going to have to see 30 more seconds without any significant KO pressure from Chills. But as I say that, they pick up a KO on Xpochan, on the Finny, through some good plays with Ken Clam and Cakes coordinating their damage, and that banish going to be coming up soon. Great pillar from ZZ to take the first barrier. Second barrier not falling yet, though, and Ken Clam getting low, almost goes down to the Finny card, not quite. So the Witch makes a play on the barrier, able to convert beautifully as ZZZ gets the banish on the goalie. But once again, those Cyberswipe conversions on the open net come in clutch, and they take the first point of this third set.
Yeah, Cyberswipe just keeping it consistent. It's gotten them a long way in this match so far. ZZ and Cakes have not really had the opportunity to get stacks on their stacking awakenings too much either here. We'll see as ZZ standing way up front, looking for the rock to be procured, but the Witch not letting it get very far. They'll pick up 1 barrier now, and Shield's looking to fire back, but they're going to find nothing around the edge. The big finish coming out, and that's why that ability is so good on this map. Both barriers just gone, and an instant flip off the dash from Zoe the Witch just sends it right through Cakes. Not even a chance to respond with a flip of his own. And Cyberswipe now on match points. They've got 2 flips. They can just close it out here, potentially.
Yeah, things look good for them, but KenClam has something to say about it with these flips and with ZZZ's pillars in the corner, chunking out Expo Chan, and this Asher is, expectedly very healthy. Cakes whiffs the flip, but ZZ's his own for defense. Kind of a rare sight. Both of these barriers are still standing. Assertive 1 HP in the corner. Big Banish found on the Finny as she goes down. And that is 2 prize fighter stacks for this rune, trying to do more damage to Assertive, trying to take them out of the play, get rid of their recovery drone. Maybe they kill them later. And KenClam, great strike war win on the Asher. And Woe Chills are fighting for their liftoff qualification lives today.
Yeah, hanging on there. Zoe the Witch doing a good job on the defense, but there's only so much you can do on a power play like that. We'll see if Woe Chills has it in them to make the full reverse sweep. They get it out of the big finish. What a save by Cakes there. They get both barriers off of the bounce. The pillar from ZZZ was huge. Takes so much damage for it here, though. Core flip from Zoe the Witch. Assertive still has one as well in the back pocket. KenClam and ZZZ are both really hurt, but they're trying to find this point as quickly as possible, trading some damage onto Assertive here. KenClam looking for the Cyber Swipe, procs the recovery drone. The glitch drop doesn't quite pick up the KO. Cakes will lose 1 barrier on the other side of the field here, trying to hold on to not lose the second one, but ZZZ, meanwhile, got taken out, trying to fight Assertive, it looks like, and it's the power play for Cyber Swipe, Expo Chan, Zoe the Witch, Assertive, all of them pushing right up to the bottom side here. They can't get it very far out of the ensnare drums, and that's both barriers gone for Woe Chills. ZZZ trying to find a pass down to KenClam here. A big double banish comes out onto the pillar. Doesn't quite hit Expo Chan, though. Which means that Finny will be alive for just a little bit longer, at least. Core flip here from Expo Chan. Gets blocked by KenClam. And now on the top side, looking for the side swipe. ZZZ, a dribble off the bottom into the pillar. What a shot from ZZZ. Woe Chills. Tying it up here on set point. But they cannot give up an inch if they want to stay in this.
Yeah, I want to shout out Cakes for that point. Cakes held it down for so long in that power play. Cyberswipe had to use so many resources, but as I say that, they managed to use the resource a lot better at this point, get both barriers within 10 seconds, and now they're moving up into the goal. Assertive playing very, very aggressive with this flip. Moving in Zoe the Witch, great conversion in the corner, and that's the game. Huge win for Cyberswipe, who are now liftoff bound. We will be seeing a lot more of them this season. They've guaranteed themselves qualification for at least Nast, but they're reaching for the stars. Lego Mage, I know they are too, and I'm excited to see where this upstart team lands next in liftoff in a couple weeks, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of Woe Chills next week and the week after.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see Cyberswipe get back into a league. And I mean, this is going to be a crazy liftoff for sure. And some crazy launch pads coming up as well, where I'm sure, like you said, Woe Chills will be back, along with plenty of other teams looking for their spot. But that is all we have for Launchpad 1. So congratulations to the teams that already made it, and good luck next week to the teams that are still trying to make it. It was certainly a day of good Omega Strikers to be had. Do you have anything else you want to say, Grimilla, before we leave?
I just want to say that this was a really good day for the Omega Strikers scene. I thought that this Launchpad was so incredibly difficult and competitive, which is exactly the kind of thing you want to be seeing in our scene season after season. Props to all the competitors today. I know how hard it is to win. I know how hard it is to lose, to be on both sides. And for everyone that tried their heart out today, you've got 2 more tries if you weren't able to quite succeed today. Next week and the week after, there are 3 launch pads this season. I'm excited to see where everything goes. Really proud of all our competitors today, like I said. And congratulations to the 5 teams that qualified today. Really well earned. And I hope liftoff is just as exciting as today was, if not more.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. That's all from us tonight. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone for playing. And we'll see you next week.